I actually awakened the only EX level talent in history. Yet everyone around me ridiculed me as trash, just because I chose the most useless summoner when changing jobs. But they don't know that I've already obtained the divine summoning system. As long as I complete the task, I can obtain the divine summoning right. Killing 100,000 demons allows me to summon the great sage equal to heaven. Eating lotus roots for 100 days straight allows me to summon the third prince Neza. And I can also obtain all the attributes and skills of the summon spirits. The most useless summoner instantly becomes a hexagonal warrior. Just then, a voice sounded in my ear, and Xiang stepped onto the stage for talent awakening. On the stage, a staff member looked at the form in his hand, lost in thought. He was very puzzled why this Xiang chose to be a summoner. You should know that once summoned beasts die, they cannot be resurrected, and the quota they occupy will permanently disappear. Moreover, most summoned beasts have very low intelligence and are easily killed in instances due to various circumstances. Just then, a colorful golden light shot up from the awakening platform. The staff exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually an EX level talent." As soon as these words were spoken, several streams of light appeared on the job change platform. The next second, a group of school executives with complex expressions appeared in front of Xiang. One of the elders couldn't help but frown. The human race has never had an EX level talent. It turns out to be a summoner. It's really a waste of our human race's luck. The others didn't say a word, obviously also biased against this profession. On the contrary, our own principal seems very dissatisfied with the old man's words. "Old Chu, I think you're jealous. Our school has produced a genius, hasn't it?" The elder couldn't help but sneer. "What's the situation with the summoner, Fifth Sense? Don't you know? I think we should give his resources to other members of the human race." Fifth Sense heard this and felt proud. He picked up his words lightly, and a powerful momentum instantly enveloped the whole scene. "I'd like to see who dares to snatch resources from my students." With that, he took Xiang to the professional hall to register. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the Whisper Master, Xiang completed the registration. "Remember, your talent is your last trump card. Don't tell anyone, not even your biological parents," Principal Wu warned solemnly. "Many demon forces lurk behind us. The human race's talents have always been their target for sneak attacks. Now that your talent level has been exposed, you need to be careful in the future." Just then, the person in charge of the professional hall walked over. "Respected Mr. Xiang, this is your exclusive credit card. It has a limit of 10 million. You can receive a monthly salary of 80,000. In addition, after reaching the corresponding level, you can come to collect equipment and skill books." Xiang took a deep breath. He had never seen this amount of money in his life. Fifth Sense took him to the summoning hall on the second floor. As he led her into a room filled with patterns, a sudden prompt sounded, congratulating the host on a successful job change and offering 2 chances to draw lots. "Would you like to draw immediately?" As a time traveler, Xiang didn't hesitate and started drawing directly. Ding obtained a 3 times experience card and a summoning ticket for the legendary General Lu Bu. Xiang was overjoyed and immediately used the summoning ticket she obtained. The next second, the array on the ground emitted a crimson light, and a burly man in red and black armor, wielding the famous halberd Sky Piercer, appeared within the array. His information also surfaced in Xiang's mind. Summon Spirit Lubu, Level 1 Mythical Quality, Strength 99, Constitution 99, Agility 99, Spirit 99, equipped with Sky Piercer. Skill, Unrivaled. After entering battle, Lubu's attributes will continuously increase at a rate of 1% per second, up to a maximum of 100%. Upon entering, Lubu's attributes immediately increase by 500% in a berserk state, lasting for 10 minutes. Afterward, he will enter a weakened state for half an hour, with all attributes decreasing by 20% and a cooldown time of half an hour. Self-sacrificial strike, Lubu abandons all defense, channels all his strength into his hands, and unleashes a devastating divine strike. Any entity with a level lower than Lubu's will face him, feeling fear that leads to a decrease in attributes, with the weakening effect reaching up to 50%. Just summoned, Lubu immediately knelt down before Xiang. Paying his respects, Lubu pays homage to the master. Wu Tiao on the side also became interested, seeing that the humanoid summoned spirit seemed to be a general from another world, and the armor looked quite nice. 5 Tiao Wu wanted to reach out to feel it, but was abruptly pushed away by Lubu. The Sky Piercer was pointed at him. "My lord, such disrespect should be treated as an enemy. Let me take care of him for you." Xiang was startled by the situation and quickly shouted to stop. Hearing this, Lubu withdrew his hostility, but still remained cautious of 5 Tiao Wu. 5 Tiao Wu, instead of getting angry, looked delighted. "Your summoned spirit is extraordinary. It actually repelled my attack. It's not easy for ordinary professionals to do that. But this summon spirit has just appeared and is only at level 1, yet it already possesses such power. Well, since the summoning is done, let's go back. The city lord has gone outside the city. I'll take you to see him when he comes back. Song-Chi scratched his head and smiled, thanking Lu Bu as he retracted him into the summoning space. After parting ways with 5 Tiaowu, Song-Chi headed straight to the beginner's dungeon area. As soon as he stepped in, the system's voice sounded in his ears, host detected in the dungeon area. Exclusive mission obtained. Mission 1, clear the dungeon and achieve an S rank or higher rating. Reward, 3 chances at the lottery. Mission 2, reach level 10. Reward, 3 chances at the lottery. Mission 3, eliminate 50,000 demons. Reward, 5 chances at the lottery. 3 missions at once. Just as Song-Chi was pondering how to complete the tasks, a familiar voice reached his ears. He saw his childhood friend, Wang Zihao, standing in the crowd, waving to him. He was accompanied by a group of people who seemed to have just completed their job transfers. The job transition ceremony is over. Song-Chi was a bit surprised. In the past, the transition ceremony used to last a whole day. I didn't awaken. The first level talent was brought forward by the teachers. Wang Zihao explained proudly, by the way, Songgu, are you here to level up? Let's do it together. With your Super S level talent, we'll definitely clear the level smoothly. If we team up, I have to be the team leader. The strength of the monsters in the instance and the experience output will vary according to the number of people entering. A maximum of 8 people can enter an instance. The team leader can also enjoy an exclusive 5% experience bonus. Compared to soloing the instance, teaming up is more profitable for Song-Chi. Wang Zihao laughed heartily and was about to agree. However, an unpleasant voice came from behind. Why should you be the team leader? Did you get my consent? A handsome and tall man stepped forward, looking down at him disdainfully. An off-level summoner also wants to be the team leader. Wang Zihao scratched his head awkwardly and whispered to Song-Chi, he's Chu Xiaojiang, the principal of Yizhong. After you left, he awakened an S-level talent. His profession is the same as the principal's, he's an assassin. Song-Chi was speechless. How can I be criticized by the old and then by the young? Then he said to everyone, you guys team up. I'll solo. Chu Xiaojiang seemed to have heard a huge joke. A first-level summoner wants to solo the instance? You must be tired of living. Wang Zihao quickly stopped Song-Chi and said seriously, Songgu, don't be impulsive. There's no need to be angry with them over this. Soloing dungeons as a summoner may seem no different from seeking death in the eyes of others. Only someone out of their mind would make such a choice. I'll team up with Songgu, and Wang Zihao gritted his teeth, gazing resolutely at Song-Chi. Chu Xiaojiang snorted coldly on the side, you truly live up to being the son of a nouveau riche, with no vision at all. Have you thought it through, teaming up with Song-Chi? In the future, don't cooperate with my Chu family anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, the others who were still undecided about contacting Song-Chi's professionals fell silent. However, Wang Zihao couldn't help but laugh. You represent the Chu family? Let's go, Songgu. Hopefully, this kind of stupidity isn't contagious. The two entered the dungeon amid Chu Xiaojiang's furious roar. The scene changed, and the two had already arrived at the rooftop of an abandoned building. I can't believe it, Songgu. How did you get into the Shichao dungeon? Wang Zihao looked down with an unpleasant expression. Hordes of zombies. The dungeon with the most experience points for beginners is the Tide of Loss. Of course, it also has the highest clearance difficulty. The Tide of Loss is a special dungeon with only one final boss, the Mother of Zombies. Moreover, the attributes of these creatures are not particularly high, on par with ordinary monsters. He still relies on an endless army of zombies and elite monsters, becoming the nightmare of countless low-level professionals, while also being the main dungeon for mid- and high-level professionals to grind experience. With a confident smile, don't worry, today I'll treat you to a movie. The next moment, Lu Bu descended from the sky, landed on the road, and instantly charged into the zombie horde. The halberd, taller than Lu Bu, danced tirelessly, the swift wind tainted with the dark brown blood of the zombies, looking awe-inspiring in the sunlight. With each strike, several zombie creatures lost their lives. The previously crowded street was quickly cleared over a large area. A series of stunning notifications sounded in their ears. Wang Zihao looked on in shock at Lu Bu, who was killing zombies like there was no tomorrow in the horde. Wow, this is a first-class summon spirit, he exclaimed. If you said this was an ultimate professional, I would believe it. Is this a Super S-class talented summoner? No wonder it's worth the entire human race tilting resources to cultivate. On the side, Song-Chi took out a triple experience card. Ding Ning's current experience gain is at 300%, lasting for 2 hours. The required experience points for professional level up increase every 10 levels. Level 1 requires 10,000 experience points, but level 11 doesn't need 110,000, it's 200,000 experience points. Level 12 requires 300,000 experience points, and a level 20 professional needs 1 million experience points, while level 21 requires 2 million. Songqi looked at her panel, secretly calculating. At this rate, there should be no problem reaching level 4 after completing a dungeon. In 3 to 5 days, she can prepare for advancement. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Songqi's face, as Songqi also reached level 2. Lubu also simultaneously leveled up to level 2. Lubu, who was fighting hard, eyes lit up. He could feel his body starting to heat up, and some of his original strength began to return. Songqi took a look at LVBu's panel, and was shocked to see that all attributes had actually increased. A roar came from below, and a faint red light emanated from the Fengtian halberd in LVBu's hand. LVBu, who was already a formidable force, turned into a war god after the attribute surge. The zombie army that could have been somewhat resisted before, now in front of LVBu. It was as if they were made of paper, with one sweep causing a large number of zombies to fall. At this moment, a piercing roar was heard, and a bulky female zombie rushed towards LVBu. But in the next second, a flash of red light, and the zombie mother's body was as soft as tofu, splattering in all directions. Dingy cleared the instance as a clearing master, rated as S level, and received 1,000 credit points. After leaving the instance, Songqi did not delay and chose to enter again. 2 hours later, Songqi's level reached 8, and Wang Ziheo's level also reached 4. After bidding farewell, Songqi received the completed system task reward of 3 lottery chances. She began to draw, and the huge roulette will start its spinning, with the 3 pointers rotating faster and faster. Ding obtained a heroic grade weapon, the Bloodsaw Blade, received a 3x experience card with a duration of 2 hours, and obtained a professional item voucher. The professional item voucher is used during system lottery draws. By choosing a profession, it can exclude all professions not chosen by you. Item, Bloodthirsty Serrated Blade, level requirement 30, strength plus 275, agility minus 10, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 5, additionally increases the user's strength by 15%, and inflicts continuous bleeding on the target, and reduce the various benefits received by the other party. Lubu definitely won't want this broken thing, but my sister still doesn't have a suitable weapon. This should be quite appropriate. Songqi pondered for a moment. Then he walked towards home. The next morning, Songqi arrived at the professional hall, ready to choose a few skill books to study. The guard was still the same as before, a rather dispirited middle-aged man. "Hello, I'm here to learn skills. Here's my identification." The guard reluctantly perked up as he felt someone approaching. After checking the identification, the middle-aged man looked at him with some confusion. "Didn't you just summon your first summon creature yesterday? Don't you know that you need to be at level 5 to learn skills? I'm already level 5. The guard suddenly woke up, then looked relieved. "So, what skill did you come to learn this time? Protection or recall? They are both survival-oriented skills. It seems that the strength of your first summoned spirit should be quite strong." The guard looked at Songqi with increasing admiration. "With your talent, if conditions allow, you can save some money to buy a skill book called Soul Link." "Soul Link, this skill, I don't think I've heard of it. Is it a summoner's skill?" The guard smiled, then took out a skill book emitting golden light from the storage ring. Songqi curiously checked it. Introduction, Skill Book Soul Link, Quality Legendary, Profession Summoner. The summoner can designate a summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills. Lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours, and can be upgraded to a maximum level of LV20. Songqi was extremely surprised. If he linked with Lubu, wouldn't he also be able to transform into a grass-cutting warrior? Just as Songqi was contemplating, the guard snatched the book back and looked at Songqi with a playful expression. "Interested in having it?" Songqi awkwardly smiled. "Uncle, name your price. It's on the house. However, I might need to ask you for a favor in the future. Consider it as you owing me a favor." The current Songqi, a low-level professional who doesn't even have the qualifications to venture into the wild, obtaining a legendary quality skill book for free is definitely a big win. Songqi nodded, memorizing the appearance of the guard, then walked outside. Songqi opened the panel and looked at it, but did not use it directly, regardless of the other party's intentions. He planned to take the skill book first and figure out the other party's identity before using it. Half an hour later, Songqi arrived at the instance square, as the awakening ceremony had just ended yesterday. Today, the low-level instance was almost full of voices. He glanced over and saw Principal Wu, chatting and laughing with a woman in a gorgeous robe, Wang Zihao, and another girl wearing glasses standing beside them. Seeing Song Qi, the principal cheerfully called him over and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Principal Lin from No. 2 High School, and this is his apprentice, Gong Sun Wuyue. Yesterday, the classmates who awakened with you, their awakened talent and talent occupation are mages. Xiao Song, I heard that Super S-level talent owners can enter the Zhao dungeon 3 times a day. Also, it seems you took Wang Zihao in with you yesterday. Can you bring another classmate today?" Principal Lin's voice was soft and pleasant. A fragrant breeze wafted into Song Qi's nostrils. According to the market price, the Zhao dungeon costs 10,000 credit points per entry. I will pay double the price. Without waiting for Song Qi to speak, Principal Lin quickly completed the transfer. Song Qi was a bit at a loss holding her phone, looking at Wu Lin, who was standing next to her. "I've transferred the payment to you. What, do you think the price is too low?" Song Qi awkwardly smiled, accepted the transfer, then approved the friend request from Principal Lin and Gong Sunwayu. After that, she told Wu Tiao about what happened at the professional building earlier. His name is Zhuo Ming, one of the very few summoners who can battle outside the city. Later, he fell into an ambush by the demon clan during a cleanup operation. All the summoned beasts died or were injured while protecting his retreat. With no summoner, the summoned beasts naturally couldn't stay in the wilderness. So he returned to the city area and became a guard at the professional hall, occasionally giving benefits to promising new summoners. Accept whatever he gives you. Also, remember to come to the Lord's mansion before 6 o'clock tonight. The Lord will meet you in person. If there's nothing else, we'll leave now. With that, they walked towards the square outside with Principal Lin. Just now, when Prince Hao remained silent, he was immediately ecstatic. "Song Gu, did you see that? There's definitely something going on between them." Song Qi cleared his throat and gestured to the side. "Pay attention, Sun is still here." Only then did Wang Zihao realize, feeling extremely embarrassed. Sun Wuyue awkwardly waved his hand. "Let's move on. Instead of gossip, I'd rather see the combat abilities of this Super S-level genius." The scene shifts, and the three of them find themselves back on the familiar street. Song Qi snapped his fingers, and the burly figure of Lu Bu suddenly appeared in front of them, without the need for an introduction. Without a word, Lu Bu charged out as soon as he landed, causing blood and flesh to fly around the outskirts of the street. The sound of the bodies of various zombies colliding with the walls kept entering the ears of the three. Sun Wuyue's expression changed from initial shock to utter confusion. The bulldozer-like speed at which Lu Bu was killing the enemies made him feel somewhat unreal. Even yesterday, the 3 level 20 mages his master had specifically arranged for him couldn't clear the summoned spirits this quickly. Song Qi opened his inventory, used the triple experience card and the soul-linking skill book together. After a moment of dizziness, the method of using the skill appeared in his mind. After binding with Lu Bu, an inexplicably powerful force suddenly erupted within him. The hard asphalt road was instantly crushed under his feet, and his own strength attribute skyrocketed from single digits to over 400. The next second, he burst out like an arrow, pulling out the roadside utility pole with his bare hands. Twisting into a spiral, he headed towards the other side of the zombie group, lashing out a series of zombie bodies until they burst open, the sound of experience acquisition becoming even more intense. As dense as a downpour. The 2 people at the street corner were so shocked that they couldn't even speak, feeling like their worldviews had been overturned. Summoners are magicians who control monsters or other worldly creatures in battle, their own bodies being weak and vulnerable. But now, looking at Song Qi furiously mowing down the zombies in the distance, even the ultimate professionals probably couldn't match his harvesting speed. The next second, a golden light descended, and Gongsun Wuyue's level increased to level 4. Boss Ding had been killed, gaining 2,400 experience points. Before the two could react, the 3 figures appeared in the instance plaza. So fast, Wang Zihao was a bit surprised. This time, the instance clearing speed was probably just over 10 minutes. Song Qi scratched his head awkwardly on the side. Actually, he killed it himself. By the time he noticed the skill was about to end, he had already rushed to the zombie mother. In the end, he had no choice but to use the last few seconds to directly stab the boss with a utility pole. Stop thinking, let's continue. Before the two could respond, Song Qi had already pressed the enter button. An hour later, the 3 appeared again. Your current level has reached level 10. After obtaining 3 chances to draw, and completing 3 instances, Song Qi's level directly broke through to level 11. He glanced at it. There's less than an hour left, right? Looking up at the 2 of them, I'm planning to run the Star Crimson Blood Nest for the next instance. Are you coming? Wang Zihao was taken aback. Why suddenly increase the difficulty so much? There are a total of 16 instances in the low-level instance area, among which the Crimson Blood Tide is recognized as the most difficult. If the Wet Tide makes people hesitate because of the quantity, then the Crimson Blood Tide depends on the quality. Most of the monsters in this instance are humanoid monsters. Even the ordinary mobs have remarkable intelligence and can adapt to changes. More importantly, the attributes of the monsters in the instance are not low. The boss can overwhelm low-level professionals in terms of attributes, yet every year, countless professionals die tragically inside the instance, full of confidence in challenging the instance. Countless professionals die tragically inside. Among the three of us, only Xiang has combat power. To be precise, only your summoned spirit has combat power. With our strength, it's too difficult to challenge this instance. Xiang waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm confident. Xianji looked at Lubu's panel on her own. Summon Spirit, Lubu, level 11, Strength 599, Constitution 599, Agility 599, Spirit 599, nearly 600 in all attributes. Even high-level professionals above level 60 have significantly lower base attribute values than Lubu. Such a large gap in attributes is enough for Lubu to crush any low-level instance. This is enough for Lubu to crush any low-level instance. Seeing Xiang determined to be strong, Wang Zihao gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll trust Brother Song this time." Xiang nodded and looked at Gongsun Wuyue. He sighed helplessly, then took out two fist-sized white stones from his backpack and handed them to the two. This is an emergency escape device. Crushing it will send you directly out of the instance. If you clear it later, it will be considered as the subsequent leveling fee for normal instances. If you don't clear it, it will be considered as the leveling fee for a week of failed instances. Now it was Xiang's turn to be surprised. This kind of device is a luxury item worth 500,000 credit points on the market, and basically no one would use it in low-level instances. Even Wang Zihao, a rich second generation, is reluctant to use it. "Darling, you're so rich." Wang Zihao obviously didn't believe it. As a top student at school, he had never heard any information about the other party being wealthy. Gongsun Wuyue smiled and reintroduced herself. "My surname is Gongsun, the principal of second middle school, Gongsun Zhao's Gongsun Song, and a good friend of Wang Zihao. So she's a little rich woman. Well, since we have this device, you two should be reassured. Let's get started." The next second, the three were then transported to a dark and ancient castle. A guard wearing armor and an extremely pale face was wandering around the castle. The whole world was filled with a sinister and eerie atmosphere. Gongsun Wuyue nervously looked at the castle ahead. In this bloody and eerie 20th level instance, there was only one boss, a vampire baron named William. Xiang stepped forward and looked at the guard in front of the castle. The blood slave monster is level 20, with strength 43, constitution 50, agility 21, and spirit 15. According to the rules of the instance, the boss's attributes are generally 2 to 3 times stronger than the minions. In other words, Baron William's highest attribute might be between 100 to 150. With the addition of Frenzy, his highest attribute theoretically should be around 300. This value is indeed quite terrifying for low-level professionals. Unfortunately, in front of Lubu, this group of blood slaves and zombies are not much different. After confirming the enemy's attributes, Xiang has finally let go of his last bit of concern. "What's your plan, Xiang? Have you figured out the tactics?" According to Gongsun Yuewu's speculation, Xiang's summoned spirit should have attributes around 100 points. Dealing with the boss might be a bit tricky, but killing a few blood slaves shouldn't be a big problem. "Once you're ready, let's break through directly." The next second, Lubu appeared out of thin air. His heavy body landed, raising a circle of dust, then he knelt in front of Xiang, ready to lead the attack. "Get up! Do you see the castle ahead?" This time, the enemy is everyone inside the castle. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Lubu suddenly stood up and without hesitation, headed towards the top to kill. But Gongsun Wuyue quickly stopped Lubu. "Wait, Xiang, don't let your summoned spirit charge directly to the gate. That blood slave is the guard of the castle. Once he detects the enemy, he will immediately call for companions, and there's even a chance of waking up Baron William. It's best to go around through the small path, launch a surprise attack when the guard isn't paying attention, and avoid waking up Baron William from the start." Before Xiang could even explain, Lvbu gently pushed Gongsun Wuyue aside and said, "Miss, please rest assured. Although I am not talented, I have not put such insignificant people in my eyes. There's no need to sneak attack him." Gongsun Wuyue was stunned. He could actually speak. Although he had been taken by Lvbu to run the instance 3 times, due to the lack of communication, he thought that Lvbu could only understand commands, but could not comprehend deeper levels of conversation. But before he could react, something even more shocking happened to him. LV slightly bent his knees, and a chilling aura emerged from him. He directly activated Unfettered and entered a berserk mode. The ground was forcefully crushed by his brute strength. The next moment, it was as if a bomb had exploded in front of his eyes, with a surging wave of air, extinguishing countless pieces of stone construction. LV disappeared directly from the spot. When he looked up again, the guards in front of the castle were like a torn cloth sack broken into two pieces and flying out. So fast. They were at least 100 meters away from the front of the castle, and with just one step, LV instantly crossed this distance. His speed, agility, and strength are at least at 200 points. Gong Sun Woyue was extremely shocked. Is it very difficult to break through 200 in dual attributes? Ultimate professionals, wearing a set of rare equipment can achieve that, right? Seeing that his expression was a bit off, Prince Hao asked subconsciously. Gong Sun Woyue was almost amused by him, helplessly gave him a glance, and continued to look into the distance. Suddenly, Lubu struck the ancient castle's gate in half with a single blow. Several blood slaves screamed as they rushed out from the gate, wielding crimson long swords. Two more blood slaves leaped down from the ancient castle's rooftop, seemingly attempting to coordinate with those inside the gate for a surprise attack from above. However, they underestimated Lubu's strength. Two icy flashes moved at an almost imperceptible speed, and the blood slaves descending from above were instantly split in half. In just a few seconds, all the blood slaves met their demise. Gong Sun Woyue sighed, realizing the vast difference between people. He finally understood why Song Qi dared to challenge the bloody storm with such confidence. The three entered the gate, finding the blood slaves inside the house had been mostly cleared out. Occasionally, there were some noises from the rooftop, but it quickly returned to silence. Upon entering, Song Qi noticed a shining object near the blood slave corpses. It was a brand new stainless steel staff, with +2 strength, +1 constitution, and +5 spirit. When casting fire attribute spells, it slightly enhances their power. A staff? Which one of you? The two of them leaned in to take a look, then immediately waved their hands in disdain. Alright, so you have money, huh? Then I won't be polite. It was a low-level ordinary quality equipment, which could be sold in the market for 200 to 300. With more credit points, it would be enough for them to buy a sacrificial chicken. For the habitually impoverished Song Qi, it was also considered a decent income. Just then, the top of the castle suddenly exploded, and a huge bat soared into the sky, emitting an extremely sharp cry, trying to escape. The few people fixed their eyes and saw that it was the dungeon boss, Baron William, whom players describe as elegant and dangerous, but now he looks disheveled. Not only were there deep wounds visible all over his body, but his eyes were also filled with fear and unease. Lubu roared in anger, then leaped up, his halberd gleaming with a chilling light, cutting through the air and tearing the huge bat's body in half. Congratulations to Ding for clearing the dungeon. The number of monsters in this dungeon exceeded 100%, and the clearance time surpassed 95% of the challengers. The overall settlement evaluation for this dungeon is S-class. After a whole day of grinding, Song Qi's level reached 12, and the other two also reached the threshold of level 10. Half an hour later, Song Qi arrived at the front of the City Lord's mansion. The architectural style of the City Lord's mansion is very simple, like an office building. Song Qi took the elevator to the 12th floor, but the moment he stepped out of the elevator, a tremendous sense of crisis suddenly descended from all directions. From the ceiling, countless black mists gushed out from the crevices, endlessly converging to form a giant hand, like a canopy. Song Qi looked up and instantly felt his scalp tingle. That was the aura unique to the alien creatures. He never imagined that there would be aliens lurking in the City Lord's mansion, especially in the safest place. Lubu and Song Qi were furious, shouting loudly. The monster repairs its injuries without a master. Lubu suddenly leaped out of nowhere, seemingly sensing Song Qi's anomaly, and launched two skills of strategy and self-sacrifice at the first opportunity. Red light emanated from Lubu's eyes, and purple lightning continuously flashed on his sky piercer. In his frenzied state, his attributes, originally over 600, instantly soared to a terrifying 4-digit figure. This was the most powerful attack Lubu could unleash at this stage. The deafening roar echoed through the floor as the sky piercer, enveloped in lightning, fiercely struck upwards. Two terrifying forces instantly collided. The black giant hand was instantly blasted apart, and Lubu was already half kneeling on the ground, spitting out blood. The next moment, a man in black slowly emerged from the black mist, appearing in front of Song Qi. The man's aura was distinct from both monsters and humans. Despite his growing tension, although Wutong had long informed him that the human race was not a monolith, he never expected that there would be demons lurking in the Lord's manor. Turning to the side, Lubu supported his chest, blood flowing from his mouth. It seemed that less than half of Stone City's strength remained. Just the backlash from a single confrontation had severely injured Lubu to this extent, while the other party showed no signs of abnormality. The gap between the two sides' strengths had reached unimaginable levels. The dull sound of metal hitting the ground, a black humanoid creature emerged from the dark room. The previously dispersed black mist, with his movement, once again overflowed from the seams of the armor, and in less than a few breaths, the black giant hand condensed again. Lubu's eyes turned red, he encouraged himself to stand up, and his momentum surged. The blood-red cloak behind him rustled in the wind, and his momentum at this moment, unexpectedly even more powerful than before. Then, a tall reddish horse slowly appeared from the void. Sensing that its master was in danger, the red hair partially broke free from its seal and followed in its footsteps to this world. The current purity of the unsealing of the divine red hair is 10%. Lubu coughed up blood, laughed wildly, and then flipped onto the horse's back. The man and the horse leaped up, and the sky-piercer halberd came crashing down. The black giant hand was once again shattered. Song-Chi was taken aback, and quickly opened the lottery interface. He had previously accumulated 3 chances to draw, originally intending to save them for later use. But now, he couldn't give up any chance to increase his chances of winning. The system's mechanism sounded 3 times in a row, obtaining 1 3x experience card and 1 5x experience card. Obtain 10 3x experience cards. Song-Chi at this moment just wanted to curse. What kind of ridiculous lottery system is this? While Song-Chi was feeling regretful, the battle situation in front suddenly changed. A massive black mist bypassed Lubu and rushed straight towards Song-Chi, directly pouring into his 7 apertures. In less than a moment, Song-Chi felt his body completely filled with black mist, a sense of despair surged into his heart, and his consciousness gradually fell into confusion. His mental strength had dissipated, unable to sustain the presence of Lubu any longer. Lubu, along with the red hair, disappeared as if they were a bubble, and Song-Chi could feel his life force draining away rapidly. Suddenly, he felt his body empty, and all the black mist was violently drawn out again. When he raised his head again, he found that the armored figure had already removed his helmet, revealing the Lord of the 7th City District. At this moment, he understood everything. Most likely, everything that had just happened was a test by the Lord. "Why can't you stand up?" the Lord asked with a playful tone as he walked up to Song-Chi. Song-Chi turned his head without answering, and the Lord chuckled. He took out a vial the size of a thumb and placed it beside Song-Chi. "Come on, get up quickly. This is a life potion. Once I cut your wound, everything will be fine. Consider it my apology," the Lord said in a casual manner. Song-Chi turned to look and was surprised to find that it was the legendary life potion that could save someone with only a breath left. "My summon spirit was also injured," the Lord said, and before he finished speaking, another vial of life potion was thrown over. Satisfied, Song-Chi immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. In fact, the amount in one vial was already enough to heal both him and Lubu's injuries. It was already enough to completely heal both him and Lubu's injuries. Song-Chi got up and dripped a drop into his mouth, then summoned the heavily injured Lubu and also dripped 2 drops into his mouth after explaining clearly. Seeing Lubu's condition recovering at a visible speed, Song-Chi finally felt relieved. Then he looked at Chengzhu with suspicion. "What did you bring me here for today? It's not just to torture me, is it? These black mists are my means of attack, but they also serve as a detection function. The recent attack was both a test and a check." Song-Chi scratched his head. "Check what?" "To check if you are of the human race, your talent." Song-Chi's heart tightened upon hearing this. He knew that there was strength from the other races behind the human race, but he didn't expect it to have developed to this extent. The city lord looked at Lubu beside him. "Your summoned spirit strength is indeed impressive. Not only can it contend with me, but it can also disperse my black mist multiple times. However, to assess the specific situation and give you a rating, I need to check the panel first." He clicked to open the panel, then selected Public. Subsequently, a light blue panel appeared in front of the city lord. Summon Spirit God Lubu, Level 12, Mythical Quality 5, Attributes 649. Equipped with the Sky Piercer Halberd, unsealing the red hair horse by 10%. The city lord looked intently, and his previously calm face suddenly changed noticeably. As he looked at Lubu's skill introduction, he marveled. "If I remember correctly, the basic attribute value of this summoned spirit is 99, right? Calculating it, every level up actually increases all attributes by 50 points. The city lord was startled by his own calculation results. Each level up is almost equivalent to an extraordinary grade equipment. Seeing the skills bonus, all percentage calculations, I suddenly lost my composure. Is this a mythical summoned spirit? This child has the potential to become a lord-level powerhouse. His gaze towards Song Qi, from the initial indifference, gradually became intense. Lu Bu is so strong, which means that Song Qi's potential is also immense. It is even possible to infinitely approach the supremely heir who initially created the human race of professionals. Then the Lord revealed his iconic smile from his speech. Song Qi, I have to admit, you really are a genius. I have decided to let you participate in the 13th District's Genius Qualification Competition 1 month from now. For the next month, the Lord himself will personally oversee your training. Song Qi looked at that sinister smile and couldn't help but shiver. As a summoner, what do I need to train for? The Lord stood up and stretched lazily. The purpose of training is to thoroughly stimulate your potential and raise your attribute values to the limit before you enter the next stage. Saying this, he took out 2 skill books. Take this one as my gift to you. Starting tomorrow, come to me at 6 o'clock every afternoon without fail. If there's nothing important, then get lost. Don't bother me here. Receiving the skill book, he looked at it and his eyes lit up. Life's protection creates a shield around the summoner. The shield's strength depends on the summon's power and the summoner's mental attributes. Once the shield is broken or voluntarily dismissed, it can be forcibly recalled. Summon Mirror. Summoners can create a duplicate with 50% of the attributes of the summon. The body is unusable. The skill lasts for 3 hours, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Let's not talk about the mirror image for now. This skill provides a shield and summon essential for life. Both abilities are what he urgently needs now. With this skill, he no longer needs to hide when he's clearing high-level instances. As Song Qi leaves, the black mist beside the Lord suddenly condenses into a human face, and a hoarse, deep voice emanates from it. You're willing to personally teach this low-level professional? Fu Tianqi, this isn't like you. Could it be that this kid has something special inside him? The Lord suddenly felt a little emotional. He walked to the window and looked down. There is indeed something special, but that's not the point. The point is that our human race is running out of time, and I see a glimmer of hope in him. But in this case, the potion share of the 4 major families will probably decrease significantly. Will they agree to this? If they disagree, let them find someone to compete with Song Qi. If anyone can win, I'll directly transfer Song Qi's share to the winner. Also, spread the news that Song Qi was personally trained by me, so those people will behave. The next day, Song Qi arrived early at the instance square. When Wang Zihao and the others saw him, they eagerly sent a team invitation and started today's instance clearing action. As usual, they started with 3 instances of the Ebb Tide, then repeated the Starry Blood Tide instance endlessly. For Song Qi now, clearing instances has become a completely monotonous task. The only purpose may be to test the new skill, Life Protection. After the skill is activated, he can withstand about 5 attacks from the boss of the Crimson Blood Tide. His defense is already very satisfying. As the strongest boss in the low-level instance, he has almost 200 attribute values. If he were to be directly attacked, he might not be able to withstand it at all. More importantly, after the shield is broken, whether to recall the summoned creature is determined by his will, not an immediate mandatory recall, giving him a certain tactical operating space. After using the 3x experience card for a day, he has reached level 14. He has also completed most of the monster-killing tasks. At this rate, in 3 or 4 days, he will be able to obtain 5 chances for the lucky draw. By the time of the 4th guaranteed draw, after removing all common and rare items, and then combining it with the professional item voucher, he will be able to draw at least an extraordinary level summoner item. Song Qi was lost in thought and quickly arrived at the Lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the 12th floor, he saw the casually dressed Lord waiting for him. I forgot to tell you yesterday, the free attribute points are left until your attribute values are raised to the limit before using. After reaching the bottleneck, you only need 1 point to easily break through the limit, thereby continuing to improve your own attributes through training. Quickly, the two arrived in a room made of cast iron. After a day of physical and meditation training, Song Qi's attribute points unexpectedly surged by 42 points. Not only that, his strength and physique also improved. However, before he could even cheer, the Lord's blow came down first. This is your first training, so the effect is the best. The effects of subsequent training will gradually decline, and you have an SSS level talent. The auxiliary potion you used is top-notch, but your overall improvement is only at a medium level. There's nothing to be happy about. Song Qi's words faintly carried a sense of shame. The best resources were given to him, but he only achieved a medium-level result. It feels like letting down the city lord. After Song Qi left, that dark mist popped out again. Wow, Fu Tianqi, you managed for a day, and the performance of increasing 42 attribute points is quite decent. The face on the mist showed an extremely shocked expression. I've followed you for so many years. I never realized you could act so well. This kid's improvement value is twice as much as yours initially. Sunrise and sunset, repeating day after day. These days, Song-chi has been maintaining a monotonous life. On the third day, the number of monsters killed by him finally exceeded 50,000. The long-lost system prompt sound rang out again. Congratulations on completing optional mission 3. You have earned 5 chances for lucky draw. To unlock the mission, kill a wild cat of level 40 or above, and get 5 chances for lucky draw. Participate in the Genius competition and achieve at least a top 3 result. Rewarding 3 chances for lucky draw. Upon reaching level 30, you will be rewarded with 3 chances for lucky draw. Wear at least 5 extraordinary quality or above equipment and earn 5 chances for lucky draw. Song-chi excitedly opened the lucky draw interface. A burst of dazzling light flashed, and he obtained the apprentice mage's hat. You have already used 9 chances for lucky draw. The next draw will activate the treasure book mechanism, removing common and rare quality items when drawn. Song-chi used the professional item with a hint of nervousness. Without any hesitation, he then clicked the start button with the designated voucher. Ding congratulates on obtaining the summoning ticket for Xiang, a saint-level spirit. It is the highest quality known to the human race in this world. Even the mythical Lubu is so terrifying. How strong will that saint-level Xiang be? Song-chi reluctantly puts the summoning ticket back into the backpack. In order to quickly reach level 20, over the next few days, Song-chi began an even more intense leveling spree. Wang Zihao and Gongsun Woyue thought he had been stimulated by something. In the meantime, they comforted him a few times, leaving Song-chi feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. 10 days later, a golden light fell on Song-chi's head, and his level reached 20. Congratulations, Song-gu, you can summon a second summoning creature. Wang Zihao seemed even more excited than Song-chi. Gongsun Woyue stood by with a beaming smile, hoping that your good luck will continue this time and bring a mythical level summoning creature. After bidding farewell to the two, Song-chi arrived at the professional hall and walked straight into the room with the summoning array. Song-chi knelt and sat on the ground, his thoughts gradually drifting away from his body. In the countless worlds, the consciousness of numerous summoning beasts and spirits constructed a colorful ocean. As the summoning ticket was used, the consciousness, a golden orange light jumped out from the ocean. The next moment, a tall, extremely elegant man appeared before him. Xiang turned to look at Song-chi and bowed. I am Xiang. Nice to meet you. Song-chi couldn't wait to open the opponent's panel. Xiang, level 20, strength 500, constitution 1000, agility 1000, equipment victorious. Seal of the Imperial Jade Seal. Innate talent, Mo Fei Wangtu Zhang is the center, opens a radius of 500 meters. Enemies within the area will experience varying degrees of weakening, while friendly forces will receive varying degrees of enhancement. Shutong Zhang can read any text and understand its meaning. Shitangui Zhang can designate 2 objects, forcibly raise or lower the agility attribute of the 2 objects to the same level, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Sweeping the 6 directions, Zhang blesses up to 4 friendly forces, releasing a full attribute enhancement, with an increase of 300%, lasting 30 minutes, cooldown time of 1 hour. Terracotta Warriors, Zhang condenses 4 soldiers with the power of earth and stone. The soldiers' full attributes are half of Zhang's spiritual strength. Song-chi nodded, very satisfied with Zhang's panel. In terms of combat power alone, Zhang is not as good as LVBU, but in terms of comprehensive ability, Zhang is much stronger than LVBU. He opened the backpack and took out the mirror skill book that the city lord had given him at the beginning. At this point, he was a bit disdainful of this skill. The mirror produced by it, in terms of attributes, is not as good as Zhang's Terracotta Warriors. After some thought, he finally put it back into the backpack. He sent him out of the room, and the guard turned his head at the sound. How is the quality of the second summoned creature, little guy? Not bad. Also, thank you for your skill book. It helped me a lot. The guard waved his hand. It's better if I can help you. It would be a waste to keep the skill book with me. Hurry up and improve your strength, don't let me down. After the summoning was completed, instead of sending it home, it came to the equipment store on the 2nd floor. During this time, he has accumulated a lot of equipment in the instance. Hello, is this the equipment recycling center? The burly man looked up and then nodded. Song-chi selected all the equipment in the backpack, then removed the equipment, stacking it into a small mountain. The burly man glanced roughly and became disinterested. Almost all of them are ordinary level equipment. Although the quantity is large, the value is very low. After sighing, the burly man began to count the equipment. 3 rare level equipment, 130 ordinary equipment, totaling 45,000 credit points. Looking at the extra credit points in the account, Song-Chi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the gold-making efficiency of low-level instances is low. The drop rate is still too low. It took 5 days to get so little. The speaker's words were unintentional, but the listener had other ideas. The burly man suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with thought. Which instance did you farm? Crimson Blood Tide. These days, I don't know how many instances I've farmed, but the drop rate is pitifully low. Hearing this, the burly man's expression changed. Young man, are you interested in making some extra money? Song-Chi frowned, not understanding low-level professionals. They are definitely at the bottom of the professional discrimination chain. Don't talk about making extra money, they can't even accept tasks at the professional hall. So, here's the thing. Earlier, we found a copy in the wild. It's highly likely that this wild copy has undergone some unknown level of mutation. Unfortunately, this copy can only be accessed by low-level professionals. The task is simple. You just need to enter the wild copy, find the core of the copy, and then bring it out. You don't need to worry about safety. We will prepare an emergency escape device for you. If you succeed, regardless of the situation inside the copy, we will pay you 1 million credit points. Let's just take a look. The market price of a copy core is at least 10 million. If it undergoes mutation and becomes a special copy, it could be worth billions. Giving you only 1 million isn't quite appropriate. The burly man smiled and said, didn't expect you to be a sensible person. How about this? If it's confirmed that the copy has mutated, we can give you 10 million credit points. Alright, I'll take it then. Song-Chi followed the burly man out of the urban area. They walked for a full hour before finally arriving at a cave. He looked up at the entrance of the cave. On the surface, it seemed no different. Only through careful sensing could one detect the subtle eerie fluctuation. So, I just walk in from here, right? That's right. But don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. The difficulty of the wild copy is not at the same level as the ones in the urban area, not to mention that this copy is highly likely to have undergone some kind of mutation. If any unexpected situation arises, don't hesitate, use the escape device immediately. As long as you don't die inside, everything will be fine. When Yen Song-Chi looked a bit surprised, are you so afraid of me dying inside? The burly man chuckled bitterly, we're all working with you, so we should know your background. I just used my phone to ask someone, and the more I asked, the more shocked I became. For several years, the only Super S-level talent in District 7, and also the City Lord's direct disciple, with the right to enter and leave the City Lord's mansion and the 12th floor at will. If something happens to you, I'm afraid I won't survive either. Alright, little brother, remember, if anything unusual happens, don't hesitate, just exit immediately. Song-Chi nodded and turned towards the cave entrance. A burst of blue light flashed, and Song-Chi was already standing in a forest. Then he snapped his fingers, and Lv-Bu, holding the sky piercer, with a sturdy figure and a fierce aura, appeared on Song-Chi's left like a door god. Xiang, dressed in luxurious clothes, stood with a sword on Song-Chi's right. Go and explore the path, come back if there's any trouble, don't force it. Lv-Bu directly stepped towards the bushes. Xiang raised his right hand and summoned 4 terracotta warriors, dividing them into 5 groups, and advancing in unison. At that moment, countless sharp and piercing sounds came from underground, the towering vines broke through the ground from the grass, and the towering trees swayed their bodies and rose from the ground, transforming into several meters high giant shepherds. Every step they took caused a small earthquake. The tranquil forest instantly turned into a sea of monsters. Monster, mutated bloodthirsty demon flower level, 32 strength, 311 constitution, 525 agility, 223 spirit, 108 skills, vine entanglement, regeneration, disguise, evaluation. Monsters that have undergone mutations for unknown reasons, their strength has been greatly enhanced but they have lost some of their sanity. Monster, mutated giant tree man level, 38 strength, 811 constitution, 765 agility, 96 spirit, 34 skills, disguise, bark defense, regeneration, healing, evaluation. Monsters that have undergone mutations for unknown reasons, they have extremely strong physical attack resistance but are extremely afraid of fire attacks. Level 32 mutated demon flower and level 38 mutated giant tree man? Wow. Are you sure these are the monsters that should be in a low-level instance? With attributes that easily reach several hundred or close to 1,000, which low-level player can defeat them? It's a good thing I'm the one who found them, otherwise, not only would others not be able to clear the instance, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to use the escape device. Song-Chi sighed. Although he had known that the monsters in this wilderness instance would be strong, he didn't expect them to be this strong. But fortunately, they weren't so strong that he couldn't handle them. Roar! Howl! The monsters roared angrily, stirring up a commotion. What was even more surprising was that they seemed to have some understanding of tactics. Some of the monsters roared and attacked Lu Bu and Xiang, who were surrounded, while others charged towards Song Qi without looking back. It seemed like they wanted to execute a beheading plan. Faced with the monsters charging at him, Song Qi showed no fear. He sneered, beckoned with his right hand, and conjured the Fengtian halberd out of thin air. Swoosh! A white streak cut through the air. The figures of several flower demons paused in mid-air, and then slash! Experience plus 2113, experience plus 1604, experience plus 2216. The mutated demon flowers that were just menacing moments ago burst open, splattering green juice all over the ground. Soul Link LV2, 6 out of 10 summoner can designate a summon and share all its attributes and skills, duration of 30 minutes, cooldown of 21 hours. With the LV2 Soul Link, coupled with Lu Bu's extremely high personal attributes and skills designed for combat, Song Qi could completely feel safe and worry-free in the instance. Just as I expected. After discovering that I'm a summoner, they deliberately stayed still and didn't attack my summon spirit, trying to lure me in. But these small monsters shouldn't have such high intelligence. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 highly intelligent leaders among them. Also, these monsters provide a lot of experience points. Looking at the experience bar that jumped by over 2,000, Song Qi couldn't help but feel tempted. He still had a 5 times experience card that he had treasured for a long time. If he used it, each monster here could give him nearly 10,000 experience points. He was currently at level 20, and he needed 1.1 million experience points to level up. In other words, as long as there were around 100 monsters here, after using the 5 times experience card, he could level up directly, saving several days of grinding time. The only problem was that after finishing this instance, the remaining time on the experience card would basically go to waste. There weren't many repeatable instances nearby that he could use to grind. He raised his head, roughly estimating the number of monsters, and gritted his teeth as he took out the 5 times experience card from his backpack. If it's wasted, then so be it. I can enter the intermediate instance at level 21, and I can earn much more there than here. Having said that, he directly crushed the experience card. Ding! You have successfully used the experience card. The current experience acquisition multiplier is 500%. Hearing the system's prompt, Song Qi felt certain. Lu Bu. Xiang. Kill for me. Understood. *2 boom. Creak, with each strike, splintered wood flew everywhere, and the giant tree man roared in anger. Immediately after, a colossal object collapsed with a loud crash. The dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was incessant. The mutated giant tree man, who was enough to make low-level professionals despair, was like a toy in Lu Bu's hands. With an agility attribute of less than 3 digits, the giant tree man couldn't pose any threat to him. Xiang was in the center of the flower sea, and the 4 terracotta warriors had returned to his side. Mutated flower spirits screamed and pounced, but even getting close to Xiang was difficult. The 4 terracotta warriors, with all attributes at 1,000, formed a battle formation, surrounding Xiang in the middle. Spears made of condensed yellow sand continuously stabbed out and then retracted, only to stab out again. There were no fancy techniques, just the simplest thrust, thrust, and thrust. However, under such an attack, groups of flower spirits died in droves. They even killed enemies much faster than Lu Bu. Experience plus 10,534, experience plus 10,440, experience plus 8,149. The pleasant sound of experience acquisition made Song Qi's mood soar. The experience bar, which was originally slowly filling up, was now visibly increasing at a rapid pace. At this rate, he would be able to level up in less than half an hour. Indeed, leveling up by fighting higher-level monsters is the truth. Song Qi exclaimed while continuously slaying the monsters attacking him. This leveling speed fascinated him. Put. Another strike, but this time, the familiar screams of the flower spirits did not sound. Instead, Shang-Chi's weapon got stuck between a thick vine. He took a closer look. It was a larger flower spirit, the mutated bloodthirsty mother flower, with a purple dark eye hidden among the flowers. It lacked a bit of cruelty but had gained some rationality. Monster, mutated bloodthirsty mother flower level, 45 strength, 623 constitution, 1425 agility, 489 spirit, 611 skills, entangling vines, regeneration, disguise, command, evaluation, the leader of the monsters that underwent a mutation for some unknown reason. Compared to its kin, it possesses higher intelligence and physique. The mother flower seemed to have planned it in advance. First, it sent ordinary flower spirits to make Shang-Chi lower his guard. Then, when he was most careless, it deliberately blocked his weapon with the thickest vine. Once blocked, all the vines immediately swarmed, tightly binding Shang-Chi's weapon. It only sought to withstand Shang-Chi for a moment. Then, it controlled the surrounding flower spirits to launch a final attack at any cost. However, unfortunately, Shang-Chi remained calm and even revealed a meaningful smile. A level 45 boss? Very well. Then, Reckless Rage. Activate. In the next moment, Shang-Chi's pupils instantly turned red. His aura suddenly became crazy and terrifying. The 500% increase in all attributes allowed his strength to break through the 5,000 mark in an instant. Slash. The terrifying brute force allowed the weapon to instantly break free from the mutated mother flower's blockade. The tough body of the mutated mother flower, without any surprises, was cut in half. Thick green fluid sprayed out from the various severed parts. Creak! The mutated mother flower let out a fierce and piercing howl. So noisy. Another strike fell. The howl abruptly stopped. Experience plus 41,330, the large purple flower split in half, the flower bud shattered, and fell to the ground. The monster leader that even intermediate-level professionals would find troublesome died so easily in Shang-Chi's hands. Ding, congratulations on completing the main quest, you have been rewarded with 5 chances to draw prizes. After the mutated mother flower died, all the mutated flower monsters seemed to have lost their brains in an instant. The originally organized attack immediately turned into a mess, with the monsters only rushing towards the nearest enemy, showing their fangs and claws. Faced with Shang-Chi, who killed the mutated mother flower, they were even more afraid and dared not approach. Originally, I was just trying to make some extra money, but unexpectedly, I also completed the main quest. This is a pleasant surprise. Also, Shang-Chi turned his head and looked at the cracked flower bud of the mutated mother flower. There was a faint light flickering there. Although it was covered by juice, it could still vaguely be seen as a small object, not very big. Is it a skill book? Or some special equipment? He walked forward, picked up the thing, and a line of information appeared before his eyes. Ring, Twisted Covenant, Ring, Twisted Covenant, Quality, Extraordinary, Applicable Level, None, Required Attributes, None, Strength, +0, Agility, +0, Constitution, +10, Spirit, +50, Effect 1, Summon 2 level 40 mutated flower monsters to fight for oneself. Effect 2, Fusion. Evaluation, the flower spirit once made a covenant with the tree spirit, and they will be the eternal guardians of the forest. Until the giant tree is corrupted by power and the breath of the abyss infects this land. An extraordinary quality ring, although the effects are not great, the attribute bonuses are decent. The first effect is easy to understand, but what does the second effect, fusion, mean? Shang-Chi pondered while holding the ring. Could it be that this ring is not complete? He then looked at the evaluation below the ring. This instance unexpectedly has a background story. The flower spirit, the giant tree, and the covenant. Could the flower spirit be this mutated mother flower? And the tree spirit should be the giant tree on the opposite bank? Interesting, it makes me curious about what happens next. Shang-Chi looked into the distance. The formation of terracotta warriors and horses, combined with Ying Zhang's leadership ability. The flower monsters were almost defeated in an instant, with countless casualties in just a moment. He no longer needed to help here. Then let's go to the opposite bank. Song-chi leaped up, flew across the river, and swung his Fangtian painting halberd like a wolf's tooth club, smashing it down fiercely. Bang! The halberd struck down. Dead wood flew, and the several-meter-tall giant tree spirit touched the missing piece of its head, swayed, and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ah! So satisfying indeed. It's only satisfying when you fight with something hard. Cutting vines doesn't give me any feeling at all. Song-chi shouted happily, then stood still and waited for a while. But after a while, the leader of the mutated giant tree did not appear. Strange, is its target not me? Or is there only one boss in this instance? Song-chi thought for a moment, decided not to dwell on this question, and focused on the task at hand. He leaped up again and killed another giant tree spirit. Although he didn't have the agility of Lubu, the sheer power of his attributes was enough to instantly kill these monsters. The two of them killed monsters together, and their efficiency suddenly increased by a large margin. In an instant, countless giant tree spirits' heads were easily smashed. Every second, there was a dull sound of falling to the ground. Every second, countless pieces of wood burst open. The crisp and pleasant sound of gaining experience points, like raindrops, filled Song-chi's heart with excitement. After about half an hour. Boom! As the last giant tree spirit fell, a golden light fell on Song-chi's head. He finally reached level 21. But there was no completion prompt, and the core of the instance did not appear. Could there still be some small monsters that haven't been cleared? Song-chi was puzzled and looked around. All the giant trees had been uprooted and fallen to the ground. The monsters in the entire plain have been completely cleared out. Everywhere is filled with thick green liquid, even flowing down, changing the color of the river. Looking around, besides Song-chi himself and two summoned spirits, there is no third living creature. This shouldn't be. Song-chi searched around again, finally focusing his gaze on the river in the middle. The entire instance, only the area below the river has not been explored by them. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the riverbank and tentatively reached his hand in. The next moment. Boom! A huge moss-covered giant hand suddenly burst out from under the riverbed, carrying a massive water flow, crashing towards Song-chi's face. Flash! A hoarse and deep roar deafened the ears, and it seemed to have some kind of compelling control. Song-chi, caught off guard, was actually immobilized in place, unable to dodge at all. But he wasn't worried at all. Be careful, sir. Ingjing saw this and raised his index and middle fingers together, and immediately countless yellow sand condensed into a terracotta warrior in front of Song-chi. Bang! The terracotta warrior withstood this attack, with half of its body shattered. At this moment, Song-chi finally saw clearly the appearance of this last boss. Its body was extremely tall. Like a small mountain, estimated to be over 50 meters in height. Its whole body was covered in sturdy bark and moss, with branches as limbs and strands of black aura seeping out from between the bark. Coupled with a face hanging in midair like a mask. It looked eerie and terrifying. Song-chi opened its information. Monster, Mutated Trant level, 47 strength, 1987 constitution, 2196 agility, 135 spirit, 69 skills, resilient bark, camouflage, corrosion, evaluation, a Trant that actively absorbed the power of the abyss out of envy, gaining immense strength but completely losing its sanity, becoming a beast that only follows its instincts. After reading the information, Song-chi finally became completely certain. This was another boss monster in the instance. Lu Bu. Understood. Without needing Song-chi to say more, Lu Bu leaped up, his body leaning back as far as possible, tightly gripping his weapon. His whole person was like a tightly stretched longbow. A crimson light emanated from the sky-piercing halberd, sending chills down one's spine. This was the phenomenon that only appeared when he used self-sacrifice strike. Kill! Lu Bu shouted angrily and struck down fiercely. Boom! This strike was earth-shattering. The head of the mutated Trant shattered into splinters upon contact. The residual force of the attack did not diminish, causing the river water to surge and splash, creating water sprays hundreds of meters high. It was as if a large, high-explosive bomb had been detonated in the river. Immediately after, Song-Chi heard the familiar sound of the system prompt. Experience points plus 49,730, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the instance. Please collect the instance core in a timely manner. Buzz, a translucent gem descended from the sky and stopped in front of Song-Chi. However, at this moment, Song-Chi did not immediately take it. Once the instance core was collected, the entire instance would instantly shatter, and he would be forcibly kicked out. But as long as he didn't collect it, he could continue to stay in the instance. Therefore, he deliberately left the core in place and walked to the side of the mutated Trant's corpse, bending down to continuously search. If he guessed correctly, this boss monster should also drop a similar piece of equipment. After searching for a while, Song-Chi finally felt a hard object beneath the opponent's torso. His eyes lit up, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Sure enough, it was another ring. Ring, tainted love quality, extraordinary applicable level, none required attributes, none strength, plus 50 agility, plus 0 constitution, plus 10 spirit, plus 0 effect 1, summon 2 level 40 mutated Trants to fight for oneself. Effect 2, fusion. Evaluation: the tree spirit admires the flower spirit, willingly hollowing out its own body as a 100-year residence for the flower spirit. Although their relationship has always been just allies, it is already very satisfied. How it longs for this kind of life to continue, until a stranger is personally invited by the flower spirit to stay overnight in the house. The old man was speechless for a moment. He thought it would be an epic struggle, worthy of a song. The tree spirit and the flower spirit fought desperately to protect the forest from the invasion of external forces, but in the end, the tree spirit couldn't resist the temptation and reluctantly accepted the power of the abyss. Unexpectedly, there was a big twist in the end. It turned out to be a Minotaur plot? Although the number of words was small, Song-Chi almost understood the story. In short, there were two guys living in this forest, the tree spirit and the flower spirit. Among them, the tree spirit deeply loved the flower spirit and hollowed out its trunk to provide a place for the flower spirit to live. Unexpectedly, the flower spirit didn't care about it at all and immediately found a strange man to live with. They even stayed overnight together. Song-Chi was speechless. This was a violation of the husband's dignity. As expected, the tree spirit, as a licking dog, directly turned evil. It willingly accepted the baptism of the power of the abyss, not only infecting the flower spirit but also turning the forest they were supposed to protect into a place where monsters now roam. So, don't be a licking dog, or you'll end up with nothing. Song-Chi sighed deeply. Now, let's study the condition of the two rings. Since the effect is fusion, it should be as simple as activating it, right? He took out the two rings and put them on his left and right hands respectively, silently chanting in his heart. Fusion. In the next moment, the two rings suddenly emitted a bright light. Before Song-Chi could react, the two clusters of white light had already touched each other, and then he felt his hands, wearing the rings, forcibly pressed together. Crack! After a crisp sound of palm collision, the white light dissipated, and a book the size of a palm fell to the ground. The two rings fused into a book? Song-Chi picked up the book. It was a thick book wrapped in cowhide. It was entirely purple with no words on the cover. When he held it in his hand, it felt icy cold but also vaguely uncomfortable. Song-Chi opened the information. Treasure, 7 deadly sins, envy quality, legendary applicable level, none required attributes, none strength, plus 0 agility, plus 0 constitution, plus 0 spirit, -1 effect 1, select a target. If any of the target's attributes are higher than the owner's, it will forcibly stun the target for 1 to 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The greater the difference, the longer the stun time. Effect 2, the owner can send a challenge request to an enemy. If any of the enemy's attributes are higher than yours, the enemy cannot refuse, and others cannot interfere, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Evaluation, a gift from the abyss. Collect all 7 to open the door to the abyss. 2 extraordinary quality rings actually fused into a legendary quality equipment? And it's a treasure class equipment? Song Chi couldn't hide his joy on his face. Treasures are different from other types of equipment and are extremely rare drops from wilderness monsters. And all the treasures are not restricted by profession, level, or attributes. Even the number of items you can wear is not limited. In other words, even if you have dozens of treasures, as long as you can find a way to wear them all, the effects of these dozens of treasures can be triggered and used smoothly. That's why even rare-grade treasures can be sold for millions of credits. Legendary quality treasures, Song Chi has never heard of anyone auctioning them off. According to his guess, if he were to auction this book, it might not even reach 1 billion credits. It would definitely cause a frenzy among all the wealthy people in the city district. Of course, sell? He couldn't possibly sell it. At least not now. Song Chi's face lit up. I originally thought I could only fuse one equipment of hero quality at most. Now I've hit the jackpot. And the 2 skill effects it comes with are excellent. One is a super strong single target control, the other is a forced pull for one-on-one combat. For me, a summoner, both are god tier skills. Imagine a group of enemies coming at him aggressively, only to be singled out by him and forced into a one-on-one fight. Then Song Chi summons Lu Bu and Xiang, 2 powerful fighters, and uses Effect 1 to stun the opponent. The outcome, needless to say, would be perfect decapitation combo. Just thinking about it, Song Chi couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile like the sun. He. Ahem, sir, the instance has already ended. How much longer do we have to stay here? Xiang reminded him. It was only then that Song Chi snapped out of his thoughts. All right, I almost forgot, there are people waiting for me outside. He satisfiedly tucked the book into his chest and turned to grab the instance core. Congratulations! You have obtained a special instance core. Please note, the core of this instance has been collected, and all participants will be forcibly kicked out of this instance world in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Song Chi recalls Xiang and Lu Bu, stands still, and quietly waits for the countdown to end. 3, 2, 1. After a whirlwind, Song Chi once again returned to the entrance of the original cave. The burly man waiting anxiously outside quickly stood up upon seeing him. Hey, little brother, you scared me. You've been in there for so long without a sound, I almost thought you died in there. If you didn't come out soon, I would have to consider hiding my identity and making a living in another city district. By the way, how was it inside? Did you get the instance core or? Song Chi pats the dirt off his butt and smiles as he takes out the instance core. Special instance core, worth 10 million credits. The burly man's eyes light up as he carefully takes the instance core and examines it. That's right. It's indeed a special instance core. And it's related to the abyss. His breathing suddenly pauses, and his expression changes from surprise to ecstatic joy. A special instance core means that if he sells it, he can at least earn 1 billion credits. Great! You truly deserve to be the city lord's disciple, your talent is truly extraordinary. However, he scratches his head awkwardly. I don't have that much money right now, I only have 100 or so thousand, it might take some time for me to gather 1 million credits, at least until tomorrow to transfer it to you. Song Chi waves his hand dismissively. No problem, I trust your character since you're willing to give me the escape device. Tomorrow is fine. Hearing this, the burly man couldn't help but admire him. Little brother, you truly live up to being the city lord's chosen disciple. Not only do you have amazing potential, but you also impress me with your character. For his age, 10 million credit points is definitely an astonishing number. But he still behaves as if he doesn't care. The strong man himself admits that at his age, he wouldn't be able to take 10 million credit points so lightly. In that case, let's hurry back. It's too dangerous to stay in the wilderness for a long time. As a future strong human, you must not get into trouble. With that, the strong man dragged Song Chi onto his back. But this time, he ran much more steadily. Over an hour later, the two returned to the inner city area. Little brother, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As for the reward, if everything goes smoothly, it will be transferred tonight at the latest tomorrow morning. No problem, no rush. The strong man arched his hand and quickly disappeared into the street. It seems he was in a hurry to find a buyer. Seeing that the other party had already gone far, Song-chi relaxed his mind and headed towards the professional guild. It's time to update my professional information. He is currently at level 21. However, in order to become an official intermediate professional, he still needs to participate in a test. After passing the test, his information will be changed to intermediate professional, granting him access to the intermediate instance area. It is said that there was no such test before, but due to the high death rate in the intermediate instances, this method was devised. Of course, this test poses no difficulty for Song-chi. After about 10 minutes, Song-chi walked out of the professional hall. Without any surprises, the test was successfully completed. He looked up, and the sunlight fell directly on half of his face, warm and slightly dazzling. He suddenly felt a little dazed. He had been busy for nearly half a month, but now he suddenly had nothing to do. He didn't know what he should do for a moment. Go to the Lord's mansion? No. He took a day off today, and the Lord probably didn't prepare any potions for him. Go home? Looking at the time, it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. It was too early. Let's find a place to gather my thoughts first. There have been too many things recently, and I can't remember them clearly. Song-chi scratched his head and walked into a restaurant, randomly ordered 2 dishes, and asked the boss for paper and pen. Then he opened his own panel. Name, Song-chi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 21. Experience, 43125/20000000. Strength, 13. Constitution, 36. Agility, 34. Spirit, 382. Free attribute points, 21. Equipment, 7. Sin's Envy, Talent, Divine Level. Summoning Art. Skills, Summoning Art, Soul Link, Life Sanctuary. First, in terms of attribute values, the training during this period has been remarkable. The Spirit attribute is almost reaching the 400 mark. A high Spirit attribute means that I can try to learn those high consumption skills. Since I have reached level 21, the 2 new skill slots have been empty all this time. Song-chi picked up the pen and wrote down a 1. As for the type and direction of skills, considering the abnormal panels of Lu Bu and Xiang, therefore, I don't currently need support or attack skills. I already have defensive skills. Also, if the Lord can't let me enter the advanced instance area early, I might have to find a way to level up in the wilderness in a few days. Therefore, when it comes to skill selection, I am more inclined towards skills that can be used for escaping or traveling. With this in mind, Song-chi's thoughts were almost clear. Very well, then the first thing is certain: learn 2 consumption-based skills that can be used for escaping or traveling. Second, ask the Lord about the method of entering the advanced instance early. Third, if you can't enter in advance, then try to ask the city lord for a map of the distribution of wild monsters. Song-chi wrote down all his thoughts. I've finished talking about skills, so next is the equipment issue. First question, do I really need equipment right now? He almost instantly came up with an answer. The answer is, not really. To be more precise, I don't really need equipment below legendary quality. His current strength is extremely strong. But unfortunately, his level is not high. Low-level equipment generally doesn't provide high attribute values, so it's not necessary for him. The only thing that can motivate him a little is the systems missions. Optional Mission 3, where 5 pieces of equipment of extraordinary quality or higher. But the problem is that the missions won't disappear, there's no time limit, and new missions will only refresh after completing all the missions. Completing a single mission a few days earlier or later doesn't make much difference. So there's no need to rush. In other words, right now I only need to consider the selection of skills. Song-chi crossed out the equipment column on the paper and checked it several times. After confirming that there were no omissions, he put away the paper and started eating. Since the sale of skill books was regulated to only take place in the professional hall, Song-chi returned inside. Song-chi first carried a fruit basket and went to the 22nd floor to find the guard, Zhua Mingjiang. When Zhua Mingjiang saw Song-chi approaching, he looked at him with some confusion. Why are you carrying a fruit basket? This isn't a hospital. Song-chi smiled. Senior, don't joke around. It's like this, I heard that Senior is a top summoner. So, I hope to ask you a few questions about summoner skills. Song-chi had already learned from Principal Shen that Zhuo Mingzhang was also a senior summoner who could brave the wilderness, one of the main forces of the human race. With his experience and knowledge, helping Song-chi find two skills shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing this, Zhuo Mingzhang chuckled. Who brings a fruit basket when asking someone for help? But he didn't mind. He nodded and put the fruit basket aside, casually took out a banana and started eating it. Alright, a good person does things to the end. If you have any questions, just ask. Thank you, Senior. Song-chi was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. It's like this, I would like to ask if summoners have any skills related to escaping or traveling quickly? Skills related to escaping or traveling quickly? Zhuo Mingzhang frowned, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. There are some, but if you consider their practicality in the long run, there aren't many, and most of them are quite expensive. There's a skill called teleportation. Its effect allows the user to instantly teleport to any place within the line of sight, within a maximum range of 2 kilometers. The higher the skill level, the shorter the cooldown time. The minimum cooldown time is 0. Of course, each use requires the consumption of your mental power. If your mental attribute is not high, I don't recommend learning it. This is great. Song-chi's eyes lit up. Isn't this instant teleportation? As for the consumption of mental power? He wasn't afraid of that. Senior, are there any others? There's also a skill called Void Torrent. Zhuo Mingzhang continued. Its effect allows the user to enter a high-speed flowing void channel and isolate all external influences. In the void channel, you don't have to worry about any harm, and as long as you want, you can stay in it forever. But the drawback is that you can't control your position when you come out. And after each use, you will enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 80%, lasting for 1 month. Song-chi pondered. This is a trump card skill for survival. If you encounter a desperate situation, it's like having an extra life. So, where can I buy these 2 skills? Zhuo Ming pointed downstairs to the lobby. As someone with an S-level talent, you can directly go to the professional guild to buy them. They have their own high-quality skill store. Because there are few summoners, the hero-level skill books are all available and clearly priced. Thank you, Senior. Song-chi was overjoyed and ran downstairs excitedly. Sir, hello. The price of void. Torrent is 18 million credits, and directed teleportation is 9 million credits. Are you buying one book or both together? So expensive? Song-chi was taken aback. He didn't expect these 2 books to be so expensive. He thought that with so few summoners, the skills would be cheap. But starting at 9 million? He had earned 10 million today and thought that was already a lot of credits. He was just marveling at how easy it was for professionals to make money. But reality slapped him in the face, telling him that professionals spend money even more easily. After thinking for a moment, Song-chi gritted his teeth. Wrap up the directed teleportation book for me, and deduct the money from my credit card. The guild had given him a card with 10 million credits, registered under his name. Although the card was in his parents' hands, he could still use it. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's fingers tapped on the counter, and then she looked up and smiled sweetly. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the skill book for you. With that, she turned and walked towards the back room. After a few minutes, she came out again, holding a book with a smile, and handed it to Song-chi. This is the skill book you wanted, please confirm. Song-chi took the skill book and glanced at it. Skill book, directed teleportation, quality, hero, limited range, summoner, skill description. The user can instantly teleport to any location within a maximum range of 2 kilometers within sight. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Cooldown can be shortened by leveling up, highest level, LV10, that's right, this is the one. With that, Song-chi chose to use it without hesitation. Ding! You have successfully learned the skill, Directed Teleportation LV00/10. After learning it, he turned and walked out of the professional guild hall. Now, let's try out the specific effects and consumption. Xiang scanned the surroundings and, to avoid unnecessary trouble, focused on an empty street corner not far away. He concentrated his attention on the street lamp directly below the corner in his mind. Teleport. Whoosh. Xiang's figure instantly disappeared from the entrance of the professional guild hall and appeared below the street lamp on the street corner. However, perhaps because it was his first time using it, Xiang didn't appear directly below but slightly to the left. Xiang touched his head and moved around, feeling his body and limbs. He didn't notice any abnormalities. Then he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The skill activation is instant, and there are no aftereffects. As for the mental energy consumption, it's acceptable, it just makes me feel slightly tired. So, let's continue. Xiang walked towards home while using the skill to travel faster. Testing the skill's consumption while improving proficiency. 20 minutes later. Whoosh! Xiang appeared in front of his own gate. By this time, he could clearly feel the fatigue. But his consciousness was still very clear. On the third use, there is a noticeable sense of fatigue, but it's still within an acceptable range. Also, if I see a corner of a certain location but there is transparent material like glass blocking the way, I wonder if I can still teleport directly to the target? Xiang did not open the door, standing still in place, his eyes looking towards the second-floor windowsill. The windows on the second floor of his house had a double-layered structure, with a screen on the outside, allowing him to see the scene inside the room. Next, it was time to test Xiang's skill effect. As a skill for escaping and traveling, he had to thoroughly study it. Otherwise, if he encountered danger, he wouldn't have time to experiment. 10 minutes later. Whoosh! Thud! Xiang's figure suddenly appeared in the second floor room. Successful experiment. So, the condition for activating the skill is just being able to see? Even if there is a material barrier in between, it can still be crossed. Also, this is the fourth time I've activated it, and I already have a noticeable headache and dizziness, but the pain is not intense. Xiang rubbed his head uncomfortably. After this leap, his consciousness had become somewhat blurred. It was somewhat similar to the state of being mentally exhausted after staying up all night in his previous life. According to his estimation, with his current full state, he could probably use the targeted leap skill about 10 times. But 10 times was the limit, forcefully using it 10 times could result in mental exhaustion. If he still needed to continue normal activities afterwards, it would be best to control the number of times to 5 or less. Of course, today was mainly for experimentation, so it didn't matter if he reached the limit. Continue. Xiang continued his experiment. He turned his back to the bathroom and took out a mirror. This experiment is, can I leap through the location seen through the mirror? The bathroom door was half closed, and from Xiang's standing position, he couldn't see anything inside. But with the reflection from the mirror, he could see part of the squatting toilet inside. Leap! Whoosh! Hiss! Xiang felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. But his body still appeared above the squatting toilet in the bathroom. Fifth time using it, there is a noticeable headache. Leaping through the mirror reflection is feasible. Then, let's try with a photo next. He took out his phone and took a picture of the bathroom, then walked out and closed the door. With the bathroom door closed, he attempted a targeted leap using the photo. The result was a leap in place, the experiment failed. Xiang opened the bathroom door again, looked at the photo, and attempted a targeted leap. The result was still a failure. After activating the leap, he still leaped in place. This was already his 7th time activating the skill, and he felt like his brain was about to explode. The location in the photo cannot be used as the target for the skill. Also, after the 7th leap, the side effects have started to affect my thinking. If I continue, it could cause substantial damage to my brain. Let's stop here for today. Xiang stopped the experiment and didn't continue. So, for me, this skill is temporarily unable to be used as a long-distance travel skill, but it's no problem for escaping in short-distance travel. Also, with 400 points of mental attribute, I can use it 10 times, so when my level is higher, using it hundreds or thousands of times at once should also be no problem. Considering my future growth, this skill is a complete win for me. Song Chi gave his final conclusion. Targeted leap, it suits him very well. 9 million credits, well spent. After saying that, Song Chi staggered to his bedroom, twisted the doorknob, and closed his eyes. Thud, he lay down on the bed. Almost the next second, a faint snoring sound could be heard. The next morning, Song Chi groggily opened his eyes and rubbed his head. His head had already returned to normal, no longer in pain. Then he picked up his phone, and the transfer information appeared before his eyes. It was from the burly man from yesterday. 10 million credits have already been transferred, so let's pay off the credit card first. Song Chi swiped his phone and cleared the payment for the skill he purchased yesterday. By the way, he also repaid his parents' expenses during this period. After spending all of this, he still had more than 800,000 left. After thinking for a moment, he transferred another 500,000 credits to his older sister, with the note, "Use it to buy equipment." Ding ding. His sister immediately replied with 2 messages. Sister Son Lan, ? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Song Chi, I've reached the age where I can explode gold coins. Grinning face, a million text messages received. Sister Song Lan, surprised.jpg shouting, sister is very pleased. But I still hope you can do better next time and directly explode equipment for me. Also, since you're awake, come down and have breakfast. After breakfast, Song Chi first went to the instance square and explained his situation to Wang Zihao and Gong Sun Wuyue. He was now an intermediate professional and could no longer continue to take them to brush low-level instances. However, the two of them seemed to have already guessed and were not surprised. After exchanging a few words, Song Chi bid farewell to them and went to the city lord's mansion. Ding dong. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Song Chi had just stepped out of the elevator when he noticed that the city lord was sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly lost in thought. There was a package on his right side, but he didn't know what it contained. City lord? Upon hearing this, the city lord turned his head and smiled, beckoning Song Chi to come over. It's Song Chi. Why are you here so early today? But it's good timing. Come closer, I'll show you something good. Song Chi approached, and the city lord stood up and patted his arm, then asked in confusion. We haven't seen each other for a day, and you've already leveled up again? Yes, I'm now level 21, and I've already passed the intermediate professional certification. Song Chi nodded and admitted honestly. Tisk, you're really a monster. The city lord couldn't help but comment. Song Chi's leveling speed, even for someone like him who had seen many talented individuals, was truly incomprehensible. In just over half a month, he had gone from being a newly transferred summoner to an intermediate professional? Not only was his leveling speed fast, but his talent was also high, his comprehension was excellent, and his luck was good enough to summon mythical level summon spirits. It was simply perfect. The city lord had been suspicious all along, always feeling that Song Chi's talent was too good to be true. He had secretly checked him countless times. But no matter the result, it could prove without a doubt that Song Chi was a pure-blooded human and had no trace of demonic aura. By the way, what about your second summon spirit? Did it come out, or do you not plan to summon it for now? I've already summoned it. City Lord, please take a look. Song Chi summoned Xiang and then opened his panel information, selecting public display. Let me see. The city lord picked up his tea and took a sip before leisurely getting up to take a look. A humanoid summon spirit that seems quite powerful in appearance. Saint Ing. Xiang, the quality is Holy Spirit. Put. The city lord sprayed out a mouthful of water. A Holy Spirit level summon spirit? The city lord's expression went from casual to shocked in an instant. Strength attribute over 500? That can only be considered good. Physique and agility both over 1000? For a Holy Spirit, that's also considered average. As for the spiritual attribute, when he saw this, the city lord began to realize that something was wrong, and his pupils began to shrink. Spiritual attribute 2100? Such a high spiritual attribute. But when he shifted his gaze and saw the talent column below, his mood completely collapsed. Ah! Talents, there are a total of 5? And the effects of these skills. The skill same text can barely be justified, but the effect of same track is too overpowered. No matter how big the gap in strength between the two sides, you can easily control any animal you catch, right? And what the hell is this skill called Mo Fei Wang 2? How does your summon spirit have domain type skills? What the hell is Hong Sa Lu Ha? Collective frenzy? And no side effects? And the number of effects increases with the increase in spiritual attributes? And there's the terracotta warrior's skill. The soldiers summoned have attributes equal to half of his spiritual attribute value? The city lord looked at Xiang's 2100 points of spiritual attributes. That means 4 soldiers with attributes over 1000, fearless of life and death, and can be summoned indefinitely. The more he read, the more difficult it was for him to maintain his composure. Alright, crowd control, weakening, strengthening, attacking, bursting, defending, all functional skills, your summon spirit has them all. Is this a Holy Spirit level summon spirit? The city lord couldn't help but gasp, feeling his eyelids trembling. He even doubted if what he saw was an illusion. How outrageous is Xiang's panel? Let me put it this way, if Xiang wasn't a summoned spirit but an independent person, the city lord would just need to send Xiang to the first city district. The next day, the human high level would directly announce Xiang as the new generation's holy son. Because these skills are just too outrageous. Ignoring level differences, strength differences, attribute differences, all bonuses and weaknesses are in percentages. A few hundred or a few thousand points of attribute value increasing by 1 or 2% is nothing. But what if the target has tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of attribute values? With Xiang, the top fighting power of the human race can instantly rise several levels. At the same time, the strength of the demon race will be greatly weakened. In this back and forth, it can even slightly reverse the gap in top fighting power between the human race and the demon race. But unfortunately, Xiang is the summoned spirit of that stinky brat on the other side. There is currently no way to go to a battlefield of that level. The city lord looked at Song-Chi with a hint of regret, but soon showed appreciation. Being able to summon a mythical level summoned spirit can be said to be luck. But what if it's 2? And the second summoned spirit is of Holy Spirit level quality. It's hard to describe it as luck anymore. Song-Chi, oh Song-Chi, how many surprises can you still give me? The city lord finally calmed down his emotions with great difficulty, gave Song-Chi a meaningful look, and then sighed, picking up the package next to him and handing it to Song-Chi. Congratulations on summoning a Holy Spirit level summoned spirit. Consider this package as my gift. A gift? Thank you, city lord. Song-Chi happily took the package and quickly opened it. Soon, 3 small special water bottles the size of a thumb were taken out. The packaging of the water bottles was extremely special, looking transparent like glass, but with a matte texture when touched. The lids were also specially modified. But from the outside, Song-Chi couldn't tell any difference between the water in the bottles and ordinary water. He turned his head in confusion. City lord, what is this? Just arrived this morning. Origin water. Origin water? Song-Chi was so scared that he almost dropped the 3 bottles in his hand. Although he was not familiar with demonic potions, he knew origin water very well. It was one of the very few items in the human law that was prohibited from being sold, circulated, or used in any transaction. Once discovered, it would be considered treason, and all humans would be collectively condemned. Just by the wording, one could tell how precious origin water was. It's not you, city lord. Let me make it clear, even though you've been very good to me, I won't do anything that would cost me my head. But don't worry, city lord, I won't report you either. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Songqi placed the 3 bottles of water on the ground in shock and slowly backed away. The city lord was both angry and amused. Come back. Who told you that I bought these? I had to go through a lot of trouble to get them for you from the first district. Hearing this, Songqi stopped in his tracks. You got them. For me? He was confused. That's right. The city lord nodded. Do you know what the effect of the origin water is? I don't know. Songqi shook his head decisively. The textbook only mentioned that origin water is very precious and is one of the important reasons why the human race can develop 13 districts. As for the effect of origin water and why it is strictly prohibited, the textbook didn't mention it. The effect of origin water is simple. The city lord said calmly. It stimulates the potential of professionals and promotes the increase of attribute values. Promotes the increase of attribute values? Isn't that the same as the medicine I usually apply on my body? The same? Of course not. The city lord shook his head. Origin water is indeed the main ingredient of various demonic potions. But when combined with the 3 demonic techniques, it can only increase your main attribute values. But by taking origin water, you can increase all your attribute values in all aspects. And most importantly, the city lord paused. The effect of origin water is more than 100 times that of demonic potions. 100 times? Songqi was shocked and picked up the 3 bottles of origin water again. Doesn't that mean that if I use 1 bottle, it can replace 100 days of hard training? The city lord smirked. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would lower my dignity to beg for 3 bottles of origin water for you? Isn't it to give you more chances of winning before entering the Genius Tournament? The opening time of the Genius Tournament was only 1 month away from the time of job transfer. It didn't matter for the geniuses of the big families. They had been preparing for this tournament for 18 years. But for others, like Songqi, a commoner genius, it was very unfair. Because even if they had enough resources, 1 month was simply not enough to fully tap into their potential and increase their attribute values. Therefore, in order to give Songqi more chances of winning, the city lord obtained the origin water for him in advance. The purpose was to shorten Songqi's training time and allow him to catch up with the progress of the children of the big families in a short period of time. Alright, now that you know, go and practice quickly. Oh, by the way, drinking the origin water directly will have a better effect, but it will be a bit painful when it takes effect. So you can stick to the 3 demonic techniques better, and if you can't, you can lie on the ground. Songqi thanked him and felt deeply moved. Although he never said it, he had always seen the city lord's kindness towards him. Thank you, city lord. I will definitely not let you down. The city lord smiled lightly and waved his hand. Alright, I'll wait and see. Songqi entered the training room with a bottle of origin water. He took several deep breaths before opening the bottle cap. He sniffed it first. There was no smell. Then he tentatively dropped a drop into his mouth. Songqi pursed his lips. Tsk tisk. There's no taste, whether it's the appearance, the taste, or the feeling, it's just like real water. After saying that, he drank all of it in one breath. However, I don't know if it was because the amount was enough or if the effect of the first sip finally kicked in. Songqi, who was about to perform a specific movement, suddenly froze in place. He felt as if there was a burning flame in his stomach, burning along his intestines towards his internal organs. Hiss, damn. Is this a bit painful? Lord, you've really screwed me over. Bang! Songqi held on for 5 seconds, then fell to the ground, his expression filled with unbearable pain. His facial features were contorted in agony. The pain came suddenly and unexpectedly. He felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were being sliced with a sharp blade and then roasted over a fire. It wasn't just his skin, he felt every cell in his body being forcibly divided. This pain was evolving from organ-level pain to the microscopic level. It was excruciating. Too painful. Song Chi was on the verge of giving up even thinking. The pain caused his limbs to twitch, and he lay on the ground like a wriggling eel on a hot iron plate, his body contorted and deformed. But the pain remained ever present. Outside the training room, the face of the black mist person showed a worried expression. Fu Tianqi, this kid looks pretty miserable. Will he be okay? The Lord shook his head. Don't worry, although the process of using the origin water is painful, there haven't been any records of deaths so far. There have been a few cases of internal organ rupture, but those were caused by the user's inability to withstand this cough, test and self-harm. We'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't self-harm. The face of the black mist person nodded. How long do we need to observe him? The Lord thought for a moment and explained, the duration of the origin water varies from person to person, but it's generally around 4 to 6 hours. The higher the potential, the longer the duration. But for this kid, I think we can just assume it's 6 hours. The face of the black mist person nodded. In agreement. Song Chi's talent was indeed astonishing. Time passed minute by minute. Song Chi went from struggling and contorting to foaming at the mouth, occasionally twitching. In the end, he completely gave up resistance and lay on the ground with empty eyes, as calm as a dead person. Only his violently heaving chest and the steam rising from his head proved that he was still alive. At the same time, it also proved that the origin water was still effective. 6 hours later. Ugh! Cough 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 cough. Violent coughing broke the silence of the training room, and Song Chi, who had been lying like a corpse, finally got up from the ground. After coughing loudly for a while, until he coughed up some blood, he returned to normal. I'm still alive? His eyes were filled with fear. The experience just now made him think he had consumed some kind of deadly poison. He instinctively took out a life potion to alleviate the pain in his body. But upon careful sensing, he realized that he didn't have any of the side effects that usually followed the use of demonic potions. Instead, he felt a surge of strength throughout his body. He touched his own body and found that his previously somewhat thin physique had become more prominent. When he lifted his shirt, he saw blocks of muscles and even a set of 8-pack abs that dazzled his eyes. Holy shit! Song Chi was stunned. Did the origin water also have cosmetic effects? His physique had improved to such an extent. In that case, how much had his strength and physical attributes increased? Name: Song Chi. Strength, 115 Constitution, 156 Agility, 158 Spirit, 698 Free Attribute Points, 21 Equipment, 7 Deadly Sins, Envy, Talent, Divine Level Summoning Art Skill, Summoning Art, Soul Link, Life Sanctuary, Directional Leap. Song Chi's eyes widened. His strength had skyrocketed by 102 points, directly reaching 115 points. His constitution and agility had increased from 36 and 34 to 156 and 154, respectively. His attribute points had increased by a whopping 120 points. The main attribute has increased from 382 to 698. A boost of over 300 points in the main attribute. No wonder it's called Origin Water, the enhancement effect is simply outrageous. Song Chi couldn't help but touch his own abs, feeling satisfied. Which man wouldn't want to have a perfect muscular body? But unfortunately, Song Chi chose to be a summoner, and strength and physique were not his main attributes, so he had given up on the idea of having a good physique. Unexpectedly, he was able to achieve it with just one bottle of Origin Water. I was already handsome, and now my physique is approaching perfection. TSK. If I dress up nicely, how many girls will be mesmerized by me when I go out? Outside the training room, the city lord looked at the data displayed on the tablet and remained calm. One bottle of Origin Water, main attribute increased by 316 points, secondary attributes increased by 100 points each. The increase is quite good, but it can only be considered average on him. Subconsciously, the city lord divided Song Chi's evaluation criteria from others. If this enhancement was someone else's data, he would be surprised and highly appreciative. But on Song Chi, it felt a bit ordinary. He was not satisfied. The city lord felt a bit hypocritical. But when he thought that the target of his hypocrisy was Song Chi, he felt that there was nothing wrong with being hypocritical. After all, geniuses should be held to a higher standard. Knock, knock, knock. The city lord reached out and knocked on the window. Take a break and continue later. Continue? Hearing this, Song Chi, who was indulging in his abs in the room, walked out with some confusion. No, city lord, what did you just say? Continue what? Of course, continue drinking the second bottle of origin water. The city lord said calmly. Question mark. Song Chi was stunned for a moment, then showed a smile uglier than crying. No, city lord, I just drank the first bottle. I can't handle 2 bottles in one day. The increase from origin water is indeed high, but the process is too painful. He almost fainted from the pain just now. And now the city lord was telling him to do it again? 2 bottles in one day? The city lord sneered. It's not that simple. Today, you have to drink all 3 bottles for me. Ah? Song Chi was speechless. Just hearing that he had to drink another bottle already made his internal organs ache. And now he had to drink all 3? He couldn't understand what he had done to offend the city lord. Seeing Song Chi's resistance, the city lord's expression gradually became kind, and he coaxed and encouraged him. Song Chi, the harder you work, the greater the reward. I also went through hardships to get to where I am today, you know? And these 3 bottles of origin water were not easy for me to obtain. If you want more in the future, you might not be able to get them. Song Chi gritted his teeth. It's possible to drink them all in one day, but city lord, you have to promise me one thing. A request? What request? The city lord became interested and raised an eyebrow. This was the first time Song Chi had made a request to him in all these days. Song Chi rubbed his hands together, looking hopeful. Well, city lord, yesterday I went to the wilderness. And I found out that fighting higher level monsters not only gives more experience, but the difficulty is not that high for me. So, city lord, can you help me gain access to advanced dungeons in advance? I really want to improve. Impossible. The city lord said angrily. I am the city lord, not a wish-granting machine. The rules of the dungeons are the manifestation of the world's will. If I could change them for you, why would I stay in the 7th city? Even the 1st city district would have to invite me back. After thinking for a moment, the city lord teased. If you want to fight higher-level monsters, isn't it simple? Just go to the wilderness. Mediocre professionals choose to spend their time in dungeons, while truly talented professionals don't waste too much time in them. Song Chi shrugged. But I'm only level 21, and according to the rules, I can't leave the city alone without a higher level professional leading the way. That's simple, the city lord waved his hand. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll personally sign a permit for you to leave the city. But, the wilderness is so vast, where do I go to find a gathering place for monsters? Song Chi asked again. Then I'll give you a map that details all the nearby monster locations, the city lord replied. Are you satisfied now? Yes, I'm satisfied. Song Chi's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile. The city lord immediately understood the situation. Song Chi seemed unwilling to continue drinking, he just wanted the permit to leave the city and the map. But the city lord didn't mind, he chuckled and pointed at Song Chi. Alright, since you're satisfied, let's begin. With that, he handed the second bottle of origin water to Song Chi. Do you remember when I told you that free attribute points can help you break through your limits? You haven't used any of those points, right? Song Chi responded, I remember, I've saved all the attribute points. Very good, the city lord nodded and began explaining the precautions. The first bottle of origin water has already tapped into your potential. If you want similar effects from the second bottle, you'll need the support of free attribute points. If we consider potential as a spring, then your spring is already stretched to its limit. With just your own strength, you can no longer stretch it further. Attribute points are like an additional force applied to the spring. When you apply external force to the spring, your potential spring will fluctuate and stretch again for a short period of time. But this potential is not stable and may disappear after a few hours. What you need to do is fully tap into this temporary fluctuation of potential while the spring is temporarily stretched. Turn it into a permanent increase in the length of the spring. Do you understand? Xiang nodded. I understand. He understood the city lord's meaning. In simple terms, if his mental attribute value theoretically had a maximum potential growth of 100 points, and he used a free attribute point to increase it by 1 point, his potential value would fluctuate, and his mental attribute's theoretical maximum would become 110 points. However, those extra 10 points were not stable and could disappear at any time. Now, what he needed to do was raise his attribute value to the theoretical maximum before those 10 points of potential disappeared, so that they couldn't disappear. Xiang returned to the training room with the second bottle of origin water and sat cross-legged. He took several deep breaths nervously and closed his eyes for a while. Let's do it. Thump thump thump. Xiang tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then he quickly opened his status panel and allocated the 10 attribute points to strength, agility, constitution, and spirit in a 1:1:1:7 ratio. This was the best allocation ratio calculated by the city lord for Xiang. Originally, Xiang wanted to allocate all 10 free attribute points to his mental attribute. But the city lord told him that the mind and body are two inseparable parts. If the body's strength doesn't keep up, the improvement of the mental attribute will also be limited. Since the city lord said so, Xiang naturally obediently followed. After a few minutes. Here it comes. But this time, the feeling seems to be a little lighter. Xiang's expression was extremely painful, but he still maintained his meditation posture. Since the first bottle of origin water had already tapped into his potential, the effect of the second bottle would be much weaker. Xiang now deeply understood this. The pain brought by the first bottle of origin water not only came silently, but more importantly, it burned deep into his bones and organs, almost everywhere. This second bottle of origin water would be much better. Although the pain was still there, the burning sensation in his organs was not as intense. Xiang let out a sigh of relief and sat down with a frown. Time passed by. 4 hours later, Xiang woke up. Without even looking at his panel, he immediately drank the third bottle of origin water and used up 10 points of his free attribute points. Once again. Another 4 hours later. Xiang slowly opened his eyes in the training room and exhaled a breath of stale air. He looked outside the window. By now, it was completely dark outside. He arrived here around 7 in the morning, but now it was already past 10 at night. Of course, his improvement was also significant. With 2 bottles of origin water and a decrease of 20 points in his free attribute value, his panel had already changed to Name, Xiang Occupation, Summoner Level, 21 Experience, 43125/20000000 Strength, 215 Constitution, 276 Agility, 278 Spirit, 991 Free Attribute Points, 1 Equipment, 7 Sins Envy, Talent, Divine Summoning Skill, Summoning, Soul Link, Life Sanctuary, Directional Leap. Strength, Constitution, and Agility each increased by over 100 attribute points. The Spirit attribute was still his highest improvement, approaching the threshold of 1,000 points. It was almost catching up to Lubu's single attribute. Of course, Xiang was well aware of his own limitations. He knew that even if he caught up to Lubu in all attributes, their strengths were not on the same level. Even if he surpassed Lubu in all attributes, Lubu could still kill 10 of him with a single strike. Because the power of mythical summoning spirits was immense, the panel was only a part of it. What was more important were their awe-inspiring skill effects. Furthermore, Xiang calculated. Even if his potential was fully tapped and he only relied on the free attribute points to break through the limit, each bottle of origin water could increase Xiang's main attributes by at least 150 points. This value was terrifying. If someone had told Xiang a month ago that the naked attribute values of intermediate professionals could reach 1,000, he would have dismissed it as cheap stall literature. But now, he had become the protagonist of his own cheap stall literature. No wonder even the city lord can't get much origin water. The effect is truly astonishing. If those geniuses from the big families have been using treasures like this since they were young, I can't even imagine how high their attribute values are. Song-Chi felt a little lost for a moment. And just at that moment, bang! The door was pushed open, and the city lord walked in with a jug of wine. Don't worry, their attribute values may not be higher than yours. He glanced at the empty bottles on the ground, confirmed that Song-Chi had finished drinking them all, and nodded in satisfaction before taking a sip of wine. Origin water is something that even the children of big families can't obtain much of. This resource is extremely precious. Each bottle extracted is registered by dedicated personnel. In addition, the effect varies from person to person. You are able to use 3 bottles of origin water to increase your main attribute to 1,000 because of your high talent. Some people, even if they drink 10 bottles, may still be far from reaching this number for their main attribute. Song-Chi's expression suddenly became clear, and then he asked with a hint of confusion. I see. But Lord, didn't you always say that my talent was average? Ahem. Caught off guard, the Lord choked on his drink halfway through, due to Song-Chi's words. He had forgotten about that. He had forgotten about suppressing Song-Chi's confidence to give him pressure. The Lord's face turned red, he thought for a moment, and took out 2 things. Well, all right, here are the map and the permit to leave the city that you wanted. Take them. With these 2, you can go out and fight monsters tomorrow. Song-Chi took the items, thanked him, and looked up again. Thank you, Lord. No need to thank me, it's just a small favor. Can you explain the meaning of that sentence just now? Is my talent actually quite high? So, were you intentionally suppressing my confidence before? The Lord awkwardly scratched his head, whistled, looked left and right. Suddenly, he saw outside the window. Wow! Song-Chi, look outside the window, it's already dark. You're really dedicated to your training. No wonder people say that time stands still in the mountains, and cultivation knows no age. Song-Chi squinted his eyes, his expression full of doubt, staring at the Lord. Gudong! The Lord's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. It's good to train hard. But everything in moderation. Since you've finished training, go home quickly and don't worry your family. Come, I'll take you home. With that, he waved his hand, and a black mist floated towards Song-Chi. Song-Chi wanted to continue asking questions, but the black mist had already spread beneath his buttocks. Before he could react, the black mist lifted him up and flew straight towards the elevator. He wanted to ask, but when he looked up, the Lord's black mist had already entered his ears, turning into a pair of earplugs. His vision was erratic, looking everywhere but at Song-Chi. Pretending not to hear anything. Song-Chi wanted to climb down, but when he exerted force, he realized that the black mist tightly wrapped around his legs. Lord! I know you can hear me. As an advanced professional, your senses are extremely sharp. How? Can you plug your ears and not hear the outside world? Lord! Your oppressive teaching method is wrong. Lord, you. Bang! The elevator had excellent soundproofing. As soon as the doors closed, the sound disappeared. The Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew! It's strange, how can this kid react so quickly? He sensed that something was wrong with just one sentence. The face of the black mist appeared, with a somewhat speechless expression. I'm telling you, you've gone too far. Just admit it directly, and show a little apology, isn't that enough? Why do you have to be so stubborn? The Lord's face remained calm as he waved his hand. You don't understand. Do you really think this brat feels wronged? He just wants an apology? Nonsense. Don't be fooled by his innocent appearance, he's actually quite cunning. The first time we met, he dared to hit my bamboo pole. If I apologize today, he will definitely take advantage of it. I won't be fooled. The face of the black mist stared into his eyes for a while, then closed its eyes in resignation and dissipated into the air. I really don't understand you humans. First floor of the Lord's mansion. Ouch. Song-chi was thrown out of the elevator. He stood up and angrily clenched his fist. Damn it! I was planning to ask the Lord to help me buy a skill book. I didn't expect him to see through it. Back at home, Song-chi revealed his plan to leave the city. Of course, he didn't mention that he was going alone to the wilderness to fight monsters and level up. In order to not worry their parents, they said it was a special training arranged by the Lord's Manor, with guaranteed safety, so there was no need to worry. The next day, early morning, Song-chi stood outside the house, preparing to set off for the wilderness. Dad, Mom, and older sister, I'm leaving. Mom worriedly straightened Song-chi's collar. Son, you must work hard during your training outside. Look how well the Lord's Manor treats you, giving you a house and money, and now special training. So you can't let others' efforts go to waste. As a person, you must have a conscience. It doesn't matter if you don't accept others' kindness. But if you do, you have to repay that kindness. Dad nodded in agreement on the side. Song-chi, you have a bright future. Normally, I should teach you some profound truths before you leave. But I've worked in the factory my whole life, so I don't have much wisdom in my mind. And I also know that you are the most promising person in our Song family. I don't have the level to teach you. Letting you go on your own is the best choice. If we can avoid causing trouble for you, that's already helping. But, if possible, I still hope that our Song family's child can be an upright person. Hearing this, Song-chi smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Your son is just going to train in the wilderness for a few days, there's not much danger. Why does it sound like a farewell? After saying that, he waved to Song-lan not far away. Older sister, I'm leaving. Remember to come back safely. 7th District, at the gate. Boom, the gate of the district slowly opened. Song-chi followed the crowd and walked out of the gate, paid 500 credit points, and boarded a specially modified bus. He sat by the window, looking into the distance with a hint of emotion. The last time he came to the wilderness was with that strong man. Therefore, he didn't have a chance to appreciate it properly. Today, he finally had the opportunity to take a good look. The so-called wilderness was actually the former city. If you look closely, you can still vaguely see the shadow of the former city. Various tall buildings covered in moss stood on both sides of the road. Some were already damaged and cut in half. Some still maintained a relatively intact appearance. Occasionally, flying monsters would take off and land on the rooftops of these tall buildings. The once human city has now become a breeding ground for monsters. Just at this moment. Hey handsome, how are you? Feeling someone grabbing his arm, Song-chi turned his head in confusion, only to find a middle-aged female mage with a charming appearance. Her attire was quite revealing, and her large and white bosom was very eye-catching. Hello, is there something you need? Song-chi pulled his arm out of her grasp and asked calmly. The female mage smiled cunningly and didn't mind. Hey handsome, I see that you're quite young. Are you here to level up too? Do you want to join our team? Our team currently has 5 people, and the average level is above level 65. Before she could finish her sentence, Song-chi interrupted her. Sorry, I currently have no plans to join another team. That's a pity. Honestly, I quite like you. After being rejected, the female mage said somewhat regretfully. But she didn't linger too much and got up, looked around, and sat down next to another person. Song-chi also didn't pay much attention to her and turned his head to continue enjoying the scenery outside the bus. Over an hour later, the bus arrived at the destination without any major incidents. Although they encountered a few waves of monster attacks along the way, they were all directly killed by the driver's fireball spell. Obviously, the driver's level was not low. Endless snowfield is here. Get off quickly. Urged by the driver, the passengers got off one after another. Song-chi stepped out of the car, rubbed his hands together, and exhaled a white mist. It's really cold here, no wonder it's called the Endless Snowfield. This is where the human race gathers, and 3 kilometers ahead is the gathering place for monsters, the Endless Snowfield. The Endless Snowfield is the preferred leveling spot for most professionals who have just left the city. Once professionals reach level 60, they are forcibly expelled from the city and not allowed to enter dungeons. They are forced to train in the wilderness. Most of the monsters on the outer layer of the snowfield are around level 40 to 70, which is just right for this group of professionals around level 60. Of course, since it is the wilderness, the levels and activity ranges of the monsters are not fixed. Occasionally, monsters of level 80 to 90 also appear, but most of them are in the inner layer of the snowfield. There have even been many instances of monsters attacking the city. Therefore, for most professionals, they do not stay in the gathering place for long, but only use it as a temporary resting point. Let's find a place to stay first, otherwise we won't have anywhere to go back to at night. Song-Chi looked around. The gathering place had simple roads, as well as a few small shops and hotel-style storefronts. The flow of people was not large, with only a few sparse figures walking on the streets. He walked around the gathering place and finally arrived at a relatively clean-looking hotel, paid 70,000 credit points, and checked in. The room had electricity and an electric heater. Song-Chi turned on the electric heater and spread the map given to him by the city lord on the table. "Let me see, my current location is here." He pointed to a red dot on the map. The map given to him by the city lord was very clear, not only depicting the terrain clearly, but also specifying the specific types and names of the surrounding monsters. "With my current strength and level, it's best to encounter monsters around level 50. If the level is too low, the experience points won't be enough. If the level is 10 levels higher, it will be difficult for me to level up, the speed will be much slower, and the danger will increase significantly, not worth it. Therefore, the most suitable leveling spot for me is here." Song-Chi's finger finally landed on the upper right of the red dot. Icefield Snow Wolf Territory. Icefield Snow Wolf, average level 45, the leader of the wolf pack is generally around level 52, not a big threat to me. At the same time, the Icefield Snow Wolf is a gregarious monster, finding one is equivalent to finding a group. And the most important thing is that due to the level of the Icefield Snow Wolf, professionals above level 60 don't care about this experience. As a result, over the years, there have been signs of the Icefield Snow Wolf proliferating, with a large number of them. It's relatively easy to find them. The only thing to note is that this is not only the territory of the Icefield Snow Wolf, but also the territory of the high-level monster Arctic Demon Bear and the blue two-headed ogre. So when hunting monsters, be aware of the surroundings and don't get ambushed by other monsters. Song-Chi rubbed his chin for a few minutes, confirmed that there were no other aspects to pay attention to, and finally put away the map. After determining the destination, Song-Chi did not immediately go out. Instead, he reached into his system backpack and took out a pure white coat to put on himself. Most of the endless snowfield is covered in thick snow. The pure white coat would make Song-Chi's figure more concealed, to avoid being ambushed by other humans. Yes, in the wilderness, danger does not only come from monsters. It also comes from humans. Song-Chi, who has lived 2 lives, understands this very well. Human nature is very counterintuitive. Now that the world is invaded by other races and monsters occupy human territory, the survival of the human race is precarious, with the constant danger of extinction. Do you think that at a time like this, everyone would rise up in resistance, unite as one, and stand together? However, the opposite is true. The more critical the situation and the scarcer the resources, the fiercer the struggle between people becomes. Even when facing death, there will always be someone thinking about how to get the last piece. On the other hand, the safer the situation and the more abundant the resources, the friendlier people become towards each other. When everyone has enough to eat, there is no need to fight over it. When the granaries are full, we know the rituals. When clothing and food are sufficient, we know honor and disgrace. The tale of leaving doors unlocked at night only happens in prosperous times, not in chaotic times. The situation of the human race is similar now. Therefore, after Song-Chi arrived in the wilderness, he always remained cautious towards others. He even refused the invitation of a beautiful woman with a large chest. One could say he was cautious. You should know, she was a beautiful woman with a large chest. It's really hard for a man to refuse. Song-chi gave himself a thumbs up for his iron will, then turned around, closed the door, and went downstairs. Half an hour later. Outside the endless snowfield. A group of Icefield snow wolves were hunting. Several unlucky reindeer were surrounded by them. 2 reindeer had already had their necks bitten off, without making a sound. The surrounded reindeer were huddled together, resisting the attacks of the snow wolves with all their might. Just at this moment. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared not far away. It was Song-chi. With nearly 1,000 points of mental attribute, Song-chi could now use the directional leap skill more than 10 times in a row without worrying about mental exhaustion. Therefore, he directly used it as a traveling skill. As soon as he landed, Song-chi immediately noticed the scene of the Icefield snow wolves hunting the reindeer in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he opened the information panel that popped up in front of him. Monster, Icefield Snow Wolf level, 45 strength, 966 constitution, 1033 agility, 1148 spirit, 843 skills, bite, ice mist breath, frostblade, rapid digestion. It's the Icefield Snow Wolves. There are a total of 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. 12 Icefield Snow Wolves? It seems like just a small team. There should be a larger group of snow wolf troops nearby. It seems like I'm lucky. Song-chi's smile on his face became even brighter. Icefield snow wolves are social animals. When they hunt, they divide into several small teams, ranging from 4 to 6 members or even more than a dozen. A team of 12 like this is generally the hunting vanguard dispatched by a large wolf pack. Lubu, Xiang. Bang! Bang! The 2 instantly appeared behind Song-chi. Lord! Sir! Song-chi held a triple experience card and pointed forward without needing much explanation, and the 2 already understood. Remember to leave 1 for it to go home. Understood. Asterisk 2. The 2 clasped their hands and then slowly walked towards the distance. Lubu raised his hand, and the sky-piercing halberd appeared in his hand. The long-lost red hair horse stepped out of the void. Facing 12 monsters whose attributes were not much lower than his own, Lubu also became unusually serious. Xiang's expression remained unchanged. He pressed his index finger and middle finger together and slightly raised them. Whoosh! 4 terracotta warriors condensed in place and stood in front of him, advancing step by step towards the snow wolves. Neither of them deliberately concealed their figures, so when they approached within dozens of meters, they were immediately discovered by the other side. Roar! Sensing the imminent danger, the Icefield snow wolves instantly turned their heads. Even the reindeer that had already been hunted were abandoned without hesitation. You can have the 6 on the left, is that okay? Do you need me to bring a few more over? Lubu mounted his horse, not fearing the monsters that were higher level and greater in number than his own side. Xiang smiled. I, naturally, have no problem. It's you, don't use all your skills now, it will only delay the master's leveling speed. There will be a fierce battle later. Lubu glanced coldly at the other person, disdainfully saying, humph. Just a few beasts, not worth me using my skills proactively. Charge! After saying that, Lubu suddenly flicked the reins, and the red hair horse, with a telepathic connection, galloped through the snow like a red lightning bolt. Boom! A spear fell, producing a sonic boom. The snow wolf at the forefront couldn't react in time, only feeling a pain in its neck, and then its head flew dozens of meters high, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, a snow wolf with attributes not much inferior to Lubu died on the spot. Seeing this, Xiang no longer hesitated, pushing with his right hand. Boom! An invisible shockwave suddenly swept through, filling the area within a radius of 500 meters with an unknown aura of killing. The 4 terracotta warriors became even more solid. The distant snow wolves suddenly hunched over, as if being struck by a heavy object. Mighty King's territory, under the heavens, there is no land that is not the king's. Xiang unleashes a radius of 500 meters centered around himself, weakening enemies to varying degrees within the territory, while allies enjoy varying degrees of enhancement. Kill. Xiang lightly pointed, and the 4 terracotta warriors' speed suddenly increased. They seemed clumsy, but their speed was unexpectedly fast, and their cooperation was seamless. The snow wolf opened its huge mouth and spat out a frost blade wrapped in wind and snow. 2 terracotta warriors stepped forward without hesitation, using their bodies to block it. The other 2 terracotta warriors took the opportunity to move forward, their spears poised to strike. Puff! Puff! The snow wolf's abdomen was directly pierced through. Immediately, without any pause, they withdrew their weapons. The 4 terracotta warriors quickly reformed their formation and immediately targeted the second Icefield snow wolf, charging towards it. Like this. Experience points plus 46,687, experience points plus 45,355, experience points plus 45,017. Truly a level 45 monster, it gives so much experience. Song Chi said with some intoxication. Originally, one Icefield snow wolf only gave 15,000 experience points. But with the triple experience card, one was worth 45,000 points of experience. 10 of them would be 450,000 experience points. He was currently level 21, and he needed 2 million experience points to level up. In other words, he only needed to kill about 40 snow wolves to level up. If this were in a low-level dungeon, it might not be possible to get this many in a day. Indeed, it was the right choice for me to grind monsters in the wilderness. If I had stayed in the city, I probably wouldn't have leveled up in a day. Song Chi felt fortunate about the choice he made. Soon, all 11 Icefield snow wolves were killed. Only one whimpered and ran towards the distance. Chase! Without any hesitation, Song Chi stood up and followed. Woo woo! Woo woo woo! On the endless snowy plain, a limping snow wolf whimpered lowly as it ran towards the east, blood occasionally flowing from its mouth. Lu Bu and Xiang followed behind it calmly. They applied pressure but didn't rush to take action. They just maintained a distance of 100 meters. After a few more minutes, a whoa! A high-pitched wolf howl came from the nearby mountaintop. The injured snow wolf's spirit, which was already low, suddenly shook. It recognized that sound. It was the king of their pack. At the same time, it meant that it had finally reached the vicinity of the main force. A whoa! It became excited, its speed increasing once again, wanting to quickly enter the main force. But in the next moment, a breaking sound suddenly came from behind. The fleeing snow wolf felt its hair stand on end and instinctively turned around. But it was too late. Pooh! The sky-piercing halberd was extremely sharp and came slicing through the air, directly beheading the snow wolf, separating its head from its body in an instant. Due to its fast speed, the corpse slid for dozens of meters on the snowy ground before finally coming to a stop. It seems like this is their lair. Riding on Red Hair, Lu Bu approached and pulled the sky-piercing halberd out of the snow, not even sparing a glance at the wolf corpse on the ground. He spared its life only to let it lead the way and find the main force of the snow wolves. Now that he had found the main force, it was only natural to kill them directly. There are quite a few wolves in this group. They have occupied an entire small mountain. Roughly estimated, there must be around 200? Xiang rode on a sandhorse and leisurely walked over. General Lu, how do we divide this? How do we divide it? Lu Bu grinned, looking at the snow wolves covering the mountains, his eyes filled not with retreat, but with a surging battle intent. After being summoned for so long, every day was spent either bullying the weak or on the road to bully the weak. He had long been pent up. Today, he finally encountered this group of enemies that gave him a satisfying feeling when he fought. He had long been itching for a fight. Divide? We rely on our own abilities, of course. Red Hair, let's go. Nay, nay, nay. Red Hair sensed its master's intentions and became extremely excited, brimming with battle intent. Its front hooves raised high, then suddenly came crashing down. Bang! A ripple of shockwaves spread out, and the figures of Lu Bu and Red Hair turned into afterimages, charging straight towards the wolf pack. Kill! Lubu's thunderous shout shook the heavens, showing no intention of hiding his figure. The wolf pack also noticed Lubu charging towards them. The Wolf King raised its head and roared softly. Roar! Awooh! Dozens of snow wolves received the command and immediately turned their heads, adjusting their formation, and pounced towards Lubu and Red Hair. The Snow Wolf King was extremely intelligent. In its eyes, Lubu's speed was not considered fast, and it did not give them a strong sense of crisis. Therefore, there was no need to send out too many members of the pack. But soon, it realized that it was wrong. The red lightning and pure white torrent collided violently at the foot of the mountain. Boom! The blood rain burst open in the sky. The battle formation formed by dozens of snow wolves almost collapsed in an instant. Hot wolf blood splattered in the air, and the cold light flashed past the halberd. The sky-piercing halberd didn't even touch a drop of blood. The Snow Wolf King's judgment was not wrong. Lubu's basic attributes were similar to those of an ordinary snow wolf. But it overlooked one problem. Having the same attribute values did not mean that their strengths were the same. It was just like playing a game, where some people could take the same hero to the top rank, while others could only reach the silver rank. And Lubu, who had fought countless battles and rarely encountered opponents, was undoubtedly one of the top players. Just his astonishingly rich combat experience alone was enough to allow him to fight beyond his level. Kill. The mere dozens of snow wolves were clearly not enough to satisfy Lubu. He tightened his legs and continued to charge towards the Wolf King on the mountain peak. Roar! The Wolf King howled to the sky, filled with anger. Dozens of its fellow pack members had died so miserably at the hands of humans. It opened its mouth wide, and the essence of snow and moon continuously gathered in its mouth, slowly forming a huge moonlight. And then... boom! The moonlight, tens of meters long, was like a colossal object, rumbling and crushing towards Lubu. The other wolves followed suit. Countless frost blades were spewed out, and the frost fell like rain, descending towards Lubu. Unfortunately, Lubu and Red Hair were too agile. They moved and dodged, and the sky-piercing halberd danced, impenetrable. They were not even scratched. Not only that, even though the attacks were so dense, Lubu was even getting closer to the wolf pack. At the foot of the mountain, Xiang held a sword, and scattered snow wolves glared at him, but he didn't pay them any attention. His sandhorse disappeared from under him, and 4 terracotta soldiers were scattered in the 4 corners of the mountain, forming a siege. Taking advantage of Lubu's distraction with the wolves, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked up and gestured. This distance should be enough to cover all the snow wolves. Domain, activate. Boom! A wave of air swept through, and the pressure on the snow wolves suddenly increased. The frost spewing from their mouths momentarily stopped. Lubu, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, brightened his eyes. A good opportunity. Bang! The Red Hair leaped tens of meters high with a kick, with Lubu holding the Skypiercer high in the air, and the space seemed to groan. A godlike and demonic phantom gradually condensed behind him. If you looked closely, you could see that the phantom was about 70 to 80% similar to Lubu. The spear was entwined with a strange purple thunder. And the purple thunder was even stronger than before. As Lubu's momentum continued to rise, the Wolf King below felt his scalp tingling, sensing danger. And it was extreme danger. Run! It couldn't understand what the human was doing, but its subconscious was frantically warning it. The most primal instinct of life made it realize that the current situation seemed unsafe. Its brain was urging it to leave this place desperately. Once this blow landed solidly, it would undoubtedly die. Awooh! The Wolf King turned around to run. But as soon as it turned around, it suddenly found that its limbs seemed to be out of control. Its speed was unbelievably slow. And then... boom! Thunder roared on the flat ground, and a spear broke through the sky. The huge phantom of the Skypiercer suddenly descended. Boom! The phantom of the long spear dissipated. The mountain peak where the pack of wolves was located was smashed in half by the spear. A small avalanche was triggered, burying all the snow wolves that couldn't escape in time. Countless experience gain notifications once again entered Song Chi's ears. Experience plus 45,317, experience plus 45,079, experience plus 45,974, experience plus 98,314. A white light fell on Song Chi's head as he squatted in the distance watching the show. The deaths of nearly 100 snow wolves directly raised his level from 21 to 22. After leveling up, the experience bar rose by more than half before finally stopping. Song Chi patted his button and stood up. 90,000 experience points? Looks like the Wolf King is dead. Since the Wolf King is dead, I should go and pick up the loot. I hope these wild monsters won't disappoint me and drop a few extraordinary level equipment. Woof! A woof! A woof! The Wolf King was already dead. The surviving snow wolves were leaderless, becoming restless and unable to organize another decent charge. Lubu, riding on the red hare, was still enjoying the afterglow of the battle, with a look of unfinished business on his face. Occasionally, he would strike down a snow wolf that passed by him. Around the foot of the mountain, Xiang controlled 4 terracotta soldiers, slowly approaching from the 4 corners of the mountain, continuously killing the snow wolves fleeing from the mountaintop. With the blessing of sweeping the 6 realms, the attributes of the 4 terracotta soldiers all exceeded 3,000. This attribute advantage was enough to overwhelm the snow wolves. In addition, the terracotta soldiers had no concept of being injured and didn't need to worry about defense. For a while, all the snow wolves were trapped on the mountain by the 4 terracotta soldiers. Lubu slaughtered on the mountain peak. The foot of the mountain was blocked by the terracotta soldiers. The entire area had become a massive snow wolf slaughterhouse. Experience plus 46871, experience plus 44913, experience plus 45419. Whoosh! Another golden light falls, and Song Chi, who was just a little short of leveling up, directly reaches level 23. Level 21 requires 2 million experience, level 22 requires 3 million experience, adding up to a total of 5 million. 100 snow wolves can provide Song Chi with 4.5 million experience. And here, there are nearly 200. In other words, after this wave, he can almost level up again. Leveling up 3 times in one afternoon. This leveling speed is truly wonderful. Song Chi couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Thinking back to the scene of grinding dungeons mechanically and miserably all day long in the city, he felt even more fortunate. Indeed, happiness is relative. Grinding dungeons is simply not suitable for a genius like me. I should have come to the wilderness. This leveling speed, TSK, it's so satisfying. Song Chi walked to the foot of the mountain. At this time, the snow wolves that covered the mountains had almost been wiped out. Only a small number of snow wolves stubbornly resisted at the mountaintop. However, with the cooperation of Lu Bu and the 4 terracotta warriors, it was only a matter of time before they were all dealt with. So, what's next? Song Chi rubbed his hands excitedly. It's the thrilling and exciting process of picking up trash. Picking up trash actually means picking up equipment. Monsters in the wilderness also drop equipment and skill books, but the drop rate for good items is extremely low, whether it's in dungeons or in the wilderness. Most of the equipment that drops is common or rare quality. Apart from selling them in bulk, they are no different from trash. That's why it's jokingly called picking up trash. Song Chi stepped into the pile of snow wolf corpses and kept searching. Soon, a pair of iron boots stained with blood was found. Common grade equipment, but unfortunately. However, it's level 45, so it should sell for 1,000 credit points without any problem. Song Chi put it into his backpack and continued searching. Not long after, clang! Another iron sword was kicked out. Rare grade 2-handed sword, usable by warriors, knights, and paladins? This is great. This might sell for tens of thousands of credit points. Song Chi happily put it into his backpack. It was like making a small fortune. After a while, a set of armor was found from the pile of corpses. Unfortunately, it was still common grade equipment. But Song Chi didn't feel too disappointed, he just complained a bit and put it into his backpack. Then he continued searching. With the blessing of 3 bottles of origin water, Song Chi's hands and feet were fast. One piece of equipment after another was quickly found. However, most of them were common-grade equipment. Rare-grade equipment was scarce. Even after searching the entire mountain, he only found 4 pieces. As for transcendent-grade equipment, there was none. In the end, Song Chi focused his gaze on the smashed mountaintop. There was still a Wolf King's corpse that hadn't been checked. Wolf King, oh Wolf King, don't disappoint me. He walked up, full of anticipation, and reached out his hand to touch the Wolf King's belly. As soon as he touched it, "Ha!" Song Chi showed a delighted expression. He touched a long and hard object. It seemed to be a staff-type weapon. There really is equipment. He quickly pulled it out. It's a staff. And this luster, it's a heroic-grade weapon? Am I this lucky? Song Chi couldn't wait to open the information panel. Weapon, Snow Wolf King Staff, Quality, Hero, Applicable Classes, Mage, Summoner, Applicable Level, Level 30 and above, Required Attribute, Spirit 300, Strength, +0, Agility, +0, Constitution, +10, Spirit, +150, Effect 1, increases the user's Spirit attribute by an additional 10%. Effect 2, amplifies all summoned creatures' attributes by 20% with the power of ice and snow. If in a snowy field, the effect is increased to 30%. Effect 3, increases the power of all ice-based magic or combat skills used by the user by 50%. Evaluation, in order to surpass racial limits, the Snow Wolf King spent its entire life absorbing the power of ice and snow to strengthen its heart. In the end, it successfully turned its heart into excellent forging material. Song Chi was stunned for a moment, then became even more delighted. I didn't expect it to be a hero-level weapon that summoners can use. It's like a pillow when you're sleepy. Although it requires level 30 to wear, based on my current leveling speed, I should be able to wear it in less than 3 days. Great, let's put it away for now. Song Chi happily put it away. The joy of picking up trash lies here. You never know what quality the next thing you pick up will be. The more trash you pick up, the more intense the pleasure when you finally pick up something good. Only about 20% left, 600,000 experience points to level up. It seems there are only about 180 snow wolves in this group? I had such high expectations for you. Song Chi looked at the mountaintop and saw that all the snow wolves had already been killed. Lu Bu and Xiang were walking around bored. At this moment, the experience bar on his panel was only a small section away from being filled. The triple experience card had already expired. He scratched his head, stood on the mountaintop, and looked around. All he could see was a sea of white snow. There are no other monsters nearby. Looks like I have to go somewhere else. With that, Song Chi randomly chose a direction and prepared to continue searching for other snow. Wolf packs. However, just as he was about to set off, he suddenly felt his body sink, as if something was pressing down on him. Little handsome guy. I've been looking for you so hard. Song Chi felt his ears heat up, and a refreshing fragrance suddenly blew by. A woman in a red dress appeared by his ear, her exaggerated figure crawling on his back, gently biting towards Song Chi's right ear. The action that should have been full of ambiguity made Song Chi extremely terrified, and his hair stood on end. Who? Get away from me! Without any hesitation, Song Chi immediately activated the Life Sanctuary skill. A pale yellow protective shield instantly descended, pushing the woman in red away. Then, Song Chi's figure disappeared from the original spot and appeared in the distance. Lu Bu and Xiang were also summoned back to his side. He. Little handsome guy, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Seeing Song Chi's nervous appearance, the woman in red became even more excited. She stood on the mountaintop, laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, Song Chi finally saw the woman's face clearly. This woman in red was the busty beauty who had been on the same bus as him before, and had even invited him to join her team. Her appearance was still the same as before. She wore a red low-cut robe that covered her whole body, and the plum blossom mark on her chest was faintly visible, giving her a charming and enchanting look. How did she catch up to me? Song-Chi ignored her mockery and began to think seriously. If I didn't see it wrong, she just suddenly appeared on me. No signs, no movement, it just appeared on my back in an instant. So, you're saying the other person used some kind of skill similar to directional teleportation? But my route is completely random, even I don't know where I'll end up, she couldn't have known in advance. Therefore, it's highly likely that she left a mark on me beforehand. And her only opportunity to touch me was that moment on the bus. Song-Chi quickly raised his right hand and looked at his arm. Sure enough, there was an extremely hidden plum blossom mark on the back of his arm. Not only was the location tricky, but it was completely transparent, invisible to the naked eye, only a very faint spiritual fluctuation. It couldn't be noticed unless deliberately examined. TSK, I was careless. Song-Chi activated his mental power and erased the mark. The woman in the red dress had already descended and walked towards Song-Chi with a hint of mockery. Little handsome, you're quite clever to have noticed so quickly. But it's too late now. It's quite interesting, I've found that if I leave a mark with my hand, the chances of being discovered are often high. But as long as it's a chest touch for you men, you always unconsciously ignore that contact. Song-Chi sneered twice, not responding to her words, but directly asked, so, may I ask why you deliberately left a mark on me? I'm just a novice who just left the city area, I don't have many valuable items on me, even if you rob me, you won't earn much money, right? Judging from what she said, this wasn't her first time doing this. In other words, is this her way of making a living? Is she a bandit in the wilderness? Specifically targeting novice professionals who have just left the city area? Or is there another purpose? Or, is it that, sister, you're so desperate for a man that you want something to happen between us? If that's the case, you can just say it, I might not necessarily refuse. Song-Chi said with a smile, deliberately provoking her. However, the other party seemed indifferent to this level of teasing. Instead of getting angry, she walked over with a smile. Little handsome, don't be in such a hurry. As long as you're willing to join us, not just me, all the women in our sect, except for the saint, are available for you to use. Even if you change one every day, it will be enough for you to play for a year or more. If you insist on choosing sister here, sister can specially accompany you for a month. If you want, the woman in the red dress had seductive eyes and a captivating figure, deliberately lowering her collar to reveal her enticing body, trying to confuse Song-Chi with it. Your sect? Song-Chi frowned, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. What do you mean by your sect? Which sect are you from? He initially thought it was just a spur-of-the-moment bandit, which would be manageable. The other party probably only had one person. But if it involved cult factors, then the situation instantly became complicated. In today's world where extraordinary powers have become widespread, there are still cults that remain active in human society, with considerable power and numerous followers. Only one. And the style of this sect can be described as twisted. Which sect are we from? I believe you've heard of it. The woman in the red dress didn't directly answer, but extended her right hand, and a black mist floated out from her sleeve. A strange aura instantly filled the space. This was a power completely different from the path of human professions. Soon, the black mist dissipated. A bizarre statue made entirely of wood appeared in her hand. Song-Chi couldn't sense any trace of extraordinary power from the statue. But for some reason, just observing it from a distance made him feel intense discomfort. This is a peculiar statue that shines with a dark black color. Its shape resembles that of a human, but it has horns on its head and its limbs are covered in fine scales. The lower half of the statue is bound by a circle of tentacles. The tentacles are also carved out of wood, but they have a strange dampness to them, as if they could drip water at any moment. After getting a clear view of the statue, Song-Chi's heart sank, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. Indeed, it's the demon worshipper. The demon worshipper, a special human religious force that worships extraterrestrial demons. A cult written into the human textbooks as heresy. According to records, the demon worshipper was founded 80 years ago, during the most difficult time for the human race, by several human traders. At that time, the demon worshipper was not strong, with the strongest member being only level 70. Coupled with the fact that human traders were almost endless at that time, the founding of this sect went almost unnoticed. But who could have imagined that this sect, which was not taken seriously by anyone, would actually find a way to contact higher-level extraterrestrial demons? They attracted countless professionals who yearned for power to join them in just 30 years, and quickly rose to power. To this day, they have become a terrifying cult with tens of thousands of professional followers. Even when the 10th and 12th districts were established, they almost failed to build the cities because of the demon worshipper. But what puzzled Song-Chi even more was why the demon worshipper would come looking for him. Did someone leak information in advance, deliberately trying to harm him? But, besides the city lord and my parents and sister, no one else knows where I am. Could it be my family? Impossible. Song-Chi immediately rejected the idea. The city lord? Even more impossible. As the city lord, if he really wanted to harm me, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. So the only explanation is? I have bad luck? The demon worshipper, I never thought I would be noticed by your esteemed sect. It's truly an honor for me. Song-Chi forced a smile. I just don't understand why your esteemed sect specifically chose me. It's simple, because you're young enough. The woman in red explained leisurely. Leaving the city means that your level is at least around 60. Being young means that you have talent or come from a good family, not to mention you're a summoner, a profession known for being wealthy. You are very suitable for offering everything to my lord. Alright, make your choice. The woman in red seemed to receive a signal and looked into the distance. Don't even think about running away, our people have already arrived. Song-Chi followed her gaze. He saw a heavily armored man holding a giant axe as tall as two people approaching from the left. Not far from himself, a nightwalker dressed as an assassin stood on a tree branch, his gaze like a torch, sending chills down Song-Chi's spine. There was also a holy knight carrying a golden heavy hammer praying devoutly under a tree. In the holy knight's arms was a scripture that was surrounded by tentacles and was completely incompatible with the holy light. In addition to the woman in red in front of him, it was a perfect four-person team. Warrior, mage, assassin, and a holy knight who can be considered half a priest? They really think highly of me. Just to deal with a newbie professional who just left the city district? Song-Chi's mouth twitched. With this lineup, they could go deep into the snowy wilderness to hunt high-level monsters. Kid, stop flattering yourself. The heavily armored warrior said impatiently. We only came here to complete the leader's mission. Recruiting you into the sect is just a side task. Answer quickly, we don't have time to waste with you here. Oh, by the way, let me tell you some even more desperate news. We four are devout believers who have received blessings from our Lord multiple times. Although we are only level 65, our main attributes have all exceeded 2,000 after equipping ourselves. The heavily armored warrior spoke proudly. The other three also seemed quite pleased. Obviously, for level 65 professionals, having all main attributes exceed 2,000 when fully equipped is something to be proud of. However, when Song-Chi heard this, he was taken aback. Wait. 2,000? All main attributes exceeded 2,000 when fully equipped? In other words, you said all your main attributes exceeded 2,000, but on average, how much do they exceed? There's a big difference between 2001 and 2999. The heavily armored warrior was stunned, seemingly not expecting Song-Chi to ask, and didn't react for a moment. He scratched his head and counted on his fingers. On average, about 50 points. So, your highest attribute is also only 2,000? Song-Chi raised an eyebrow. The red-robed female mage slapped her forehead and sighed helplessly. You really answered, huh? But, it doesn't matter. She turned around and looked at Song-Chi with a sharp gaze. Alright, handsome boy, give your answer now, join the sect, or become nourishment for the snowy plains. Give your answer within 10 seconds. Bang! A burning flame suddenly appeared in her palm. As long as Shang-Chi showed any signs of trouble, she would immediately launch an attack. However, at this moment, Shang-Chi suddenly relaxed. So it's just a little over 2,000. You should have said so earlier, really. The way the other party appeared was too unexpected, both being followers of the demon cult and a four-person team, almost scaring him. The red-robed woman furrowed her brows, seemingly puzzled. What do you mean? What I mean is. Shang-Chi smiled, a very sunny and radiant smile. You can all go to hell. Crash. A book-like equipment appeared in Shang-Chi's hand. Before the four-person team could react, Shang-Chi had already pointed his finger at the red-robed female mage. Thud. After a strange spatial fluctuation, Shang-Chi and the other party disappeared from the original location at the same time. What's going on? The disappearance of the red-robed female mage immediately caused the other three to be shocked. But before they could take any action, the next moment. Crash! Blood rained down from the sky as the female mage appeared in the air again. The whole process didn't take more than a breath's time. But as she disappeared and reappeared, her head had already separated from her body and flew high up. There was still a lingering look of horror in her eyes. 7 Sins, Envy, Effect 1, Select a target. If any of the target's attributes are higher than the owner's, they will be forcibly stunned for 1 to 5 seconds. Effect 2, the owner can issue a challenge to an enemy. If any of the enemy's attributes are higher than yours, they cannot refuse, and others cannot interfere. A legendary treasure, combined with Lu Bu's terrifying combat power, instantly killed one of the enemy's generals for Shang-Chi. Looking at the red-robed female mage lying dead on the ground, Shang-Chi showed pity. Poor little miss, don't blame me. I really wanted to keep you for last. But for the sake of caution, I have to deal with you first. Blame your teleportation skill. The other party was a member of the demon cult. Once any one of them escaped, endless trouble would await Shang-Chi. Therefore, the female mage with teleportation skills naturally became his first target to eliminate. Shang-Chi didn't actually like killing, but he disliked trouble even more. Therefore, he had to kill all 4 of them. Red-robed. Damn it! How dare you kill the red-robed? I'll make you pay with your life. The heavy-armored warrior was first stunned, then uncontrollably angry. The large axe in his hand emitted a white light, carrying an unmatched power, and fiercely chopped towards Shang-Chi. This was his ultimate move. It could instantly unleash double his own strength attribute in a single strike. He had used this move to kill countless high-level monsters. But today... Boom! The sound of metal clashing echoed as his full-force attack was easily blocked by Feng Tianhua Ji. Lu Bu didn't even take a step back. How is this possible? The power contained in this attack exceeds 4,000 points. The burly man couldn't believe it, but the intense pain in his hand reminded him of the cruelty of the real world. Is 4,000 points of strength attribute high? Lu Bu's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light as he looked down at his opponent. He narrowed his eyes, anger burning within them, veins bulging on his forehead, and anger that couldn't be concealed. Insects, pests. He was going crazy. In his absence, he actually let these weaklings get close to his lord? What kind of negligence was this? Just because of you, you dare to swing your sword at my lord? Simply. You deserve to die. Feng Tianhua Ji was raised high and then slammed down. There were no fancy techniques, just pure crushing power. Boom! A circle of white shockwaves burst open. Snowflakes filled the sky, mixed with the instantly vaporized flesh and blood. The burly man who had just boasted about making Shang-Chi pay with his life didn't even leave a complete piece of flesh in the world. Clang! A storage ring fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The assassin standing on a tree branch, as well as the paladin on the other side, were both stunned. They were still looking for an opportunity to enter the scene, and the warrior was already dead? You know, although that warrior was a bit reckless, his strength was absolutely unquestionable. His abilities and skills were almost all focused on attack and defense. And yet, he died just like that? So easily, turned into a mist of blood? He was the off-tank in their team. Apart from the paladin, he was the second strongest who could withstand attacks from high-level monsters. The two exchanged glances, seeing the disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. Wait, wasn't it the rookie profession that the person in the red clothes mentioned? The so-called fat sheep summoner, the delicate flower in the greenhouse? The person in the red clothes called opponents of this level rookies? If they were rookies, what did that make them? They realized that they had kicked a hard stone this time. The assassin jumped down from the tree branch and landed next to the paladin. What if we apologize to him now? Do you think he will let us go? Why not think about it from his perspective? Well, it seems like we're doomed. The assassin paused, jumped in place twice. In that case, there's only one way left, fight to the death. The paladin looked at him in surprise. Aren't you going to run? I feel like I can't escape. The assassin shook his head and looked at Xiang next to Song Qi. The other party looked calm, but his cold gaze made him feel a chill down his spine. It was as if a sharp sword was hanging over his head. The icy light of the blade was almost touching his skin. It was chilling. He had a premonition that if he chose to escape, he would likely die in an instant without even being able to resist. In that case, let's make a desperate fight. The paladin slowly opened his eyes, and the holy light burst forth from the scriptures wrapped around his hand. Holy light spell. Weapon blessing. Angel's protection. Devout aura. 4 consecutive skills landed on the two of them. The assassin on the side took a breath and slowly crouched down, hands on the ground, his whole body like a tightly stretched spring. The holy knight held a huge golden war hammer in his hand, took a deep breath, and then rushed towards Song Qi without hesitation. For the master. The holy knight, already burdened by heavy armor, became even heavier with 4 enhanced skills. Each step he took left a deep pit in the snowy ground. Boom! 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 Each step made a dull sound. It felt like the earth was shaking. Xiang's gaze was drawn to him, but quickly realized that the holy knight was just feigning an attack. Turning back again, the assassin's figure had indeed disappeared. The plan was good, but Xiang's expression remained unchanged as he lightly praised, then pointed into thin air. A wave of fluctuation spread out, and the assassin, who was moving at high speed, reappeared in the air. He suddenly felt that his body was no longer under his control. It was as if he had become hundreds of times slower and clumsier. He was forcefully kicked out of his supersonic state. Damn! What's going on? The assassin was terrified. His proud speed had suddenly become as slow as a turtle. Found you. Xiang chuckled and raised his finger. 2 terracotta warriors immediately appeared around him. Without any unnecessary words or explanations, the spears in the hands of the 2 terracotta warriors stabbed directly. Poochie! Poochie! The assassin was deprived of even the ability to scream in agony. The spears accurately pierced his throat and brain one after another. The assassin, killed in action. Charge! For the master! Ignoring the death of his teammates, the holy knight, with bloodshot eyes, continued to charge towards Song Qi. But in the next moment, crack! A cold light flashed from behind him. Lubu, in a state of rage, had appeared behind him without him realizing. The sky piercer slashed diagonally, splitting the holy knight, armor and all, in half. With this, the 4-member team of the demon cult was completely wiped out on the snowy plain. It's over. Although it's my first time killing someone, I surprisingly didn't feel any discomfort. Song Qi felt a bit emotional. He had thought that he would feel nauseous or vomit after seeing a dead body with his own eyes. But now it seemed that the experiences in novels didn't apply to him. Not only did he not feel nauseous, but he was somewhat excited. Oh no, am I naturally inclined to kill? Forget it, why think so much? The enemy has been dealt with, and now it's time to collect the spoils. Song Qi rubbed his hands and excitedly walked towards the bodies of the 4 people. Although he had killed these 4 members of the demon cult in an instant, they were all level 65 advanced professionals. Not to mention, they seemed to be the elite of the cult. Whether it was in their storage rings or the equipment they were wearing, it was enough to make Song-Chi earn a fortune. Song-Chi approached, opened the fingers of the Holy Knight, took off his storage ring, and then picked up the heavy hammer. Just one glance, and he immediately smiled. As expected. It's a level 60 extraordinary quality weapon. Just the extraordinary quality alone is worth at least 500,000, plus it's a level 60 weapon, selling it for $1 million is no problem. What a great start! I can easily get 1 million credits. The equipment on his body doesn't seem simple either. But unfortunately, it was split by Lu Bu. As for the shoes, too bad, they're just level 60 rare grade equipment, maybe worth a few tens of thousands of credits if sold. After inspecting the Holy Knight, Song-Chi went to the side of the assassin. 10 minutes later, Song-Chi stopped satisfied. The loot collection is complete. The weapons of these 4 members of the Baimo sect are all extraordinary. Weapons of level 60 or above. The robe of the red-robed female mage is even a heroic cloak. However, it's a pity that it's just a cloak, and its price is not as expensive as the weapons, so its value is approximately around 5 million credits. The other weapon equipment is mostly rare grade, and the items in the storage ring cannot be opened temporarily, so it's impossible to calculate their value. However, even without considering the storage ring, if he sells all the other items, he can earn at least 10 million credits directly. You should know that this 10 million credits is pure profit. It's a 100% profit. For Song-Chi, it can be considered a sudden fortune. However, I'm not in the mood to continue hunting down the Baimo sect disciples. I'd better return to the city first, inform the city lord about the situation, and ask the city lord to help me open these storage rings. The storage rings have the owner's spiritual imprint. Even if the original owner is dead, the imprint will not dissipate. To open it, one can only spend money at the blacksmith shop or find someone to forcefully crack it. However, the cost of having the blacksmith shop open the storage rings is very high. Moreover, it requires registering one's name and purpose, which may expose information and attract the attention of the Baimo sect. Therefore, Song-Chi would rather choose to ask the city lord for help. After all, the other party did say that they came here to complete the leader's mission. There might be mission information in the storage rings. Isn't it reasonable to ask the city lord for a favor in this matter? After calculating the gains, Song-Chi appeared very happy at this moment and happily walked towards the gathering point with Lu Bu and Xiang. By the way, Xiang, who did you bind with the assassin just now? His speed has actually decreased so much? I don't see any other creatures around with low agility attributes. Ahem. Sir, actually. Xiang coughed softly twice, then glanced somewhat awkwardly at Song-Chi. The one I bound is actually. Song-Chi suddenly realized and waved his hand to interrupt him. Alright. You don't need to say it. But next time, it's better to carry a chicken or a toad with you. The effect will be much better. Xiang nodded. You're right, sir. The 3 of them gradually disappeared on the snowy plain. In the evening, Song-Chi returned to the gathering place in the endless snowfield. The sky gradually darkened. The town, which was sparsely populated during the day, became lively at night due to the return of many professionals. Song-Chi returned to the inn, sat down, and casually opened the menu. Waiter, I'd like to order 1 serving of rice, a stir-fried beef dish, and a beggar's chicken. Hurry up, I haven't eaten all day. All right, please wait a moment. The waiter nodded and turned to the kitchen. In just a few minutes, the dishes were already served. Although the taste was not outstanding, Song-Chi still ate voraciously. It was his first time going out into the wilderness, and due to his lack of experience, he didn't bring any food with him. When you're hungry all day, everything tastes good. After devouring half of the beggar's chicken, 3 bowls of rice, and a serving of stir-fried beef, Song-Chi finally regained his energy. I'm full, burp check, please. He satisfiedly rubbed his belly, patted it, and was about to get up to pay the bill. But just as he finished paying, he suddenly noticed that there were a few more papers on the bulletin board in the center of the hall, similar to bounty notices. He furrowed his brows and approached. "Waiter, what is this?" "Sir, these are private bounty tasks in the gathering place," the waiter patiently explained. "These are usually funded by individuals and then approved and guaranteed by the authorities of the gathering place before being released as unofficial tasks. Although they are unofficial tasks, because Lu Lao, it is the responsibility of the leader of our gathering place to guarantee, so there is generally no situation of defaulting on payments." Song-chi nodded suddenly and looked at one of the wanted notices. This is a brand new wanted notice, with photos of 4 professionals and a storage ring with a plum blossom mark. The task is also very simple. Private wanted task: the members of our team have lost contact this afternoon, and important items have been lost. We are willing to purchase any reliable information at a high price. The appearance of the team members and the storage ring are as shown above. Once any information is confirmed, credit points ranging from 100,000 to 1 million will be given depending on the importance of the information. If someone picks up the storage ring, we are also willing to give the person who returns it the specific location of a legendary treasure as an additional gift. If interested, you can directly contact the leader of the gathering place without contacting us. Song-chi squinted his eyes and looked at the photos above the wanted notice. These 4 people are the 4 members of the demon worship sect that he dealt with this afternoon. And that ring is the storage ring in the hands of the red-robed female mage. Is this a bounty initiated by other members of the demon worship sect? They were just killed this afternoon, and the demon worship sect immediately received the news? So it seems that the demon worship sect may have some way of detecting the life and death status of its members. But from the description of this task, it seems that the other party is not very concerned about the death of those 4 guys, but values the storage ring more. They are willing to give information about a legendary treasure for a storage ring? Song-chi rubbed his chin and couldn't help but sink into thought. You should know that the value of a legendary treasure is measured in billions. For example, the 7 deadly sins, envy, in Song-chi's hand, if he is willing to sell it, it would be worth at least 1 billion credit points. Even if he doesn't sell it, it is still very useful to have it. And to dispel possible concerns, they even specially appointed the most prestigious person in the gathering place as the intermediary, so that both sides can achieve a contactless transaction. They really are considerate. The other party seems to realize that Song-chi already knows their identity, so they have specially provided a solution. In other words, as long as Song-chi is willing, he can secretly hand over the ring to the leader of the gathering place at night and then obtain the specific information about the legendary treasure. Information about a legendary treasure, even if he doesn't go looking for it, can definitely be sold for tens of millions of credit points at auction. What's the difference between that and getting tens of millions for free? It has to be said that Song-chi was somewhat tempted. So he decided to go upstairs and sleep. What? Why didn't he take on the task? Are you kidding? Are tens of millions of credit points a lot? Well, they are indeed a lot. But the key issue is not about how much money there is, but Song-chi doesn't think that tens of millions of credit points are enough to take such a risk. Who knows if the other party has set up some traps inside? Who knows if the leader of the gathering place is also involved with them? Song-chi believes that with his talent and efforts, his future achievements cannot be measured by tens of millions of credit points. But this wanted notice has brought me some good news. It seems that these members of the demon worship sect are not aware of my appearance. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to create a wanted task to startle the snake. They could have just waited for me outside the gathering place. So for now, it's best for me not to make any unusual moves to avoid attracting attention. Just wait honestly for tomorrow's bus to go back. Song-chi returned to the room and locked the door. After thinking about it, he felt it wasn't secure enough. Snap. He snapped his fingers and Lubu instantly appeared in the room. Just in case, Lubu, I'll trouble you to keep watch tonight. Upon hearing this, LV-bu not only did not complain, but instead felt a surge of energy. Please rest assured, my lord. Bu will not disappoint. In the early morning. Outside the gathering place in the endless snowy plain. Damn it! Who are you? Why did you attack our team? A corner of the assassin's mouth was bleeding, and his body was half beaten to a pulp. He looked panicked as he desperately tried to escape towards the gathering place. Several professionals chased after him. Stop pretending and hand over the ring. Sneaking out of the gathering place in the middle of the night, heading towards the city, who else could it be but you? Hand it over now, and maybe we'll give you a quick death. Just as the words fell. Boom! A huge fireball emerged and struck the assassin's back at an incredible speed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, half of his body turned into charcoal, but his speed did not diminish in the slightest. What ring? I have no idea. Fighting among professionals is strictly prohibited by the human race. How dare you intercept and kill professionals on the road, such despicable behavior. Aren't you afraid of Lu Lao and the city lord issuing a kill order against you? Kill order? Lu Lao? Ha! The people behind him seemed disdainful, showing no signs of wavering. Seeing this, the assassin knew that words alone would not scare them away. He could only grit his teeth and continue to flee with his heavily injured body. But at that moment, disperse! A tall figure with white hair appeared in front of them. He gently pushed his hand forward, and although his voice was not loud, it contained astonishing supernatural power. Boom! Like the sound of evening drums and morning bells, the sound waves spread out, instantly pushing back the people who were chasing the assassin. The assassin's eyes lit up. He recognized the old man in front of him. It was like grabbing a life-saving straw. He came before the old man with great joy and burst into tears. Lu Lao! Ah! You finally appeared. Having teetered on the edge of death multiple times, the assassin's mental state had already reached its limit. After seeing Lu Lao, he finally let go of all his guard. The old man with white hair gently touched his hair and then took out a bottle of potion. Don't speak for now, you're seriously injured. Drink this bottle of potion. Thank you, Lu Lao, thank you, Lu Lao. The assassin cried bitterly, kowtowing several times before taking the potion and drinking it in one gulp. This old man was the person in charge of the gathering place. 3 years ago, he was already a high-level whisperer above level 80 Lu Lao. He was also known for being trustworthy and caring for the younger generation. Combined with the current situation, the assassin had no defenses against him. Seeing that the potion had been consumed, Lu Lao waited for a while before sighing and asking, I ask you, is that ring really not on you? Why did your team secretly leave the gathering place and run towards the city in the middle of the night? Lu Lao, why are you asking this too? The assassin was greatly puzzled. I really don't know anything about a ring. The reason our team sneaked out in the middle of the night is because we stole something after dark and didn't dare to stay, so we left the gathering place. Our team consists of 4 assassins who specialize in stealing others' belongings. Although we stole a lot today, we have never seen a plum blossom ring. As he was speaking, the assassin seemed to realize something and suddenly covered his mouth. He didn't know why he suddenly started blurting out everything. He looked up in horror and gazed at Lu Lao. But he found that the old man had already opened his palm, facing his face. Lu Lao closed his eyes unwillingly and softly said, Annihilate. In the next moment, the assassin's eyes instantly became lifeless, his pupils turned pure white. Thud. The assassin, who was lively and jumping just a second ago, turned into a stiff corpse the next second. Hey! Why did you kill him? We haven't interrogated him yet. The 3 people who were repelled approached as if they were familiar with old Lu. I gave him a potion of truth, old Lu explained. Anyone who drinks this potion cannot lie. Since he says he hasn't seen it, it means he really hasn't seen it. You've made a mistake. Just give his companion a break. Stop taking pleasure in the suffering of your own kind and accumulate some virtue for yourselves. Hearing this, the leader sneered disdainfully, not answering old Lu's question but instead asking, if it's not them, does that mean the killer is still in the gathering place? Old man, this time is different from before. The leader of the group has given a deadly order. We must retrieve the ring tonight, even if it means slaughtering the entire gathering place. If you have the guts, give it a try. Boom! Old Lu was furious, and his aura instantly exploded. His white hair stood on end as he soared into the sky. As a whisperer, he was a professional focused on spiritual and soul cultivation, with a presence far surpassing those of the same level. At this moment, his pressure surged out in full force. Just his aura alone made the other party break out in a cold sweat. IMO Church. Don't push it too far. Old Lu's white hair fluttered without wind, his anger reaching its peak. Countless complex characters circulated around him, seemingly containing mysteries and emanating a destructive aura. I'm already willing to cooperate with your capture tonight, and that's my limit. If anyone sets foot in the gathering place tonight, even your leader, I will curse them without fail. Do you understand? Get lost. He waved his hand fiercely, and an invisible shockwave instantly spread out. Boom! The 3 members of the BIMO church were blown away without any resistance. After flying hundreds of meters, they finally managed to stabilize themselves and landed on the ground. As soon as they landed, the 3 of them looked at each other. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. Big brother, what do we do now? It seems like we've really angered that old man named Lu. How about we sneak in tonight and kill a few? Smack! The leader slapped him backhandedly. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. If even one person dies, do you think he won't guess it was us? Are you going to take the blame for his curse? Another person thought for a moment and spoke up. Big brother, why don't we call a few more brothers and ambush the bus tomorrow morning? Those people must be eager to sell off the loot after killing the Red Robe Squad. If they don't leave tonight, they'll definitely leave tomorrow morning. Smack! The leader slapped him backhandedly again. How foolish. You're thinking of serving our Lord ahead of time, aren't you? Ambush the bus? I can't believe you came up with that. Never mind whether that old man will take action or not, even if he doesn't, do you think we haven't exposed our sect in District 7 fast enough? And what's your position? How many times a year do you enjoy the blessings of our Lord? Is it worth risking your life like this? Hearing this, the 2 followers dared not speak anymore and simply covered their faces in silence. The leader nodded in satisfaction. In any case, let's report the situation to the leader and do as the leader says. No matter how you look at it, we 3 are not to blame. We just need to follow orders honestly. This matter is too complicated for us to meddle in. Remember one thing. We don't seek merit, we just avoid blame. With that, the leader seemed tired and waved his hand. Alright, let's go back and continue guarding that small path. Tomorrow morning, we'll report to the leader again. In return for updating 3 chapters today, please take a moment to give me a 5-star rating, won't you? The recent ratings have been a bit low, and it's been quite embarrassing. Thank you in advance. Inside the gathering place, the night passed without incident. In the early morning, the crowing of the rooster outside woke up Xiang. He first thanked LV Boo and then put it away. After a simple wash, he came to the floor-to-ceiling window and pulled open the curtains. The bright sunlight fell on his face, warm and comfortable. Ah, another peaceful day. Xiang crossed his hands on his waist and closed his eyes, enjoying this rare tranquility. After sunbathing for a while, Xiang finally satisfiedly opened his eyes and looked downstairs. The first bus to and from the city and the gathering place had just arrived. Xiang checked the items and confirmed that nothing was missing before going downstairs. But he didn't rush to get on the bus, instead, he sat aside and confirmed that nothing unexpected happened to the first bus before boarding the second bus. Over an hour later, Xiang finally returned to the 7th district. Without any delay, as soon as he got off the bus, he went straight to the 12th floor of the Lord's mansion. The Lord was lying leisurely on a chair drinking tea as usual. Seeing Xiang coming back, he casually asked, "Why did you come back so soon? Didn't you say you were going to the wilderness to level up and fight monsters?" "It's only the 2nd day." Xiang didn't waste words and directly took out the statue of the demon worship from the system backpack. The Lord frowned and glanced at it, and his originally casual expression instantly became serious. He immediately recognized the origin of the statue. Demon worship? Where did you get this statue? Song Chi pointed outside the city. In the gathering place in the endless snowfield. After more than 10 minutes, Song Chi revealed his experience in full. The Lord pondered for a long time while holding the eerie statue. After a while, he sighed. Demon worship, these guys actually reached the 7th district? I didn't receive any news at all. The Lord stood up and paced back and forth, lost in thought. But from your description, it seems that they haven't firmly established themselves here yet, otherwise they wouldn't casually grab a professional and demand that person join their cult. In other words, they should still be in a severe shortage of money and in the early stages of development here. That's good news for me. But they actually brought the half-body statue of their master, which means they attach great importance to the 7th district. I'm afraid my rule here won't be peaceful in the future. Sigh. It really gives me a headache. Hearing this, Song Chi was puzzled. Lord, this statue is of the demon race, right? Who is it carved after? And what does the half-body statue represent? It is indeed carved after a member of the demon race, but as for who? The Lord shook his head. That's not something you can touch for now. Those who think of his name will be known. Being targeted by him is not a good thing. Just thinking of his name will make it known? Song Chi admitted that he was scared. Isn't the power of this goat-headed person a bit exaggerated? He had only heard of this ability in the gods. Could it be that the goat-headed person is a deity of the extraterrestrial demon race? The Lord paused and continued to explain. The statue is a way for them to convey important orders, containing information that only they can interpret. There are 2 types of statues, half-body and full-body. The half-body statue represents covert actions, while the full-body statue represents less need for caution. But regardless of the type, once a statue appears, it means that the mission is extremely important. As for the statue itself, besides the existence it is carved after being somewhat special, there's nothing particularly significant about it. Song Chi suddenly realized. I see. He nodded, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait. The statue contains information? Information that only they can interpret? Can Xiang interpret it? Song Chi remembered that Xiang had a skill called sane text in his possession. Book and language, Xiang can read any text and understand its meaning. Lord, show me this statue. Take it. Song Chi took the statue. As he touched it, he could feel a row of raised bumps. He didn't think much of it before, but after the Lord's explanation, he realized that these bumps were likely a form of Braille-like writing. Braille should also be considered a form of written information, right? In that case, Xiang probably can decipher it. What a pleasant surprise! Snap! With a snap of the fingers, Xiang appeared out of thin air and bowed. Sir, what do you need me for? Take a look at this statue. Can you decipher the text on it? I can give it a try. Xiang took the statue and just touched it briefly, then showed a pensive expression. How is it? Song Chi asked nervously. Xiang nodded with a smile. I didn't disappoint you. I understand it. There are 3 lines of text on this statue. The first 2 lines are prayers and don't have much practical meaning. The meaning of the 3rd line is that the gate of obeisance is about to open, and the 4th key has appeared deep in the endless snowfield. The gate of obeisance? A key? The Lord beside them was taken aback. At first, he had doubted Xiang's abilities. But after hearing the name Gate of Obeisance, he completely believed. This name was known to only a few people within the human race. What is the Gate of Obeisance? Song Chi was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be a special treasure created by some important figure? When translated, the Gate of Obeisance means the Gate of the Abyss. The Lord answered before Xiang could. He had a rare serious expression. The Gate of the Abyss is a passage that connects to the negative will of the world. Once it opens, an endless army of demons will pour out. But the problem is, the Lord's brow furrowed. Shouldn't the followers of the demon worship be the extraterrestrial demons? Although there is also a large army of demons in the Gate of the Abyss, they are completely different from the extraterrestrial demons. One is a negative creature nurtured by the will of the world, and the other is an invader from outside the world. Despite the doubts, when he heard the name Gate of the Abyss, his expression visibly relaxed. Song-Chi, besides this statue, did you find anything else on them? I also brought back their equipment and storage rings. Song-Chi waved his hand. Clatter! A pile of equipment appeared between the two of them. Various armors, weapons, shoes, and protective gear were piled up. The Lord only glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. What can we find from this junk? Give me the storage rings, and I'll help you open them. He took the 4 storage rings from Song-Chi's hand and casually wiped them. Clatter! The spiritual imprints of the 4 storage rings were instantly erased, and the items inside were freed and piled together. The Lord rummaged through them, and soon, a tattered parchment was picked out. The parchment was extremely smooth, and a very crude map was drawn on it, with 3 marked points in total. By barely deciphering the annotations next to them, it could be seen that the location was the endless snowfield. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the hiding place of the 4th key. The Lord smiled with satisfaction. Although I don't know what those guys from the demon worship are up to. But, what the enemy wants to do is what we need to destroy. The Gate of the Abyss? Song-Chi was momentarily stunned. Doesn't the description of envy of the 7 deadly sins also have a similar passage? So he actually has a key in his hand? So, do we need to find a way to stop the opening of the Abyss Gate? Song-Chi asked tentatively. Although reluctant, he knew the importance of the situation. Faced with a danger that could threaten the entire human race, he was willing to sacrifice a small benefit. Stop? Why would we want to stop it? The Lord of the City smiled, stood up, and stretched lazily. The Abyss Gate is a good thing. Moreover, the opening of the Abyss Gate cannot be stopped. Whether it takes 10 years or just 3 or 4 years, the Abyss Gate will be activated by the will of the world and open automatically. The more you try to stop it, the more difficult it becomes to solve the problem after it opens. But if you detonate it in advance, it will be much easier to deal with. You can simply understand it as an excretion behavior of the world's will. And those 7 keys are actually tickets to enter the Abyss Gate. An endless army of demons may sound terrifying, but in reality? As long as you are well prepared, what's the difference between that and endless experience points? You can even consider it as an extremely special instance. So, keep that key in your hand, it will be useful in the future. With that, the Lord of the City didn't even ask what key Song-Chi was talking about and walked towards the elevator. Let's go, next, I'll go with you to the endless snowfield. Ah? Lord, you're going personally? After collecting the spoils on the ground, Song-Chi hurriedly followed the Lord of the City. The Lord of the City smiled. I personally taking action is more reliable, and besides, in 5 days, we should be heading to the 3rd district to participate in the Genius Tournament. We can't delay the progress of the only Super S-level talent in our 7th district. Song-Chi entered the elevator and thought for a moment. Then, Lord, please wait for me a moment. I'll go deal with the spoils and buy a skill book. Shortly after, Song-Chi returned to the gathering place in the endless snowfield. With the spoils obtained from the 4 members of the demon worship sect, along with the storage ring and its contents, Song-Chi sold everything for a total of 24 million. He finally obtained the skill book for Void Torrent. With this life-saving skill, he had more confidence in this mission and future monster hunting in the wilderness. However, this time, the Lord of the City did not appear by his side. According to the Lord of the City, the main objective of this mission was not to drive away the members of the demon worship sect. It was to figure out their purpose in searching for the Abyss Gate. Therefore, they needed to operate on 2 fronts, one overt and one covert. The overt front would startle the enemy and lure out their leader. It would be best to capture them alive and bring them back to the city for trial. And Song Chi was the one who would startle them. At the same time, he was the most suitable for this role. After all, even the members of the demon worship sect who were killed would never have expected that the professional they casually provoked was someone who could directly contact the lord of the city. As for the covert front, that was the lord of the city. He would keep an eye on Song Chi and observe anyone who approached him suspiciously. Song Chi looked around, and everything in the gathering place seemed normal. It was as if nothing had happened. But Song Chi, who knew the inside story, understood that in times like these, the more peaceful things appeared on the surface, the more turbulent things were behind the scenes. He exhaled a breath of white mist and walked towards the tallest house in the gathering place. That was Lu Lao's house, the leader of the gathering place. According to the description of the bounty mission, Lu Lao is highly likely to be connected to the demon worship sect. Although he may not know the identities of those people, he probably knows a few of them and has a close relationship with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be selling this favor. As for his information, Song Chi has already learned from the lord of the city. Lu Lao, originally named Lu Renfu, is a whisperer with a level of at least 80. His talent is also an S-level talent that perfectly matches his profession. Iron Painting Silver Hook increases the power of text-based skills by 30%, and all skills of this type will be considered area attacks, with the specific range depending on the user's mental attribute. It is because of this talent that Lu Renfu was more skilled in combat than the whisperers specially trained in the Lord's Mansion. The gathering place in the endless snowfield has been attacked several times by snow beast tides. Each time, there are always a few monsters from the depths of the snowfield, with levels reaching 80 or even 90. However, the gathering place he is responsible for has never been breached. His high combat power can be imagined. But in the eyes of others, he is not hot-tempered, on the contrary, he is extremely gentle. However, according to the Lord, this Lu Renfu used to have a bad temper when he was young. It was only after having children and establishing the gathering place that his character gradually improved. Song Chi arrived at Lu Renfu's house, rubbed his face, and showed a cautious expression. Knock, knock, knock. Is Lu Lao at home? I have a mission that I want to settle with you. A line of text appeared on the tightly locked wooden door, and the cat's eye on the door suddenly turned into a human pupil. The pupil carefully observed Song Chi for a while, and then turned back into a cat's eye. Creak. The wooden door opened automatically. An old and tired voice came from upstairs. Come in, I'm on the second floor. Song Chi pretended to hesitate for a while before stepping into the house. Just as he entered. Bang! The wooden door instantly locked. It seemed as if they were afraid that he would turn around and run away. And this scene deepened Song Chi's suspicion of Lu Renfu. He looked around and found that the interior of the house was not luxurious, and could even be described as plain. It was a simple wooden house, with most of the space empty. The items were also various ordinary appliances found in an ordinary household. The only exception was the books occasionally emitting an extraordinary aura on the bookshelves, showcasing the owner's extraordinary nature. As he walked upstairs, Song Chi finally saw Lu Renfu's appearance. He was an old man with gray hair and a small white beard, but he had a strong physique. The other party was sitting on an old man's chair, and the tea on the table was still steaming, as he sat there in a daze. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with exhaustion for some reason. When Lu Renfu saw Song Chi coming upstairs, he snapped out of his daze and smiled, waving at him. Is it for the information about the legendary treasure? Child, come here. Let me take a good look at you. Song Chi thought for a moment and approached. What a good child, to possess such strength at such a young age. Lu Renfu stood up and touched Song Chi's head, shaking his head uncontrollably, seemingly nostalgic and regretful. It's just a pity. For the sake of my child, I have to inconvenience you. Lu Renfu's eyes were full of kindness as he gently stroked Song Chi's head. But he could still feel a murderous intent spreading. Song Chi was completely dumbfounded. Ha! Wait, sir, are you really planning to kill me? Aren't you supposed to pretend? Did you just expose everything like that? I haven't said anything yet, I haven't even taken out the ring, or started with small talk, and you just said it directly? This script doesn't seem right. Aren't you afraid of my teammates? Shouldn't it be me entering your house, and then you ask me about how much I know about this matter, whether I've told anyone else? Then I pretended to know nothing and casually mentioned how many teammates there were, making you hesitate. After a few rounds of back and forth, either you would expose my identity or I would extract your secrets, right? With your opening, you directly exposed your biggest secret? You really had no defenses at all? Or perhaps, you never intended to let me leave alive? So you couldn't be bothered to argue with me? Are you, also a member of the demon cult? Song-chi asked under pressure. It seems that you indeed know a lot, Lu Renfu replied without showing much surprise at Song-chi's question. I haven't joined the demon cult, I can only say that I cooperate with them. More accurately, it's my son who joined the demon cult. Hearing this, Song-chi became even more curious. In the information given to him by the lord of the city, the other party did indeed have a son, and his talent was not bad. Good talent, coupled with the wealth accumulated by his father, made his growth process smooth sailing. It's just a pity that, perhaps because his growth was too smooth, he had just reached level 50 and couldn't wait to enter the endless snowfield to show off his skills. The result was that he died inexplicably in the wilderness. In order to find out the true cause of his son's death, Lu Renfu, this rare advanced whisperer, requested to actively guard the wilderness and became the person in charge of this gathering place. Your son? But according to rumors, isn't your son already, 20 years ago? My son didn't die. Lu Renfu suddenly became excited and interrupted Song-chi. My son's physical body dissipated. His body rotted in the wilderness, but his soul still exists. His soul has been successfully captured by the people of the demon cult. They promised me that as long as I'm willing to take action, they can create a perfect fit physical body, and my son can be resurrected. He can return to this world again. Song-chi shook his head. But Lu, even elementary school students know that the so-called resurrection in the mouth of the demon cult is just a means to deceive others into joining. Bang! Lu Renfu slammed the table. His eyes turned red, and his neck flushed. Faint signs of endless madness and impatience could be seen in his expression. Like a gambler with no way out. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? I saw my son with my own eyes. He can even accurately tell me about the amusement park I took him to when he was 5. He remembers clearly the calligraphy exercises I made him do since he was 8. Even the unique training methods I taught him, he can recite them accurately. Crying in the hands of the people of the demon cult, he told me that he didn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. He said he still wants to hug me, his father. Lu Renfu completely fell into madness, his eyes turned red, and hot tears silently fell. Song-chi wanted to interrupt several times, but the other party couldn't hear any other voices at all. He just kept roaring to himself. Song-chi sighed. He could see that Lu Renfu was definitely rational enough to understand that he was probably being deceived by the people of the demon cult. But he was too desperate for his son. Therefore, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to give up. A drowning person, even if they see a single straw, would desperately hold on to it. Even though he knew very well that a single straw couldn't bear his weight. It was precisely because he knew that he was probably being deceived that he kept brainwashing himself and refused any rational communication. After a long time, Lu Renfu finally regained some sanity. He looked at Song-chi, his eyes gradually calming down from madness, and finally revealed a hint of reluctance and affection. You are very similar to my son. Same youth, same potential. I believe your father would also be proud of you. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to use you as a bargaining chip. Song-chi showed appropriate fear. It's useless to capture me, the ring is not on me, I already gave it to another teammate before I came here. It doesn't matter. Lu Renfu shook his head and took out a vial of potion. For the cult of Baimo, it doesn't matter who has it, as long as we know who took it. Child, listen to my advice. If you are willing to drink this bottle of True Words potion, I promise you can die without pain in the hands of the cult of Baimo. Songqi sighed deeply, as if he had already resigned himself, picked up the potion, hesitated for a moment near his mouth, and asked again. Then, if possible, can you let me die with understanding? What is hidden in that ring? And what is the purpose of the cult of Baimo? Lu Renfu looked reluctant, but still nodded. Do you remember the reward on the bounty mission? The specific location of a legendary treasure. There is a piece of parchment in the ring, an item passed down by the saintess of the cult of Baimo. The parchment marks the hiding place of the legendary treasure, and it is also the key to opening that place. As for their true purpose, I don't know. After all, I can only be considered their partner. Songqi nodded thoughtfully. So that piece of parchment is not just a map, but also the key to unlocking the hidden place. By the way, Lu, did you just say that the followers of the cult of Baimo will come? Do you have any special secret code or signal with them? Hearing this, Lu Renfu frowned. He was starting to get impatient. Why does this young man have so many questions? Is he deliberately delaying time, not wanting to drink the potion, not willing to die? But it makes sense. How could someone so young be willing to die? Presumably, his own son was also unwilling at first. Thinking of this, he softened again. There is no secret code, they will come directly to the door. Also, child, give yourself some dignity, stop struggling. I can assure you, you will die without any pain. This is my promise to you. Songqi scratched his head. What's wrong with this person? He keeps saying he wants him to die, but why does he sound like he's doing it for his own good? He thought for a moment and asked, Lu, do you know? I am actually a summoner. Summoner? Indeed, it is a very rare profession, so what? Lu Renfu asked patiently. So, don't you want to see my summoned beast? Summoned beast? Hee, do you want to resist? Yes. He nodded calmly, with unparalleled confidence. Here, this is his home ground. This building is not only his residence, but also the fortress he has painstakingly built. He is a whisperer, an extraordinary being who has mastered the power of words and language. This building has long been transformed into an impregnable fortress by his own abilities. He dares to challenge the leader of the cult of Baimo because of this. He is very confident that unless a city lord-level powerhouse comes in person, he will stand undefeated. Songqi took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and then, Lord, if you don't show up, I will really die. Lu Renfu was stunned, completely unable to understand what Songqi was doing. But before he could react, bang! A black mist burst in through the window, and several lines of intertwined text flashed by, instantly shattered and unable to provide any resistance. The black mist fell to the ground and gradually dissipated, revealing a tall humanoid figure wearing black armor. The mist continued to emanate from his body. Then, he removed his helmet, fully revealing his face to the other person. It was Fu Tianqi, the lord of the 7th district. Question mark. Lu Renfu's calm action of sipping tea froze in place, and the hand holding the teacup also froze in that moment. At first glance, he couldn't be sure. But after seeing the appearance of the person after he took off his helmet for the second time, boom! Lu Renfu felt his head explode. All his thoughts became a jumble. The development of the situation completely exceeded his imagination. What's going on? Did that child summon the Lord? So, the summoner you mentioned means this? Lu Renfu felt like his brain wasn't enough. The mighty Lord, one of the leaders of the 13 districts, the most powerful force of the human race. Shouted by a child with just a few words? Is that reasonable? But, why would the Lord appear here? For that legendary treasure? No. How could the Lord personally intervene for a legendary treasure? Is it to deal with the Baimo sect? But didn't the Baimo sect just arrive in the 7th district a week ago? Their leader even promised that this operation was top secret and known to no one else. Is it because of the special identity of this child? Could it be this child's surname is Li? Is he the descendant of that person? And the Lord is actually his protector? No, that's not right. Wasn't the descendant of that person always in the first district? Could it be some kind of illusion? Or is it just a fake lord? After thinking it over, Lu Renfu decided to make a move and test the situation. He stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Ridiculous. Do you think finding someone to impersonate the Lord can scare me away? How naive. With that, he spread his hands, and the extraordinary power within him boiled up. Countless restrictions were triggered at once. Numerous words surged out from every corner of the room, and the black fonts filled the sky, constantly shuttling. Boom! It felt like even the space was trembling. The terrifying pressure swept through the entire room. Lu Renfu soared into the air, surrounded by intricate characters, making him appear godlike and demonic. At this moment, Song Qi seemed to see the shadows of those principles on him. In a short period of time, he had surpassed the shackles of level 80. He vaguely possessed the strength to rival those above level 90. However, in the next moment, "You know nothing." The Lord sneered, stomping his right foot down forcefully. Thud. An invisible wave instantly spread out. Whoosh. It was like a hurricane passing through. The surging ocean of words in the room was completely cleared. Several sealed windows were instantly shattered. Bookshelves, tables, chairs, and stools all flew out through the openings. The room, which had seemed crowded just a moment ago, immediately became spacious and bright. Then, a small black mist, only the size of a fingertip, suddenly flew out from inside the Lord's armor and entered the other person's mouth. Cough, cough. Lu Renfu felt a tickle in his throat, and the previously smooth flow of his extraordinary power immediately became stagnant and blocked. He couldn't maintain his airborne state anymore and fell to the ground. How about now? Can you prove that I am the Lord myself? As for you, Lu Renfu, weren't you known for not being able to see through things? When you were young, weren't you one of the most enthusiastic fighters against the extraterrestrial demons? I didn't expect you will also fall into the same situation as the demon cult because of this ridiculous reason. The Lord's face was full of disappointment. Facing this old man who had been stationed in the gathering place of the human race for decades, he also felt regretful. If possible, he really wanted to let the other party go. But unfortunately, this matter involved the biggest traitorous group of the human race, the demon cult. Losing his extraordinary power, Lu Renfu's already decaying body collapsed instantly. After coughing violently several times in a row, he smiled bitterly and raised his head. Cough, cough, cough. So you really are the Lord. I'm afraid the leader of the demon cult never expected that you, the Lord, would notice the anomaly here so quickly, right? But I still don't understand, what is the identity of this young man? He can actually command you? The Lord did not answer his question, but took the True Words potion from Song Qi's hand and handed it to him. Here, drink it. In your words, it's to save face. Lu Renfu was stunned, looking at the potion in front of him in a daze. Then he laughed heartily, took the potion and drank it all at once. The Lord silently watched him. Name? Lu Renfu. Race? Human. Why cooperate with the demon cult? Because I was too foolish. I believed that they could save my child. And now? Do you still believe? No, I don't believe anymore. Lu Renfu said with a bitter smile. In the face of the Lord's absolute strength, he was pressed against his neck and realized the truth. He could no longer avoid the answer to this question. What is the purpose of the demon cult coming here this time? To establish a branch in the 7th district and at the same time search for a legendary treasure. As for the specific effects and appearance of the treasure, I don't know. The Lord nodded. This was consistent with the information he had told Song Qi. What about their personnel configuration and the location of their headquarters? The only person I came into contact with was a leader, and there were 24 high-level disciples, but 4 of them are already dead. As for the headquarters, I only know that they have a stronghold 10 kilometers to the east, but I'm not sure if it's their headquarters. The leader's name and abilities? I don't know the name, but the abilities seem to be related to fire. After more than 10 minutes, the Lord finally finished questioning. He stood up and asked one last question. Is there anything else you want to confess? Tears flashed in Lu Renfu's eyes, filled with endless regret and guilt. I have lived my life without regrets, without betraying the human race. I have always taught my son that human traitors are the most shameful. But I never thought that I would be blinded by greed after growing old. He regretted deeply, regretting his past actions. If possible, I hope that the reason for my death can be recorded as something else, rather than being executed for betraying the human race. That way, at least I can meet my son with dignity in the afterlife. The Lord remained silent for a moment and shook his head. Unfortunately, betrayal is betrayal, but I promise you that your achievements will also be recorded truthfully. Hearing this, Lu Renfu laughed lightly. Then, thank you, Lord. It's my duty. By the way, son, can you come over here? He turned his head and beckoned to Song Chi. Song Chi was taken aback, but still walked over. It really looks like him. His eyes were full of kindness as they fell entirely on Song Chi. After thinking for a moment, Lu Renfu took off the storage ring on his hand and handed it to Song Chi. There's a card inside, with over 100 million credits. The password is the abbreviation of my name. Of course, I know that money may not be useful to someone of your status, but inside there is my accumulated wealth over the years, hoping it can be of help to you. Ah! Song Chi was stunned. Why was he suddenly being given something again? Without explaining, Lu Renfu slowly closed his eyes. The Lord walked forward, black mist emanating from his fingertips, and pointed at the other person's forehead. With just a light touch, Lu Renfu's body completely went limp. At this point, this guardian of the human clan gathering place for over a decade, who had repelled numerous beast tides and participated in several wars against the extraterrestrial demon clan as a senior secret language master, was completely dead. I changed the setting, and from now on, I will refer to humanoid summons as summon spirits. Originally, I didn't want to change it, but a reader asked me, if your protagonist summons the 3 pure ones in the future, aren't you afraid of being accused if you still call them summons? Although I am an atheist, when he said that, I did feel a bit uneasy. So I changed all the previous 60 chapters overnight. Song Chi was a bit at a loss as he held the ring given to him by the other person. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring had also been erased. He secretly took a glance. It was shocking to see. There were no equipment or weapons inside, only a large number of props and talismans. And they were all advanced items that only senior secret language masters could produce. If sold, each one would be worth at least hundreds of thousands of credit points, with some even worth millions of credit points. What's more, these advanced items were always priceless and in high demand. They would definitely sell. He roughly estimated that this pile of props was worth at least 10 billion to start with. Song Chi was a bit dumbfounded, his breathing involuntarily speeding up. His heart was trembling. So, I am inheriting this Lu's legacy? Although his sensitivity to money had decreased a lot after becoming a professional, this level of money was still enough to make him excited and overwhelmed. 10 billion credit points. What concept was that? He could buy himself a set of top-tier hero-level equipment for just over 100 million. He could even buy himself a set of legendary-level equipment as long as he wasn't too picky. But at the same time, he was also puzzled. Wasn't the other person just saying a moment ago that he wanted to kill him? Why did he suddenly give him an astronomical inheritance? And more importantly, why did he give the inheritance to me? Didn't he have any other descendants? It's been 20 years, even if his son didn't leave any descendants, didn't he think about raising another character? The Lord looked deeply at him and sighed. He was a secret language master and also a warrior who fought against the extraterrestrial demon clan. He had suffered some serious, permanent injuries. Song Chi suddenly realized. All right, I understand. The two tidied up the room and restored it to its original state before the fight. According to Lu Runfu's statement, he had already notified the followers of the demon worship sect to come. The followers of the demon worship sect had also responded. But as for who would come, he was not sure. Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound woke the two who were meditating with their eyes closed. People from the demon worship sect have arrived. The Lord stood up and went to the door. 3 people have come, but unfortunately, it seems that none of them are important figures. He felt a bit disappointed. These small fries usually didn't know much. Of course, they still needed to be interrogated. A mass of black mist overflowed from inside the armor and surged out along the door crack. The 3 people who were knocking on the door didn't even have time to react, they only felt the extraordinary power within their bodies suddenly stop. Then they felt an irresistible force under their feet. And then, come in. Plop. The door suddenly opened, and the 3 people were pulled in by a swoosh, landing on the ground. Then the door closed instantly. The whole process took less than a breath. They didn't even have a chance to resist and were already lying inside the room. The city lord controlled the black mist, suspending the 3 people in the air, and opened their mouths and throats. The 3 of them felt their mouths and teeth being pried open, and a long tube was inserted directly into their stomachs, followed by the flow of cold liquid. These were the last 3 bottles of true word elixir left in Lu Runfu's storage ring. The city lord couldn't be bothered to feed each of the followers of the demon cult, so he solidified the black mist into a tube and went straight to the stomach. After the elixir was inserted, the black mist disconnected and entered the bodies of the 3 people. Now, you have 3 seconds to answer each question. The city lord's tone was cold and merciless. Without giving them any room for thought, he immediately began questioning. The first question, besides you, are there any other companions acting as spies behind you? Wait. I'm not. The first person clearly hadn't reacted yet, looking confused. Time's up, wrong answer. Without any hesitation or sympathy, the city lord threw a punch. Bang! The first follower of the demon cult's chest was punched through. Fresh blood and organ fragments splattered on the wall. But what was even more surprising was that, even so, this person didn't die. A mass of black mist covered his damaged chest, allowing him to gasp for breath. Songqi had already known that the demon cult had a way of knowing when their followers died, so he intentionally spared this person's life. Ha! Ha! The person's gasping sounded like a struggling bellows, filled with indescribable pain. Just hearing it made one's hair stand on end. The other 2 people, who had been relatively calm, instantly became terrified. The city lord turned around and looked at the second person. It's your turn next. 3, 2. No, no, no. The second person shouted in fear, afraid that if they were a second late, they would meet the same fate as the others. Very well. The city lord nodded, relaxing slightly. Now, tell me the personnel configuration of your group for this visit to the 7th district, as well as the current direction of your mission and any other information. Don't try to hide or mislead, your companions will be asked the same questions. The true word elixir ensured that the words spoken by the drinker were 100% true. However, the other party could intentionally conceal part of the truth or use misleading statements to lead others astray. Therefore, it was necessary to establish a control group. No problem, but please wait a moment, my mind doesn't work very fast, I need to think. The second person thought for a moment before speaking. We are members of the 4th division of the demon cult, and our division leader is called Xiang Shona, a priest by profession. In addition to the division leader, our division has 24 people, 12 of whom are above level 60, but 4 of them died yesterday. The other 12 are intermediate professionals at level 40. As for the mission, we originally had 2 missions. One was to find a legendary treasure, said to be sealed in a certain instance. The second was to establish a new branch in the 7th district. But after the red team died yesterday, our division leader suddenly announced that she was giving up on the mission to establish a branch in the 7th district. The reason we continue to cooperate with Lu Renfu is mainly to find the whereabouts of the parchment and to deceive others. But in reality, she sent people to the depths of the snowy plains last night. There are a total of 17 people heading to the depths of the snowy plains. Among them are 5 senior professionals above level 70 and 12 intermediate professionals. They also carry a treasure that can corrode seals. However, there is a certain probability that this treasure, when used to corrode a seal, will cause both the seal and the object being sealed to be damaged. The leader has been stationed and has not moved. As for the 3 of us, we are specifically responsible for communicating with Lu Renfu. In order to prevent being caught, he revealed everything at once, even his own speculations. The city lord looked at the last person beside him. Was there any deliberate omission or misleading information in what he just said? No. There was absolutely no deliberate omission or misleading. We have already said everything we know. The third person shook his head repeatedly. Hearing this, a hint of perplexity flashed in the city lord's eyes. Xin Shana? She actually came? TSK, this could be a bit troublesome. Is she strong? Songqi asked curiously. The city lord shook his head. No. She is not strong, but her status in the demon worship sect is extremely high. Because she is the second person in the entire sect, apart from the saintess, to possess prophetic talents. Prophetic talents? Songqi was greatly surprised. Doesn't that mean she can already see through our every move? It's not that powerful. The city lord shook his head, suddenly becoming somewhat annoyed, as if he had remembered something. Her talent only allows her to roughly know the good and bad of a situation. Moreover, this talent consumes a lot of energy. With her aptitude, even if she receives the blessings of the demon worship sect's leader, using it once a day should be the limit. Although prophetic talents are strong, they also have many limitations. If used forcefully without considering the consumption, it could even cause permanent damage to the soul. Oh? Songqi sensed that something was not right. The city lord seemed to be familiar with this person, and it seemed like they had a grudge? Do you know her, city lord? As a human trader who left the 7th district, how could I not know her? The city lord said with suppressed anger. She was a super S-level talent who appeared in the 7th district 30 years ago. At that time, she was also a key cultivation target in our district, just like you. But unexpectedly, after only 2 years, she chose to betray the human race and join the demon worship sect. Hearing this, Songqi's curiosity was immediately piqued. Could it be that this leader named Xin Xiana had suffered some grievances while on the human side? Was she persecuted by her own kind in her early years? Or was she oppressed by the powerful clans? Did this lead to her complete disappointment with the human race? Why did she choose to join the demon worship sect? Could it be because she was once oppressed? Oppressed? Are you joking? The city lord sneered. When she revealed her prophetic talent, it immediately attracted the attention of the entire human race. Not to mention the 7th district, there were only a handful of people in the entire human race who dared to oppress her. She didn't oppress others, and anyone who had a bit of sense wouldn't dare to oppress her. As for the reason for her betrayal? It's because she is a cowardly and selfish rat. In the prophecies she saw, the future of the human race was not optimistic, so she chose to betray. It's as simple as that. Songqi awkwardly scratched his head. This answer was somewhat unexpected to him. The 2 demon worship sect disciples behind him also listened thoughtfully. So their leader's talent was actually prophetic? No wonder her thoughts suddenly took a 180-degree turn yesterday. Not only did she give up the task of establishing a branch sect, but she also immediately changed from being conservative to being radical. She directly sent someone to the depths of the snowy plains overnight with that treasure. It's really worthy of being the leader, indeed decisive. Wait a minute. Something seems off. The 2 people exchanged glances. If the leader has already foreseen the risks of continuing to contact Lu Renfu, Then doesn't it mean that the three of them are being treated as pawns? The two's pupils shook, finally realizing. No wonder. No wonder the usually steady leader didn't arrange any backup plans for them, nor any warning methods. So, the three of them were meant to be sacrificed, meant to buy time? Big brother, what do we do now? The person on the left was at a loss, looking helplessly at the person in the middle. The person in the middle also had a look of despair. What can I do? I've tried my best to keep you as far away from danger as possible, but who the hell knew that from the beginning, the three of us brothers were abandoned? He couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps, this is the fate of small fries. No matter how cautious and careful we are, with just one idea from the big shots, we will inevitably reach the destined end. The person on the left became anxious upon hearing this. Then, big brother, maybe we can surrender? I remember when we were studying as children, didn't the teacher teach us that even if we rebel, as long as we sincerely repent, the human race will still be willing to accept us? The textbook even gave examples of several people who returned after rebelling and were properly resettled. The person in the middle closed their eyes, seemingly resigned. Little brother, don't be foolish. How can you prove your sincere repentance? Where is your sincerity? Sincere repentance is not about how sincere you are, but about how much value you have. And we are just small pawns without even the qualification for sincere repentance. Upon hearing this, the person on the left finally fell silent. The city lord came before the two, lightly clapping his hands twice. Well said, your self-awareness is clear. Then, farewell. With that, he flicked his finger. The heads of the three instantly exploded. They died without any pain. Xiang stepped forward. With the experience from last time, he skillfully took off 3 storage rings, 3 weapons, and a few pieces of equipment. He was so skilled that it made the city lord's face twitch. He even began to suspect what Xiang had been doing in the wilderness. He wouldn't have been doing things like killing and looting, right? Xiang happily picked up the items, completely unaware of the city lord's expression, and stood up to ask. City lord, what do we do next? Should we go to the depths of the snowy plains or go to the temporary base to capture that leader? According to the sheepskin map, the hidden instance was located to the west of the gathering place. But the base of the demon cult was to the east of the gathering place. The directions were completely opposite. If the two of them went together, once one location was chosen, the other would probably have to be abandoned. I think we should go west and stop them from obtaining the Abyss Key. After all, the talent of the opposing leader is prophecy-based, and there is a high probability that he has already fled. Even if we chase after him, we may not necessarily gain anything. In comparison, the instance is easier to succeed in. Xiang analyzed it very rationally. But the city lord shook his head. No, I don't want to give up on either. I want to personally deal with Xiang, the human traitor. And I also want to snatch the Abyss Key that the demon cult wants. He smiled slightly and patted Xiang's shoulder. So, I'll go after Xiang, the human traitor. As for the 5 level 70 profession players in the instance, you go and take care of them. Xiang was stunned, pointing at himself in disbelief. Who? Me? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a lot of items and talismans in the storage ring that Lu Runfu gave you, right? The achievements of a senior cryptographer who has studied for a lifetime are all in your hands. Even if you don't have any tactics, just throw everything out. With the power of these props, even level 90 professionals wouldn't be able to handle a sudden attack without any defense. After saying that, the city lord waved his hand and took out a skill book, handing it to Xiang. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Consider this skill book as compensation for your loss. A skill book? Xiang was surprised and took a look at it. Skill book, Chimen Duanjie Tianchon, quality, legendary, limited range, summoner, priest, mage, skill description. The user can emit a powerful shockwave by consuming spiritual power. The power of the shockwave is proportional to the user's spiritual attribute and can cause low-level damage to enemies, as well as a strong impact effect. No cooldown time. Highest level, unable to upgrade, a legendary level skill book? The skill effect is a shockwave? It seems a bit underwhelming. Song-Chi was confused, feeling that the skill effect didn't match its legendary quality. It was clearly a defensive skill, mainly used to create distance between him and the enemy. Although it had some offensive properties, it still couldn't make up for its shortcomings in terms of effectiveness. It would be decent if it were a transcendent level skill, but for a legendary level skill, it was a bit forced. He continued reading further. The cooldown time is none? Song-Chi's pupils shook. Damn! It's a divine skill. At the moment he saw the cooldown time, his attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. No cooldown time for the skill? Truly worthy of being a legendary level skill. It was unbelievable. Song-Chi felt like he had picked up a treasure. Originally, it was just a defensive skill, but the absence of cooldown time instantly turned it into a control skill with an exaggerated effect. It should be noted that control skills weren't limited to just stun and imprisonment effects. Knockback and knockdown were also considered forms of control. As long as the skill consumption wasn't too excessive, even if the effect was slightly lacking, this absurd cooldown time could compensate for all its shortcomings. This is a skill book I specifically prepared for you to participate in the genius competition, the city lord said with a smile. The effect is almost on par with epic level skills. How about it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Song-Chi nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he was also moved. Skills like Soul Link, which were exclusive to summoners and of legendary level, were priced between 80 to 100 million credits. Not only could summoners use them, but mages and priests, two popular professions, could also use them. The effect was even top tier and legendary. It would easily be worth 5 to 6 billion credits, if not more, if it were publicly auctioned and the news spread throughout the entire human race. And yet, the city lord just casually gave it to him? It should be noted that even Lu Rinfu, an 80 level or above whisperer, had a lifetime inheritance of only around 1 billion credits. This skill book, which was almost on par with epic quality, could almost match his entire inheritance. The city lord's gift was undeniably precious. His treatment of him was beyond words. Song-Chi gritted his teeth and looked at the pile of precious items in his storage ring. Then he looked at the Void Torrent skill on the panel, along with Lu Bu and Ing Zhang's panels. City Lord, rest assured, I will definitely obtain the Abyss Key. Good. I can rest assured with your words. The City Lord laughed heartily. Go, I believe in you. As soon as he finished speaking, a black mist surged out, enveloping the City Lord, and then with a roll, he disappeared from the spot. There was no hesitation at all. Song-Chi scratched his head and sighed. 5 level 70 professionals, I wonder how strong they really are. Although the lord of the city has boasted, I still have some doubts. But, why do you trust me so much, Lord? He finally realized it. The lord of the city seems to have no worries about the safety of this super S-level talented individual. It was fine to let him level up outside the city before. But now, it has escalated to the point where he is directly challenging high-level professionals 50 levels above him? If the lord of the city doesn't value himself, it doesn't seem right. He even provided him with the primordial water to drink and prepared a top-tier legendary skill book for him. It doesn't seem like he doesn't value him at all. Is it because he has a backup plan and isn't afraid, or is he really just letting me roam freely? Song-Chi also understood that the reason the lord of the city didn't explain clearly was probably to temper his will, so that he wouldn't be scared stiff when faced with a life-threatening crisis in the future. Forget it, let's get to work quickly. After thinking for a moment, Song-Chi took out a sheepskin paper, compared the location, and then disappeared inside the house. Plop! Song-Chi appeared in the snowy field 2 kilometers away. The cooldown time for a targeted teleportation was 10 minutes, so after using it once, Song-Chi directly summoned Ing Zhang. They rode on sand horses and galloped all the way. Although Lu Bu was faster, riding Lu Bu felt a bit strange. Therefore, Song-Chi chose to summon Ing Zhang. In the depths of the endless snowfield. The cold wind howled endlessly. The pure white snow covered the entire land. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the monsters, and the lower the temperature. Even though Song Chi was a professional, with a physique far superior to an ordinary person, he couldn't help but shiver here. But fortunately, he had already arrived at his destination. He could vaguely see the figures of the followers of the demon worship sect a few hundred meters away. Song Chi summoned Lubu, dismounted, and then directly used life protection on himself. Be vigilant around you, be careful of hidden scouts or ambushes. Faced with 5 high-level professionals above level 70, Song Chi couldn't afford to be careless. The higher the level of the professional, the more difficult it was to level up. But at the same time, the gap between each level also grew larger. To level up from level 65 to level 70, it generally took 4 to 6 years. Although the elite members of the demon worship sect couldn't enjoy the primordial water and demon potions, they had the blessings of the master. And they could enjoy a different number of blessings of the master every year. In 4 to 6 years, they had enough time to widen the gap in basic attributes between themselves and level 65 professionals. Coupled with the increase in equipment level and the improvement of gold farming ability, level 65 professionals wore rare grade equipment, and most of the highest quality equipment they had was only extraordinary grade. Hero grade equipment was extremely rare. But level 70 professionals could easily gather a set of extraordinary grade equipment, and it was common for them to have 1 or 2 pieces of hero grade equipment. Not to mention, professionals who could reach level 70 generally had good talents. A-level and S-level talents, which were extremely rare among low-level professionals, were not only common but also ordinary among professionals above level 70. Song Chi circled around with Xiang and Lubu and arrived at a small hill that wasn't too high. 1, 2, 3. A total of 17 people, the numbers match, and they are in the surrounding area. This group of people should be members of the demon worship sect. Song Chi secretly observed while lying in the snow. The group of demon worship sect followers were at the bottom of a steep cliff. A strange object, shaped like a medicine bottle, floated in the air, constantly dripping purple liquid onto the ground. Every drop of purple liquid falls, and the ground briefly flashes a translucent hole before immediately disappearing. However, as the number of drops increases, the speed at which the holes disappear is slowing down. That potion should be the treasure used by the demon cult to corrode seals. It seems like I'm not too late. So the entrance to the hidden copy is below the cliff? Song Chi looked around. There were a total of 12 people surrounding the entrance to the copy. These 12 people should be intermediate level professionals at level 40. There's nothing special to note. In addition, 5 advanced level professionals at level 70 patrol around, but they always maintain their formation, ensuring that if one person has an accident, the others can immediately notice. Among the 5, there are 4 males and 1 female. They all hold weapons in their hands, so their professions are easy to distinguish. Warrior, shield warrior, paladin, priest, and ranger. 3 in the front row, 1 in the back row for damage output, and 1 for healing. The priest and ranger are specially protected in the middle, it's difficult to break through. Even 7 sins can only pull 1 from the back row, whether it's a priest or a ranger, it feels quite tricky. If there's someone constantly harassing or healing in the back row, I feel a bit uncertain about fighting 4 against 1. Song Chi rubbed his chin. I need to find a way to deal with both back row players at once. As for the 3 in the front row, he opened Lu Renfu's storage ring and counted. There's no need to worry about the 3 in the front row, the number of offensive and defensive items in the storage ring Lu gave me is sufficient. If it's just the 3 of them, I can completely rely on items to kill them. After thinking for a moment, Song Chi took out a few talismans and stuck them on himself. Incantation, concealment incantation, swift movement incantation, shield incantation, burrow. Below the cliff, the temporary camp of the demon cult. A strong and muscular shield warrior, holding 2 person-sized shields, walked around boredly. Even in the depths of the snowy field, he was still bare-chested without any discomfort. It was enough to prove how high his physical attributes were. After a while, he couldn't help but yawn and turn to look at the priest. "Hey Ronin, how much longer until this seal is broken? I've been guarding since last night, and I'm bored to death." The short-haired female priest beside him looked expressionless at the hole. "The seal at the entrance is already unstable. It could be unsealed in as little as half an hour or as long as 10 minutes. Of course, there's also a possibility of a failed unsealing, causing the copy to explode," the shield warrior said helplessly. Hey, don't say such unlucky things. If it explodes, then we stop talking." In the middle of his sentence, the ranger beside him suddenly interrupted, pointing to a nearby location. "Someone is coming." Hearing this, the 5 of them, who were originally listless, suddenly changed their state and looked towards the direction the ranger was pointing. They saw 2 tall figures slowly walking out of the snow. One is holding a long spear, wearing ancient armor, and the other is wearing a black dragon robe with a crown on his head. 2 ancient people? Looks like they're summoned spirits of a summoner. They not only didn't avoid us when they saw us in the wilderness, but also directly let the summoned spirits come over? The ranger picked up his bow and arrow, ready to shoot. The newcomers don't seem friendly. The shield warrior narrowed his eyes, slowly raising his huge shield in front of him, standing at the forefront of the 5. His voice was loud and powerful. "Friends ahead, we are from the demon cult. If you don't want to die, it's best to step aside." However, upon hearing his words, the 2 people in front of him not only did not stop, but instead laughed. The demon worshipper? That sect composed of human traitors? Lowly human traitors, who betray even their own race, dare to tell us to move aside. Hearing this, the faces of the 5 members of the demon worshipper sect instantly darkened. Within the sect, they did not consider themselves as human traitors. On the contrary, most of them believed that they had simply chosen a more reasonable means of salvation. The power gap between the human race and the extraterrestrial demon race was simply too large. Their leader had promised them that surrendering would not result in death, and that a paradise would be given to the human race, with the remaining humans being properly resettled. Since that was the case, why resist to the end? It would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Therefore, they were most averse to being called traitors. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. A earthy yellow halo flashed on the shield warrior's body, and his body expanded once again. His aura became incredibly heavy. The paladin and the priest simultaneously began casting spells, and one after another, halos descended, continuously bestowing various buffs on the group. "Charge!" The shield warrior roared, his entire body shooting out like a cannonball. His seemingly heavy body erupted with unparalleled speed. Boom! Rings of white mist burst open. Those were the sound barriers shattered by the speed exceeding the speed of sound. The sound barriers couldn't even stop it for an instant. The terrifying kinetic energy, coupled with the exaggerated speed, made the shield warrior's attack incredibly powerful. Well done. Ignorant fools. Chituma appeared beneath Lu Bu, his eyes turning crimson. But it didn't end there. Xiang took 2 steps back, then activated both Mo Fei Wang 2 and Hong Sa Luha at the same time. Lu Bu's aura surged once again. The combination of ignorant and Hong Sa Luha gave him an 800% boost, instantly reaching a terrifying level in all attributes. Vermin, die. Faced with the opponent's visibly terrifying attack, Lu Bu didn't flinch at all, and directly charged forward. The sky-piercing halberd and the giant shield collided in an instant. Time seemed to pause at that moment. And then, boom! The deafening collision resounded through the sky. Everyone present instinctively covered their ears. The sound waves spread out, instantly shattering the nearby snow-capped mountains, triggering multiple avalanches at the same time. Dang dang dang! Lu Bu and Chituma were sent flying, but quickly stabilized their footsteps. Hiss! The shield warrior took a deep breath, also retreating several steps. Just now, his legendary-level giant shield had actually trembled like a thin sheet of aluminum when struck. His tiger's mouth was almost shattered. Blood bloomed from his palm. What kind of monster summon spirit is this that suddenly appeared? A summoner capable of summoning a spirit of this level must be at least level 80, right? There's an 80 level summoner in the 7th district? How come they didn't receive any information at all? He was extremely shocked. This was his most proud attack, yet it only sent the opponent flying a few meters? And he himself was forced to retreat? Moreover, he had unleashed his strongest attack while fully buffed. In this situation, he was only slightly superior? If it weren't for the buffs from his teammates, does that mean he could have been pierced through by the opponent head-on? When did the 7th district have such a powerful summon spirit? Ruanan! The shield warrior shouted loudly, and a green light immediately descended. His injuries instantly improved. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But fortunately, we have a priest in our team, so attrition is definitely in my favor. At this moment, the warrior and the paladin finally arrived by his side. Are you all right? It's okay, just a little injured, he's very strong, be careful. The shield warrior reminded, and then raised his shield again. The three of them prepared to join forces to kill the strong enemy in front of them. On the other side, Lubu had already returned to normal. He looked down on the three of them, without any panic. The red horse's skin was as red as blood, and it snorted, but when it saw the three people standing together, its eyes revealed a human-like expression, full of disdain. One person and one horse, arrogant to the extreme. Isn't it just 3 against 1? They've tried it before. Swish! An arrow shot through the air, so fast that it didn't even leave a trace, heading straight for Lubu's face. Crack! A terracotta warrior holding a shield instantly appeared in its path. Bang! The terracotta warrior and the arrow exploded at the same time. The arrow returned without success. The archer frowned and looked into the distance. He found that the summoner in the black dragon robe was staring at him intently. Obviously, his every move had already been seen, so he was on guard against his sneak attack. To be able to accurately summon a summoning creature to block my flowing wind arrow halfway, they are not simple. The archer knew best how fast his flowing wind arrow was. The fact that the opponent could do this already proved their strength. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Both sides just stared at each other without making a move. Tick-tock. At this moment, a seemingly insignificant drop of snow fell. And then... charge! Kill! It was as if both sides had agreed. 1 second they were calm, and the next second they collided instantly. Boom! 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 Lubu rode his red horse and clashed head-on with the three of them. The deafening sound of clashing metal and iron played like an intense march in the snowy field. The 4 of them fought together, waves of energy constantly erupting. The archer seized the opportunity and leaped up. With just a slight pull, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. Among them were a few holy light bullets from the priest. Xiang calmly raised his palm. Although there were only 4 spots for terracotta warriors, at this moment, it seemed as if there were countless armies. Each terracotta warrior always collided with the arrows in the moment of formation. At the moment of each terracotta warrior's explosion, a new one would appear in another direction. Continuous and endless, advancing one after another. The rain of arrows covered the entire battlefield, but none of them fell into the front line, all blocked by the terracotta warriors. With the blessing of sweeping the 6 realms, Xiang's mental attribute exceeded 6,000. This was enough for him to completely ignore the consumption of the terracotta warriors. This time, both sides didn't stop after a few exchanges, but continued to attack. Attack! Attack again! Xiang and the archer were deadlocked, one attacking and one defending. Lubu and the 3 of them fought until they were crazy, enjoying themselves until their voices were hoarse. However, no one noticed. A small lump in the snow had already quietly arrived at the temporary camp of the demon worshipper, behind the priest and the archer. Crack! A pair of clever eyes emerged from under the snow. It was Song-Chi, who had sneaked into the snow with the help of props and made a big circle. Strange, where is that priest? He stuck his head out to try to identify the direction, but found that the lighting in his current location wasn't very good. The short-haired priest who was just in front of him had also disappeared. He turned his head in confusion, but found a pair of black silk legs. He was stunned for a moment, then looked up and met the gaze of the short-haired priest. Song-Chi. Well, if I say I'm not a pervert, just here to kill you, would you believe me? The next moment. Ah! The sharp and high-pitched howl echoed throughout the entire camp, and several golden rays of light fell on the female priest. She frantically blessed herself with various defensive skills and ran towards the ranger. However, it was too late. The sky-cleaving halberd appeared in Song-Chi's hand, and his pupils began to flicker with red light, just like Lubu in front of him. Soul Link LV2, 9 out of 10. The summoner can designate a summon and share all its attributes and skills, lasting for 30 minutes with a cooldown of 21 hours. At this moment, he had transformed from a summoner into a terrifying berserker. Although he had no combat experience, facing a squishy support like a priest, especially in close quarters, the outcome was self-evident. Song-Chi leaped into the air, and a shadow of a demon god appeared behind him. In pursuit of a one-hit kill, he had no room for luck and unleashed his strongest move, self-sacrifice strike. Swish! A red streak cut through the sky. Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the defense of the short-haired female priest had no effect, and her body was instantly torn apart. At the moment of the female priest's death, an arrow suddenly struck. Bang! 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 But countless words appeared on Song-Chi's body, and 7 layers of spells were shattered in succession. However, the power of the arrows was ultimately exhausted. Tisk, it's bad. Seeing his teammate killed, the ranger only glanced coldly, then calmly shot an arrow at Song-Chi and quickly retreated backward. A green light appeared under his feet, and his figure flickered as he escaped from the camp. Song-Chi split the arrows with his halberd, then casually opened his palm. 7 deadly sins immediately appeared in his hand. He held the book in one hand and pointed at the ranger with the other. Come in. Whoosh! After a strange spatial fluctuation, the ranger, Song-Chi, Xiang, and Lubu all disappeared from their original positions at the same time. In the previous second, the 3 of them were still engaged in a bloody battle with Lubu. They stood up in confusion, and the shield warrior immediately realized something was wrong. Why did they suddenly disappear? Did that summoner run away? Wait. Something's not right. Ruanan and Zhang Wei are in danger. The shield warrior turned around in a panic, but only saw a bloody scene in the camp and the dead female priest. The muscular man holding a giant shield roared with all his might and rushed towards the camp. With just one glance, his eyes turned red. The death of the female priest was not just tragic, it was horrifying. The lower half of her body was completely shattered, and the large expanse of snow was dyed crimson. He stammered, trembling hands holding the remaining upper half of the female priest's body in his arms. Ruanan! He howled to the sky, filled with inconsolable grief. Damn summoner! I'll make you pay. Bang! The shield warrior punched the ground, placing the priest's corpse inside, and covered it up. Then he stood up and took out a bottle of blood-red potion. Dong Gu! Don't! The ember potion is deadly. Dong Gu, if you drink it, you'll definitely die. The nearby warrior and paladin seemed to recognize the potion and reached out to stop him. However, the shield warrior hesitated for a moment, then opened the lid and took a sip. Within a few seconds of entering his mouth, the potion's effects began to take hold. Steam rose from his body, and his skin turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Thud! A dull echoing sound came from within the shield warrior's body, like the beating of a drum. Every time the sound echoed, his muscles trembled violently, and then his entire body swelled slightly. His already muscular body, in just half a minute, had become as tall as a small giant. Just now, I felt a spatial fluctuation. The summoner must have used a spatial skill, not a teleportation skill. And since Zhang Wei was also pulled in, it shouldn't be an escape skill either. Skills that can pull enemies into another space usually appear where they disappear. We'll wait for him here. He picked up his shield. The huge shield that could have completely blocked him from head to toe now only reached his waist. The warrior and the paladin exchanged a glance, then sighed and stood beside the shield warrior. A few minutes later. Puff! The headless body of the archer and the three of them appeared again. Due to the use of the soul link skill in activating recklessness, Xiang's 5,000 attribute points completely overwhelmed the archer. He couldn't directly stun him with 7 deadly sins, so he wasted a few more minutes. However, as soon as they appeared, Xiang felt a gust of wind coming towards him. He turned his head and saw a huge shield just inches away from him. Also appearing was the furious face of the shield warrior. Die, you bastard. The next moment. Boom! 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 The sound of intense explosions continued. Layers of spells kept appearing and then being shattered around Xiang. Bang! In the end, all the spells shattered, and Xiang was blasted away by an extremely powerful force. Boom! The whole person was sent flying, rapidly retreating, and even flying at a speed surpassing the speed of sound. He crashed into the snow-capped mountain hundreds of meters behind him. Before an avalanche could even occur, the small snow mountain was instantly shattered from the middle. Lord! How dare you! Lu Bu's eyes widened in anger and he roared. He watched helplessly as his lord was slapped away in front of him, his anger almost clouding his mind. Immediately, his soaring fighting spirit and anger erupted. Die! A demonic shadow manifested behind him, becoming more solid. Boom! The giant shield and the Skypiercer clashed once again. With the two of them at the center, a terrifying shockwave swept out in a circle. The ground collapsed into a huge circular depression. Several kilometers of accumulated snow were completely cleared. In the face of this terrifying collision of power, whether it was the warrior, the paladin, or Xiang, they could only barely stabilize their bodies and couldn't make any other movements. The power of this strike can be imagined. But the shield warrior still blocked it, although his face turned flushed, he firmly withstood Lu Bu's attack. Xiang glanced back and saw that Xiang had been ambushed, his expression also not looking good. Since you've made a move against Mr., there's no need for further words. He drew his sword and stepped forward, pointing his finger. Whoosh! 4 terracotta warriors condensed into existence. Xiang personally joined the battle and attacked the warrior and the paladin. For a while, the flames of war reignited. In the distance, amidst the shattered rocks of the snow mountain. Cough! Xiang lay in the ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning pain in his chest, and his internal organs had suffered severe impact. The piercing pain constantly stimulated his brain. He probably broke several ribs. Damn, even with 50 defense spells attached to my body, I couldn't defend against it? These were defensive spells from an 80th level Whisperer, and there were 50 of them. They were all shattered by a single shield from the opponent? He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he still had Soul Link and Recklessness active. With 5,000 Constitution points, he was able to withstand this attack. Spell Heal. Xiang opened his storage ring and took out a few healing spells to attach to his body. After a while, he finally caught his breath and returned to the battlefield to assess the situation. Xiang was doing fine, despite being outnumbered. His combat strength was still impressive, especially with the 4 terracotta warriors at his side. On the other hand, something seemed off with Lu Bu. Even though his overall attributes had surpassed 8,000 points, he was still struggling in the fight. The shield warrior had transformed from wielding a single shield to dual-wielding shields. Each swing of the golden and black shields created a thunderous hurricane. The power was terrifying, even Lu Bu had to temporarily avoid its edge. Xiang roughly estimated that the opponent's strength had probably exceeded 10,000 at this moment. However, he also noticed something was wrong. His condition seems a bit off. If I remember correctly, he was about the same height as Lu Bu at the beginning, but now he's 2 heads taller. Lu Bu is over 2 meters tall, and this shield warrior must be at least 3 meters tall now. And look at those muscles, they've expanded to an unbelievable extent. The previous shield warrior had a muscular and strong physique, but now his muscles looked like bundles of explosives about to explode. His biceps were thicker than his head, and his skin was torn in multiple places. Obviously, his muscles had expanded too quickly, causing his skin to burst. So this should be some kind of berserk state. I wonder how long this skill lasts and what the side effects are. After thinking for a moment, Song-Chi sighed and took out the ring that Lu Lao had given him. No, I can't drag this out any longer. Lu Bu's recklessness skill only lasts for 10 minutes, and at least 5 or 6 minutes have already passed. Once Lu Bu's skill ends, I won't have any chance of winning. It's a pity, I was planning to make some money. With that, Song-Chi took out 5 talismans at once. Unlike the previous spell, these talismans were made of golden yellow paper. The text on the paper was no longer black but a bright red, faintly emanating extraordinary power. Each of these talismans contained Lu Runfu's lifelong efforts. The power contained in each one was equivalent to a full-force strike from this level 80 secret language master. In the entire storage ring, there were less than 50 of these precious talismans. Song-Chi shook his hand and infused them with extraordinary power. The 5 talismans, worth millions of credits, immediately lit up with a dazzling glow. Weakness. Slowness. Disablement. Annihilation. Impact. Song-Chi shook his hand, and the 5 talismans flew out. The carriers of the talismans ignited with flames, quickly burning out, and the bright red characters turned into tangible entities and rushed forward. The shield warrior couldn't react in time and was directly hit in the body. His body visibly shrank at an alarming speed, and his reactions became sluggish. The full-force attack of an 80th level secret language master had an astonishing effect. But it wasn't over yet. Song-Chi held another 5 talismans in his hand. Protection. Inspiration. Agility. Healing. Sharpness. The 5 talismans also self-ignited without fire, turning into bright red tangible characters and entering Lu Bu's body. Lu Bu's eyes brightened, and he exhaled a breath of stale air. He felt his body instantly become much lighter, and the exhaustion accumulated from the previous battles disappeared. A blood-red film covered the sky-piercing halberd, and the sound of wind and thunder rolled as he swung it. He was once again full of vitality, returning to his peak state. The shield warrior suddenly turned around and noticed Song-Chi, who hadn't died yet, following the trajectory of the talismans. You dare to come back? This time, I'll smash you into minced meat. He became furious and charged towards Song-Chi. But unfortunately, Lu Bu wouldn't let him have his way. Don't get it wrong, your opponent is me. Fang Tianhuaji fell with a loud bang, forcing him to turn around and defend. Get out of the way. The 2 shields rose up, trying to push Lu Bu away. But his strength had been greatly reduced. Even in his prime, he was only slightly superior to Lu Bu. Now, not only was he affected by 5 negative statuses, but his opponent was also blessed with 5 positive statuses. With the constant exchange, the gap between the 2 sides had widened significantly. Lu Bu easily swept away the opponent's double attack with one hand holding the halberd. The shield warrior was stunned, looking at the opponent in disbelief. Impossible, it can't be. I even drank the incineration potion, I don't even care about my life. How is it possible that I still can't defeat you? Damn it, I'm going to smash you into pieces. He hoarsely shouted, his eyes bloodshot, and he raised his dual shields with even greater momentum. Taking a step forward. Boom! Dust flew, and debris scattered. The earth was shattered, countless cracks spreading dozens of meters from where he stood. Die! The 2 shields, accompanied by a sharp breaking sound, fiercely attacked Lu Bu. Even the shockwave alone was as sharp as a blade. If it were before, Lu Bu would indeed not be able to withstand this attack head-on. But now. Enough! Fang Tianhuaji inserted into a gap at a strange angle, and then lightly flicked. Thud! 1 shield was knocked away. It was as easy as playing a game. Lu Bu's expression changed, and his fighting spirit faded. Then he pulled the reins, took 2 steps back, and raised Fang Tianhuaji high. The illusion of the demon god appeared behind him once again. With his stamina fully restored, he was capable of using sacrificial strike once again. You are a good opponent, but this time, I admit defeat. Goodbye. Fang Tianhuaji suddenly fell, and the huge spear in the hands of the illusion of the demon god also came crashing down. The shield warrior was momentarily dazed, and in his eyes, there was only the increasingly large spear. The next second. Boom! When the dust settled, only a pool of black blood remained in the original spot. The shield warrior was dead. Seeing this, the nearby warriors and paladins panicked. The shield warrior was the strongest among the 5 of them. Not to mention, he had also consumed the incineration potion at the cost of his life to enhance his combat power. And now, he was actually dead? Not from the side effects of the incineration potion, but killed by the enemy? Run! Run fast! We are definitely no match. The warriors quickly made a decision and turned to escape. Too late. A red lightning bolt flashed. The red hair snorted, and then the heads of the 2 were sent flying into the sky. Lu Bu had appeared behind them without them realizing, and there was still warm blood on Fang Tianhuaji. Without the shield warrior's defense, they were no match for Lu Bu in their current state. At this point, all 5 senior members of the demon cult had been killed. At this moment, Song Qi also walked over from not far away. He stood in front of the 12 intermediate professionals who were trembling and didn't even dare to think about escaping, and raised a stone. Thud, thud, thud. 12 consecutive strikes sent all 12 of them into a deep sleep. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it wasn't easy, but I finally dealt with this group. It seems that fighting enemies 50 levels higher is still a bit too difficult. He touched his chest with some emotion, feeling a slight pain. If it weren't for the great gift Lu Lao gave him this time, he would have had a high chance of losing his life against this squad alone. Without saying anything else, just the step of going around behind, he couldn't complete it. The ranger is the most sensitive profession among all professionals in sensing aura. Without Lu Lao's high-level stealth spell, he simply couldn't get close to the female priest. But fortunately, although there were some setbacks, we still made it through in the end. So, what's next? Song Qi showed an expectant expression and licked his lips. It's my favorite part, the looting. The 5 level 70 professionals, their equipment shouldn't be bad, right? But please don't disappoint me, members of the demon worship. Song Qi first arrived above the hidden instance. He quickly picked up the treasure that was corroding the seal. This was a functional treasure, of heroic quality. The attribute values were very few, the only effect was to corrode a specific seal, and there was also a certain chance of detonating the seal. Moreover, the higher the seal level, the longer the time required to unlock it. Then he came to the body of the shield warrior, or rather, next to the puddle of blood and mud. 2 large shields and a storage ring were lying quietly on the ground. Song Qi picked up the golden shield. He opened the information. Weapon, Shield of Sophia, quality, legendary, applicable professions, Shield Warrior, Warrior, applicable level, level 60 and above, required attributes, Strength 300, Constitution 300, Strength, plus 1100, Agility, minus 100, Constitution, plus 800, Spirit, plus 50, Effect 1, reduces damage received by the holder by 15%. If the shield successfully blocks this damage, damage reduction is increased to 30%. Effect 2, when this weapon is used as the main weapon, Constitution attribute is increased by 30%. When this weapon is used as the offhand weapon, the size of the shield is reduced to 50% of its original size, and both Strength and Constitution attributes are increased by 10%. Evaluation, the proud work of the master blacksmith Gavros, named after his daughter Sophia, but because it became too famous, his daughter gained the nickname Shield Sister, and their relationship temporarily cooled down. As expected, it's legendary. Song Qi completely relaxed. At first glance of this shield, he knew the quality was definitely not bad. Now, it turned out to be a legendary weapon. A level 60 legendary shield, and it's even usable by popular professions. Xiang estimated that if he were to auction it, selling it for 100 million credit points would be no problem. But as for how much it could actually sell for, it would depend on the wealth of the people present at the time. Just with this one piece of equipment, I've made up for all the items I used. In other words, everything else is pure profit. Xiang happily put it into his system backpack. So satisfying. This was already the third time Xiang looted corpses. Except for the shield warrior, the bodies of the other four were still there. He skillfully took off the equipment from their bodies. Unfortunately, besides the shield being a legendary equipment, the highest quality of the other equipment was only heroic. Among them, the ranger's bow and arrow, as well as the female priest's staff, had the highest quality. Their prices were estimated to be around 10 million. The paladin's weapon was the worst, not even heroic, just an extraordinary book. Its effect was to reduce damage and extend the duration of buff skills. Fortunately, I didn't listen to my teacher and change to a paladin. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be like him, still being a punching bag at level 70. Xiang complained and continued to organize. The overall quality of the equipment of the 5 people was still quite good. Preliminary estimates put its value at around 60 to 80 million credit points. Plus the legendary giant shield, it was close to 200 million credit points. Not only did he make up for the loss of those props, but he also made a big profit. After searching the bodies, Xiang buried them all in the original pit of the female priest. As the saying goes, it's hard to be ruthless. Since he took their equipment, it wouldn't be right to leave their bodies exposed in the wilderness. We're also people who pay attention to details, Xiang said, patting the soil tightly with his shield. After tidying up the equipment and storage rings of the 5 advanced professionals, it was time for the 12 intermediate professionals. Although their levels were a bit low, every little bit counts. Together, they might have hundreds of thousands of credit points. That's what Xiang initially thought. But he never expected that these 12 people would give him a surprise. Not only did each of them have an emergency escape device, but one of them even had a legendary weapon. Weapon, Staff of 1,000 Changes, Quality, Legendary, Applicable Professions, Mage, Summoner, Priest, Magic Swordsman, Applicable Level, Level 35, Required Attributes, None, Strength, plus 10, Agility, plus 10, Constitution, plus 50, Spirit, plus 350, Effect 1, when summoning mechanical creatures, all attributes of the summoned creatures increase by 30%. Effect 2, consumes all spirit power to randomly summon 1 to 6 mechanical puppets. The level of the puppets ranges from 20 to 70, with a duration of 1 hour. Evaluation and epic equipment of the lucky ones, a suicide pleasure staff of the noobs. Xiang rubbed his chin. The attributes are not bad, but the effects are a bit hard to say. It's difficult to estimate the value of such special legendary equipment. Effect 2 really depends on luck. If you're lucky, you'll get 6 level 70 mechanical puppets. For intermediate professionals, they can easily crush all dungeons. But if luck is bad, not only will all spirit power be consumed, but only 1 level 20 mechanical puppet can be summoned. It's basically suicide to encounter any danger. The gap between the best and worst outcomes is huge. If it were to be auctioned and someone happened to have a demand and money in their pocket, it might sell for around 70 to 80 million credit points. But if luck is bad and no one really needs it, it can only be sold for between 20 to 30 million. Let's assume it's 40 million, and they still have 12 emergency escape devices, which adds up to 6 million credit points, plus some miscellaneous items. It's barely 50 million credit points. Not bad at all. It already exceeded his expectations to be able to scavenge 5,000 credit points from these 12 intermediate professionals. In addition, seeing these things, I can almost guess the plan of the demon worship sect. Xiang recalled the dungeon he entered when he obtained the 7 sins. If the 7 sins were the key to opening the abyss, then it means that the difficulty of these dungeons should be similar. In the low-level dungeon he cleared before, the monsters were around level 40. So the monsters that would appear in this intermediate dungeon would probably be level 60. Dungeons of this level are difficult for ordinary intermediate professionals to clear even in a team, let alone solo. Therefore, The number of professionals doesn't matter. At first, he was curious why the demon worship sect wanted to bring 12 intermediate professionals together. But now, he understood. The demon worship sect prepared this legendary weapon for these 12 people. At the same time, they also prepared an emergency escape device for each person, so that they could take turns entering the dungeon and rely on luck to summon mechanical puppets. If luck is bad, they can simply use the escape device to exit the dungeon and let the next person continue. As long as there is a level 70 mechanical puppet successfully summoned, you can clear the instance and obtain the treasures of the 7 deadly sins. But now, these things are all cheap for me. Song-Chi laughed uncontrollably. Valued at 250 million credits, now I can go back and enjoy a good shopping spree. Although Lu Lao's inheritance was substantial, it still had its uses for Song-Chi. If he wasn't in desperate need of money, he wouldn't be willing to sell. But he didn't feel any attachment to selling these equipment. After organizing all the spoils of war, Song-Chi found a rope and tied all 12 people together. These 12 people posed no threat to him, so he didn't rush to kill them. He could bring them back for interrogation and see if he could get any information out of them. Let me think, there shouldn't be any omissions here. Song-Chi pondered for a moment, confirmed everything was in order, and took out a piece of parchment. So, next. We should enter the instance. With that said, he held the parchment in his hand and walked towards the sealed entrance of the instance. As the parchment approached, the already crumbling seal made a crisp sound. Crack! Then it shattered like a piece of glass. It was only at this moment that Song-Chi finally saw the appearance of the entrance to the instance. It was a cave next to the foot of a cliff. More accurately, it was a pit spread out on the ground. The surface of the pit was covered by a strange, soap bubble-like transparent film. Vaguely, one could see the bottomless darkness below. Song-Chi reached out his hand and tried to probe it. A weak suction force tried to pull him in. We can enter, it is indeed an intermediate instance. However, Song-Chi didn't rush to jump in. Instead, he took out a few healing spells and cast them on Lubu and Xiang. Faced with the siege of several level 70 advanced professionals, both of them had accumulated quite a few injuries. Although it didn't seem to affect their appearance, it was better to be safe and heal them. After all, they still had to fight boss-level monsters above level 60 later. Then Song-Chi waited in place for a while, took out some prepared biscuits and jerky, and started eating. He also handed some to Xiang and Lubu to taste. Only when their skills cooldown reached 0 did Song-Chi summon them back and leap down to the entrance of the instance. Bang! Song-Chi landed on one knee, barely stabilizing his posture. With the experience from last time, he didn't land on his but this time. So, according to tradition, the first thing is to observe the surrounding environment. Song-Chi looked around and surveyed his surroundings. This was a combination of 2 decaying and dilapidated palaces. He was in the middle of the two. On the left was a luxurious palace. The grass had already withered, and weeds were rampant. Everywhere he looked, there were scenes of broken walls and ruins. Various buildings and houses were covered in moss and other plants. Then, what came into his sight were the monsters here. Most of these monsters had rotting bodies with only bones remaining, while a small portion still had remnants of flesh. They wore uniform armor, held long spears, had bows and arrows on their backs, and carried longbows at their waists. They constantly patrolled the surroundings. The movements of these monsters, whether walking or turning, were very smooth. If it weren't for their appearance, it would be almost impossible to distinguish them from normal humans. Monster, Ancient Kingdom Guards level, 55 strength, 1684 constitution, 1617 agility, 1010 spirit, 899 skills, spear mastery, archery, alert, evaluation. Former guards of the Ancient Kingdom's king, turned into monsters that attack anyone indiscriminately after being corrupted by abyssal power. Then Song-Chi turned his head and looked to the right. The palace on the right was noticeably more plain. The monsters here still have their decayed appearance, with long swords hanging from their waists. Their gender cannot be discerned from their appearance. However, Song-Chi can still distinguish from their armor and clothing that this group of monsters should be female. He opened the information and sure enough. Monster, ancient country sword-bearing maid level, 52 strength, 700 constitution, 713 agility, 1600 spirit, 1525 skills, lightness, swordsmanship. Warning, evaluation. Formerly a maid guarding the queen of the ancient country, she turned into a monster that indiscriminately attacks anyone after being corrupted by abyssal power. The two types of monsters dutifully guard their respective areas without any overlap. Seeing the attributes of the monsters, Song-Chi couldn't help but be amazed. Turtle, all of them are monsters in their 50s, and their individual attribute values are over 1600? They truly are strong as expected in a special instance. Fortunately, I waited for the cooldown of my skills before entering. With these basic attributes, even an average intermediate professional would struggle to clear the instance, let alone solo a small soldier. Not to mention the boss-level monsters later on. Even Lu Bu and Xiang, without using their skills, would probably struggle to kill with just their basic attributes. And it seems to be a dual boss configuration for this instance? Song-Chi noticed the evaluations of the two types of monsters. Whether it's the Imperial Guard or the sword-bearing maid, they both seem to be guarding their respective masters, the king and queen. Based on his experience, the final boss of this instance is probably the king and queen of the ancient country. However, what puzzled him was why the king and queen were not together. Instead, they were each on one side. Don't they sleep together? They're both kings, they can't possibly be cuckolded, right? Or perhaps, there is some other story inside? Lost in thought for a while, Song-Chi stood up and went to the center. Observation complete, the situation is under control. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Bu and Xiang appeared again. Song-Chi pointed. Xiang, you go deal with the monster on the right. Lu Bu, you go deal with the monster on the left. Fight quickly and decisively, don't linger in battle. Also, the attributes of these monsters are not low, their main attributes are all above 1500, don't be stingy with your skills. Understood. Asterisk 2. The two of them saluted and turned to walk towards their respective sides. Seeing this, Song-Chi also took out a triple experience card and gently crushed it. Monsters in their 50s would undoubtedly give extremely rich experience points, which cannot be wasted. Then he looked to the right. Splash! For terracotta warriors and horses rose from the ground, Xiang waved lightly, and a domain centered around him spread out. Most of the sword-bearing maids in the palace were enveloped in it. They instantly turned their heads and looked at Xiang with fierce eyes. Squeak! The piercing high-pitched screams resounded one after another, and countless sword-bearing maids were instantly awakened, their decaying faces becoming ferocious as they attacked Xiang. Xiang just smiled faintly, drew out his sword and pointed it in midair. The overall attributes of the four terracotta warriors and horses immediately skyrocketed from 1000 to 3000. The gap in attribute values between the two sides instantly reversed. Plop! 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 Every time the spear was thrust, it accurately pierced through the heads of the monsters. The four terracotta warriors and horses formed an impenetrable defensive line, and the sword-bearing maids attacked like moths to a flame, only to quickly fly back at an even faster speed. Then, the experience acquisition prompt on Song-Chi's panel began to continuously sound. Experience plus 180,000, experience plus 180,000, experience plus 180,000. In just a moment, a white light fell from above Song-Chi's head. The more than 600,000 experience points he lacked were almost instantly filled. What the F***CK? I leveled up just like that. Did you just kill 3 monsters? Wait, one monster is worth 180,000 experience points? So that means the base experience points are 60,000? Indeed, these level 50 monsters are impressive. Song-Chi exclaimed with joy. He knew that level 50 monsters would provide high experience points, but he didn't expect it to be this high. So, does that mean I only need to kill a few dozen monsters of this level to level up? Indeed, power leveling is the way to go. After a rough calculation, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel excited. However, 100,000 experience points is already high for me, but it's not high for level 50 professionals. For them to level up, they have to kill several thousand to tens of thousands of monsters of the same level. Indeed, grinding monsters honestly has no future. If you want to develop quickly, you have to take some risks. On one side, Xiang controlled 4 terracotta warriors and formed a battle formation, continuously harvesting the lives of monsters. On the other side, Lu Bu had already entered the luxurious palace. Like Xiang, Lu Bu did not rush to kill. He rode his red hare horse, turning into a red lightning bolt, freely galloping through the palace. And he kept making noises to attract the attention of the monsters. With his extremely high movement speed, the group of Imperial guards with bows and arrows couldn't aim at him at all. They could only hold their spears and exhaust themselves, being led by Lu Bu. He was trying to gather these monsters together as much as possible. This is commonly known as aggro. As the number of Imperial guards increased, Lu Bu finally stopped. He was completely surrounded by monsters. Roar! Ah! Countless Imperial guards wielding spears charged towards him. The Imperial guards who were further away took off their bows and arrows from their backs, preparing to shoot. Down this madman! That's enough. Lu Bu remained calm, without any sense of panic from being surrounded. Then, foolish ones, attack! Swish! A silver-white ring flickered for a moment. Then, a circle of monsters surrounding Lu Bu seemed to have been paused. Then, click! Their heads slid off from above their necks. Then, a red afterimage kept shuttling. Groups of monsters began to fall in large numbers. Lu Bu held his halberd, and wherever he went, no monster could survive even a moment. Experience points plus 240,000, experience points plus 240,000, experience points plus 240,000. The terrifying income of 240,000 experience points per jump made Song Qi, who had just reached level 24, fill up over 90% of his experience bar in an instant. Damn, this side is even more powerful, 240,000 experience points per monster. It hasn't even been a minute, and I'm about to level up again? Song Qi exclaimed in surprise as he looked at his experience bar. He didn't have to wait long, as Xiang once again exerted his power. Ding! Another white light descended. Song Qi had already reached level 25. Damn! He was completely stunned in place. What kind of mind-blowing leveling speed was this? Less than a minute, and he leveled up twice in a row? It's worth noting that the experience points he needed to level up were calculated in millions. For an average intermediate professional, it would take at least a month, if not half a year, to level up. But for him, it had become a matter of minutes. It was too terrifying. If other professionals knew about my leveling speed, they would definitely be envious. Song Qi looked to both sides and saw that about half of the monsters were still remaining. He calculated, with the experience points provided by 2 more monster leaders, reaching level 26 is definitely not a problem. Song Qi's spirit shook, and then a bold idea popped into his mind. If level 50 monsters have such high experience points, then what about level 60? Isn't it starting with 100,000 experience points? Maybe. I can try leveling up by finding level 60 monsters in the wilderness? He felt a bit excited for a moment, but after careful consideration, he gave up. Seems like it's not feasible. Although the endless snowfield is a leveling ground for level 60 professionals, the level 60 monsters are mostly scattered. And level 60 monsters have a main attribute of at least 2,000. It would be quite difficult to kill them without using skills like Lu Bu and Xiang. If I use skills, it would take a lot of time to find another group after killing a few, since the monsters are scattered. The efficiency of killing monsters is too low. By the time I finish, the skills would be on cooldown. The time on the experience card would be wasted. Song Qi shook his head and sighed. In other words, if I can't easily kill level 60 monsters in normal circumstances, I might as well go and farm snow wolves. Are there any places where level 60 monsters gather in groups? He pondered for a while, took out the map given by the city lord, and finally found a location. Level 68 monster, rock-eating earth dragon. a huge monster that lives in the desert as a family unit. But unfortunately, he ultimately chose to give up. Because the habitat of this kind of monster is marked on the map as a leveling ground for level 80 to 90 professionals. In other words, it's a place where level 80 monsters are everywhere. It would be a bit reckless for him to go there to level up. Forget it, maybe when I reach level 40 and summon the third summon spirit, I can try going there. As for now, I'll just honestly farm snow wolves here. Come to think of it, using a triple experience card, a single snow wolf gives over 40,000 experience points, which is not bad. Song-Chi consoled himself. A few minutes later. Puff! The last maid with a knife fell under the spear of the terracotta warriors. Boom! A tall female figure broke through the ground below the palace on the right side. It was an extremely beautiful woman wearing half-body armor and wielding a knight's one-handed sword. Apart from her height of 3 meters, from her appearance alone, she didn't look like a monster at all. Song-Chi opened her information. Monster, Queen Diana level, 58 strength, 813 constitution, 150 agility, 5276 spirit, 1000 skills, charge, knight swordsmanship, flash strike, evaluation. The Great Queen possesses a pure and flawless heart. She is perfect, like the embodiment of a knight's spirit. Even though she has lost her sanity after being corrupted by the abyss, she still remembers to protect her people and prevent the destruction of the kingdom. As soon as the female leader named Diana appeared, she immediately showed a different side. She didn't stare at the terracotta warriors like the other maids. Instead, she locked onto Xiang in the back with a single glance. Her expression remained unchanged, and a hint of green light flashed under her feet, causing a sudden breeze to stir around her. Then, swish! She instantly turned into a blur. Her speed was so fast that it couldn't be captured by the naked eye. Only concentric circles of white airwaves were shattered and burst in the air. She headed straight for Xiang. So fast! Song-Chi exclaimed in shock. She truly deserved to be a leader-level monster, with an agility attribute that exceeded 5,000. It was almost approaching the reckless state of Lubu. Not to mention, she also had the skills, charge, and flash strike, which were clearly acceleration skills. She maximized her speed advantage to the extreme. Although she sacrificed her constitution attribute, this speed, even among level 60 monsters, was probably unmatched by anyone. And this kind of assassin-type monster with extreme speed is simply a nightmare for the backline squishies. However, Xiang in the distance remained calm, just giving Song-Chi a slightly embarrassed look and whispered, "Ahem. I'm sorry, sir. I'm about to offend again." Set. Xiang pointed from afar, and the blurry figure of the queen immediately appeared. At this moment, she was only 10 meters away from Xiang. Just a few meters more, and the tip of her knife would touch Xiang's throat. Unfortunately, these few meters were an insurmountable gap for her. 2 terracotta warriors had already formed on both sides of her the moment she revealed herself. Poof! Poof! 2 long spears stabbed without hesitation, piercing through the queen's head. There was no struggle or resistance. With less than 200 health points, her unparalleled speed was her downfall. But at the same time, it also meant that she had almost no defense. Experience plus 640,000, a white light appeared above Song-Chi's head in the distance. The massive amount of 640,000 experience points allowed him to directly level up from 25 to 26. And after the experience bar refreshed, it increased a little more. Unbelievable. Even Song-Chi himself felt that his leveling speed was a bit exaggerated. After all, Lubu hadn't finished killing yet. Plus, with the experience points from a king, his experience bar would probably be half full again after this level up. He would just casually find a pack of snow wolves to grind later, and he would level up 3 times today. Also, if I'm not mistaken, she should have a ring on her, right? Song-Chi approached and circled around the queen's body. Sure enough, a silver glowing ring lay quietly in her palm. Ring, pledge of devotion, quality, extraordinary, applicable level, none, required attributes, none, strength, +0, agility, plus 300, Constitution, plus 10, Spirit, plus 50, Effect 1, summon 2 level 55 sword-wielding mates to fight for oneself. Effect 2, Fusion. Evaluation: the queen admired the hero who saved the country. She made a promise in front of the gods that she would accompany him for the rest of her life and dedicate everything to him. However, she never expected that her hero would be corrupted by power beyond recognition. As expected, the effect is fusion. Song-Chi weighed the ring and put it into his backpack. If it was 80% certain before, now it's completely certain. The hidden equipment in this instance is another one of the 7 deadly sins. And the 7 deadly sins are the 7 keys to open the abyssal gate. I wonder how many keys are needed to open the abyssal gate. Do we need to collect all of them, or is there a certain number required? Also, this evaluation is quite interesting. According to the Queen's previous description, she seemed to be a woman of extremely high moral character. She had admired the hero who saved the country. It's just that she didn't expect that when the hero ascended to the throne, he would become completely different from what she had imagined. So, is this the reason why the Queen and the King live separately? Did idealists and realists clash? I don't really understand your love brains. Song-Chi shook his head and looked to the other side. Inside the luxurious palace. Bang! The sky-piercing halberd swung horizontally. A palace guard was sent flying by the terrifying force, and in the instant it crashed into the wall, its bones shattered into pieces and scattered. Lu Bu let out a sigh of relief. That was the last palace guard. Now, his surroundings were filled with a group of severed limbs. The bodies of the guards almost covered the entire hall. The last one has been dealt with, so what's next? Just the final boss monster left. Lu Bu walked out of the hall and onto the square, looking around cautiously. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no sign of the opponent. Strange, is there no one? Just as Song-Chi was puzzled. Rumble. The earth suddenly began to shake. The entire palace was trembling. A deep and grand voice came from underground. It seemed to come from hell itself. Accompanied by endless blood and crimson liquid surging out from the ground. Blood, sacrifice. Eternal, life. Boom! The entire land was lifted up. A gigantic humanoid monster slowly sat up from below, enough to cover the entire palace. It had a rough appearance and wore a crown on its head. Even before standing up, just half of its body sitting up was hundreds of meters tall. Monster, Fallen King level, 60 strength, 4317 constitution, 6431 agility, 100 spirit, 100 skills, gigantification, strike, immortal body, evaluation. At the moment when the kingdom is about to be destroyed, a hero emerges and single-handedly crushes the decadent noble class. He ascends to the throne amidst the cheers of the people, accompanied by a young and beautiful queen. He had once governed with diligence and worked for the people until old age and inevitable death approached. Turtle, over 6,000 constitution? But both agility and spirit are very low. It seems like a stationary type monster that can't move freely. Song-Chi looked into the distance. He noticed that after the king sat up, he did not continue to stand up. It seemed to have some kind of restriction, or perhaps the lower body simply couldn't move. This kind of monster with obvious weaknesses was no different from a target for Lu Bu. And as expected by Song-Chi, flesh. The king roared in anger. His 2 large hands suddenly slapped towards Lu Bu. However, Lu Bu just leaped up, and the shadow of the demon god quickly condensed. The long spear broke through the air and suddenly fell. Bang! The king's head was smashed like a huge watermelon by the spear. Dark red blood burst open, splattering half of the square. Boom! The huge body had just risen not long ago, and it fell down again with a loud crash. Dust rose into the sky. Experience plus 900,000. With the experience provided by the fallen king and the group of Imperial Guards, Song-Chi's experience bar was almost completely filled. At this point, all the monsters in the entire instance had been completely wiped out. Then, a crystal-clear gem emerged from the ground and appeared in front of Song-Chi. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared this instance. Please collect the instance core in a timely manner. Song-chi looked at it and decided not to collect it for now. He sighed. A special instance core worth 100 million credit points. Sigh, if I could fix this instance and grind for 10 days or half a month. I would rather spend 100 million. This leveling speed was truly addictive. Although there were only a few days left until the genius competition, if this instance could allow Song-chi to grind endlessly, he even had confidence in reaching level 40 within a few days. But it's a pity, it's just wishful thinking. The downside of outdoor instances is that the progress is saved, and once cleared, it disappears, unlike the instances in the city area that can refresh infinitely. Song-chi shook his head. Bringing back the special instance core could be used to create another special instance. However, the difficulty would return to that of a normal intermediate level instance. It would be impossible to encounter level 60 monsters again. Leaving the instance core in place, Song-chi walked towards the king's corpse. Soon, he found the second ring amidst a pile of ruins. Ring, abandoned initial heart quality, extraordinary applicable level, none required attributes, none strength, plus 300 agility, plus 0 constitution, plus 50 spirit, plus 0 effect 1, summon 2 level 55 ancient country guards to fight for oneself. Effect 2, fusion. Evaluation: the former savior of the ancient country has fallen into the abyss. He obtained the abyssal gift of a formation, nourishing his aging body with the souls and bodies of his people. But at the critical moment, his lover divided his formation in two, and the two of them fell into eternal slumber together. Seeing this, Song-chi roughly understood the story in this instance. In short, there was once a kingdom ruled by corrupt nobles. But at this time, a hero, the king in front of him, stood up and defeated the entire noble class. A young and beautiful female knight with a pure heart admired him greatly and eventually entered the realm of marriage with this hero. At first, the king may have been a good king. But as he aged, his declining physique and increasingly clear death led this once brave and fearless king into the embrace of the abyss. He was tempted by the abyss, set up a formation, and slaughtered his people to prolong his own existence. In the final moment, it was still the queen who jumped out and destroyed his formation, saving the entire kingdom's people. But she was also infected by the abyss because of the formation, and became this state of neither alive nor dead. In a sense, the queen finally fulfilled her initial promise, to forever accompany the king. Song-chi took out the first ring and looked at it. The last story was about the jealousy of the tree spirit towards the flower spirit's other half, and the fusion resulted in envy from the 7 deadly sins. And the theme of this story is the king's attachment to life, which is greed. Interesting, so does each of the 7 deadly sins correspond to a story? I just don't know if these stories have prototypes. Are they fabricated out of thin air, or are they stories that have been circulating in this world? This world is different from his original world. Coupled with the presence of extraterrestrial demons and the school's lack of emphasis on cultural content, Song-chi is not clear about the origins of these two stories. Maybe I can ask Gongsun Wuyue. Song-chi remembered that Gongsun Wuyue was able to deduce the source of his soul link skill based solely on one skill. Both his knowledge reserves and reasoning abilities are extremely outstanding. If the 7 deadly sins are indeed based on real stories, then I can actively search for those hidden instances. Thinking of this, Song-chi's eyes lit up. These instances may be torture for others, but for him, they are a great advantage. Not only can he obtain a massive amount of experience points, but also instance cores and legendary treasures. It's simply too exciting. Song-chi laughed foolishly for a while before coming back to his senses. Well, for now, let's see the effect of the 7 deadly sins. With that, Song-chi's 2 fingers wearing the rings collided forcefully, and the 2 rings flew off his hand. Fusion. A white light flashed. Bang! A thick book fell to the ground. The cover, like the envy of the 7 deadly sins, was pure black, without any fonts or extra colors. The entire book lying quietly in place gave people an uncomfortable feeling. Song-chi picked up the book and opened the information. Treasure, 7 deadly sins, greed quality, legendary applicable level, none required attributes, none strength, plus 0 agility, plus 0 constitution, plus 0 spirit, minus 1 effect 1, select a target and reset the cooldown of one of their skills immediately. Cooldown, 24 hours. Effect 2, select an equipment and reset one of its effects immediately. Cooldown, 24 hours. Evaluation, a gift from the abyss, collecting all 7 can open the door to the abyss. What? The effect of this treasure is to reset skill cooldown? Song-Chi's eyes widened. And effect 2 can also reset equipment effects? So, can't I just exploit it and use effect 1 infinitely? Oh, wait. He looked closely again and realized that effect 2 can only reset one effect. So I can't exploit it, but it's still pretty good. Song-Chi was still satisfied. Greed, combined with envy, means he can pull 2 people into a one-on-one space consecutively. If he encounters a team of advanced professionals like today's 5-person group, it will be much easier to kill the backline. No need to find a way around anymore. If he doesn't plan to use equipment effects, he can continuously reset Lu Bu's recklessness. By then, Lu Bu's skill can be used 3 times in a row. Originally only having a 10-minute burst time, it immediately became a 30-minute long-range combat skill. It's a qualitative leap. Song-Chi happily put the treasure into his bag. Although this treasure's effect doesn't enhance his ability to bully weak opponents, it is enough to instantly reverse the situation when facing opponents of equal strength. Alright, we've already obtained everything here, it's time to leave. After saying that, Song-Chi turned and went to the side of the dungeon core, putting it into his backpack. Congratulations! You have obtained a special dungeon core. Please note, the core of this dungeon has been collected, and all players will be forcibly kicked out of the dungeon world in 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Song-Chi and the others returned to the snowy field once again. He opened his own panel and took a look. Triple experience card, 1 hour 33 minutes and 6 seconds. There's still an hour and a half left on the experience card, don't waste it. Song-Chi wasn't in a hurry to find the city lord. He knew his own limits, although he did have potential. But he couldn't participate in battles at that level yet. A city lord level existence, a group leader level existence. Even the aftermath could kill him. It's better to wait for the city lord to solve the trouble and come to him proactively. After thinking for a moment, Song-Chi took out the skill book given by the city lord and chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the skill Chimen Duanjia Tianchong. Then Song-Chi took out the map and gestured for a while, looking to his right. It's not far from the Snow Wolf's territory, so let's try our luck there. I hope we can kill another wave of snow wolves before it ends. It's also a good opportunity to test the power of my skills. After saying that, he put away the map and heading Xiang summoned several sandhorses to carry the 12 members of the Baimo sect, heading towards the distance. Half an hour later, Song-Chi and the others finally approached the territory where the snow wolves appeared. Their luck was good, they hadn't even entered the territory yet, but they could already see the pack of snow wolves from a distance. Taking a quick glance, it was a relatively large group of wolves. The number should be around 200 to 300. Although we wasted half an hour of the experience card, it's not a loss if we can kill another wave. Song-Chi jumped off the sandhorse. Xiang and Lu Bu didn't hesitate and charged out as soon as they saw the pack of snow wolves. By the way, leave me a wolf. I want to test the power of my skills. Sir, Lord, please rest assured. The 2 figures had already disappeared from the original spot. In the next moment, roar! Howl! The continuous howling and roaring of the wolves echoed at the same time. Before the packs of snow wolves could even react to what was happening, they had already fallen in the snowy field. Song-Chi's level had increased to level 26, and at the same time, the levels of the summoned spirits, Xiang and Lu Bu, had also reached level 26. Even without using skills, their normal attributes were already superior to the snow wolves. Not only were they superior in terms of combat skills, but their attributes had also surpassed them. It would be an understatement to say that they were like a hungry tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. More accurately, they were like 2 extremely fierce tigers pouncing on a group of chickens. Every move and technique resulted in the death of several snow wolves. The entire wolf pack immediately erupted in a quake of panic. Experience plus 46,871, experience plus 44,913, experience plus 45,419. After more than 10 minutes, the bodies of hundreds of snow wolves stained the vast snowy field with crimson. The upgrade effect finally appeared above Song-Chi's head again. His level had now reached 27. The experience required for the next level had also increased to a staggering 7 million. Looking at this increasingly high experience value, even Song-Chi couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. In the days to come, I might only be able to level up once a day at most. Although this speed is still decent, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If an average intermediate level professional heard Song-Chi's words, they would probably not be able to resist giving him a beating. We would be ecstatic to level up once a month, and you're complaining about only leveling up once a day? Fortunately, the 12 intermediate level professionals around him were all unconscious and couldn't hear his complaints. Of course, even if they were awake, Song-Chi wouldn't be afraid. Because the average intermediate level professional couldn't defeat him. While Song-Chi was lost in his thoughts, Lubu and Xiang had already returned, with Lubu holding a snow wolf by its tail. "Lord, here is the live wolf you requested." Bang! Lubu casually threw the snow wolf in front of Song-Chi. It didn't appear to be injured on the surface, although there were bloodstains on its fur. It was clearly not its own blood. However, it didn't run away or attack anyone. It just cowered in place, not daring to move. It seems to be scared out of its wits. But it doesn't matter, it's uninjured and has a high enough constitution to withstand damage. Song-Chi slowly reached out his hand, aiming at the head of the snow wolf. Chimen Duanjia. Tian Chong. Bang! A powerful airflow suddenly erupted from his hand. The pure white airwaves turned into sharp swords and struck the head of the snow wolf with unexpected speed. Immediately after, the snow wolf spun and flew out. Its limbs flailed in the air, flying hundreds of meters away. It wasn't until this snow wolf, which was as tall as a person, completely turned into a small black dot that it finally landed. It's probably around 300 meters. My current mental attribute is over 1,000, and the snow wolf's constitution is also just over 1,000. Being able to send it flying 300 meters is indeed impressive. In that case, even a monster with a constitution of 2,000 points would be sent flying at least tens of meters by this skill. The damage is a bit disappointing, though. Song-Chi could see that although the snow wolf flew a long distance, it immediately whimpered and ran away as soon as it landed. There were no signs of injury. Even with a direct hit to the head, it couldn't cause much damage. It would be best to abandon the idea of using this skill for output as soon as possible. The power has been tested, so next is the test of consumption. Song-Chi turned around and raised his hands towards the snowy field beside him, starting to gather energy. Immediately. Bang 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 bang. His hands seemed to transform into semi-automatic rifles, continuously emitting white waves of energy. 10 shots, 20 shots, 30 shots. 50 shots, 100 shots, 150 shots. It was only after 150 shots that Song-Chi finally stopped. He frowned and rubbed his forehead. After 150 shots, there will be a noticeable sense of fatigue. In other words, 1,000 points of mental attribute are enough for me to use Tianchong 300 times in a row. Of course, if I want to ensure clear consciousness, 200 shots is the limit. The skill's consumption is not significant, making it suitable for both control and defense. When combined with Soul Link, raising the mental attribute to over 3,000 points, I can basically consider this skill as having no consumption. Song-Chi expressed great satisfaction with the effectiveness and consumption of this skill. It can be used for offense and defense. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a skill specially selected for him by the City Lord. Very perfect. He then took out his phone and checked, but there was still no information from the City Lord. The City Lord still has no news. I wonder how the situation is over there. But it's not early now, it's time to return to the gathering place. The snowy field in the wilderness is not very safe. Songqi then mounted Xiang's sand horse again and leisurely walked towards the gathering place. Songqi did not enter the gathering place directly. Instead, he let Xiang take the 12 captives inside and move them into Lu Lao's house. It was indeed conspicuous to bring 12 bound people into the gathering place. However, since it was the home of the person in charge of the gathering place, and the news of Lu Lao's death had not spread yet, the onlookers quickly understood. Lu Lao, as the person in charge of the gathering place, was mainly responsible for the stability of this area. It was normal to occasionally catch a few scoundrels. After a while, Songqi entered alone. He first went to a restaurant for a meal, then booked a room in a hotel, playing with his phone while waiting for the city lord's message. However, he waited until dawn and still didn't receive any news from the city lord. The next morning. Ding ling ling. Songqi was awakened from his sleep by the sound of the phone. He woke up and picked up his phone. It was a call from the city lord, and the time was a few minutes past 6 in the morning. Hello? Where are you? I didn't see you on the instance side. I returned to the gathering place, the instance has been cleared, and I already have the abyss key. What about you? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. I chased her all night, but she still managed to escape. The demonic cult values her greatly and gave her several at least epic-level treasures, all with effects related to escaping and self-preservation. But I also injured her, so the demonic cult shouldn't dare to make a move in the 7th City District for a short time. Songqi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I also captured 12 members of the demonic cult. How should they be dealt with? Just put them in Lu Renfu's house. The city lord said calmly. Today, a new person in charge of the gathering place will come to take over in the afternoon, and he will figure out a way to send those 12 people back to the city. As for you, just continue to level up. Remember to return to the city in 4 days, and I will take you to participate in the genius competition. Songqi asked tentatively. But I want to go back to the city now. How about you pick me up on your way? He still had a lot of things in his system backpack that he urgently needed to sell. If he didn't convert these items into money soon, he felt a bit uneasy. After a brief thought, the city lord spoke. All right. Since that's the case, why don't you bring out the 12 captured members of the Bai-Mo sect and I'll take them back with me? Songqi gave a thumbs up. No problem. Several minutes later. 7th District, in front of the Adventurers' Hall. Bang! Songqi was thrown directly from the sky, tens of meters high, and landed in front of the Adventurers' Hall. Indeed, it's faster to come back with the lord of the city. Songqi squatted down for a while, waiting for his feet to stop tingling before speaking. If he took the bus, he would have to wait for the 8 o'clock bus and waste over an hour on the road. By the time he returned to the city, it would be at least 9:30. Unlike now, it was already 6:30 in the morning. It was just right to finish selling things and then take the first bus back to the endless snowfield. Not wasting any time at all. I'm really a master of time management. Songqi praised himself and walked into the Adventurers' Hall. He first sold all the miscellaneous items and legendary-grade equipment. In total, he obtained 150 million credits. The prices were slightly higher than he had estimated. He didn't touch Lu Lao's storage ring and inheritance, planning to keep them as his trump cards. Afterwards, Songqi continued upstairs. He arrived at the auction hall on the 30th floor. The Adventurers' Hall's auction house did not have a physical auction venue, but was completely online. After the staff finished appraising the items, they would enter the information of the auction items into the system. The auctioneer could set a reserve price and a buyout price for their items. Then the auction would automatically begin. Others could view the new auction items on their phones. Each auction item could last for a maximum of 7 days, and if no one bid higher than the reserve price after 7 days, it would automatically be cancelled. If someone placed a buyout price, they didn't have to wait for the auction to end and could directly purchase it. After the auction, the item would be taken off the shelves and the auctioneer would need to come to the hall to collect it. The auction house also provided reminder services. If you had any special equipment or items you needed, you could register here, and when relevant items appeared, you would receive a text message reminder. Therefore, if it was a really good item, there was no need to worry about no one buying it. Of course, at least it had to be a hero-grade item or other special items to qualify for auction. Soon, Xiang arrived in front of a young female staff member. She had a professional smile on her face. "Hello, I'm here to consign items." "Alright, please place the items on the counter and fill in the reserve price. Once I confirm everything is correct, the auction will automatically begin." "No problem." With that, Xiang took out the Sophia shield, the 1,000 transformation staff, and the treasure used to break seals, placing the 3 items on the counter. The reserve prices were set at 80 million, 20 million, and 10 million respectively, but no buyout prices were set. Generally, hero-grade treasures could be sold for around 15 million credits. However, the side effects of this treasure were too great. There was a 50% chance of it exploding along with the seal and the sealed item. This effect was even worse than a guaranteed explosion of the sealed item. At least this way was more stable, right? So even if he sold it for 10 million, Xiang still felt a bit uneasy, worried that it wouldn't sell. After a while, the staff confirmed everything and registered the 3 items. "Alright, sir, your 3 items have been successfully registered. The auction will begin in 1 hour. Is there anything else you need?" Xiang nodded. "I still want to buy some things. I want to ask, if I place a buyout price for equipment from another district, how long will it take for me to receive it, and where should I pick it up?" The staff member smiled. "Sir, you don't need to wait after bidding for an item. No matter which district the auction item is in, we can deliver it to your designated district in the shortest possible time. Once the system notifies you of a successful bid, you can directly go to the storage department on the right to pick up the items you need." "Alright, thank you." "You're welcome." Afterwards, Xiang didn't rush to the storage department. Instead, he took out his phone and opened the auction app. Since his account balance had exceeded 50 million, he also qualified to enter the auction house. Looking at his account balance of over 100 million, Xiang couldn't help but smile. With over 100 million, it should be enough for me to buy a set of hero-level equipment. I'm currently at level 27, so there shouldn't be a problem reaching level 30 before the Genius Tournament. Then I'll buy level 30 equipment. Xiang found the search function on the app and entered his criteria. Class: Summoner. Level: 30, Quality: Hero level. Type: Let's start with weapons. Beep. Xiang pressed the confirm button, and hundreds of pieces of information instantly appeared. He didn't rush, but sat down on the side and slowly selected the equipment he wanted. Dragon Bone Staff summons a bone dragon of the same level? Not needed. Earth Demon Staff increases casting range and earth attribute spell power? Not needed. Iron Snake Staff. Xiang continuously looked through the attributes of each piece of equipment. His goal was clear. Right now, his abilities were all in Lubu and Xiang. And their combat power was already strong enough. Therefore, he didn't need any weapons to increase his own combat power. What he needed was equipment that could directly increase the combat power of his summons. It would be best if it was a percentage-based enhancement. That way, he could use it for a longer period of time. Perhaps it was because there were fewer summoners, or perhaps it was because for other level 30 summoners, their summons needed fixed attribute bonuses. Xiang quickly found a complete set of equipment that suited him. Weapon: Sword of Heroes, increases all attributes of humanoid summons by 20%. Helmet: Helmet of Heroes, increases all attributes of humanoid summons by 10%. Accessory: Talisman of Heroes, increases all attributes of humanoid summons by 5%. Upper Body Armor, Armor of Heroes, increases all attributes of humanoid summons by 10%. Lower Body Armor, Leggings of Heroes, increases all attributes of humanoid summons by 5%. All 5 pieces of equipment were hero-level items, and their effects were surprisingly consistent, increasing the attributes of humanoid summons. Added together, they would exactly increase the overall attributes of Lu Bu and Ing Zhang by 50%. Although it couldn't be considered a qualitative change, the effect was enough to satisfy Song Qi. After all, these were just level 30 hero quality equipment. It couldn't be compared to legendary treasures like the Seven Sins. At the same time, the set bonus of these 5 pieces of equipment could also increase Song Qi's mental attribute by over 500 points. For him, the increase in mental power was equivalent to enhancing his ability to survive. Although it could only be considered an addition, it was still good. The 5 pieces of equipment, a total of 26.5 million credits? On average, it's 5 million per piece. Considering that I bought them all at a fixed price, this price is acceptable. As for the Frost Wolf King's staff, I can keep it. It can be used if I need to go to snowy areas in the future. The effect of the Frost Wolf King's staff is to increase the overall attributes of summons by 20%, which can be increased to 30% in icy environments. Drip. Song Qi directly chose to pay. After buying the equipment, he started to browse through the list of skill books. Skill books of the same quality were much more expensive than equipment. Even if it's just the quality of a hero, most of them are worth over 10 million, and some even close to 100 million. I already have the skills of Void Torrent and Directional Leap for survival and escape. For defense, I have Chiman Duanjia and Life Sanctuary, and Soul Link can also be considered a semi-defensive skill. Therefore, it's best for me to choose attack skills, but for me, amplification skills are essentially attack skills. However, the amplification intensity of hero quality skills is not high, at most 50%, and the duration is only 5 minutes. Song Qi rubbed his chin and changed the quality from hero to legend. Whoosh! Dozens of skill books instantly appeared. But the long string of zeros behind them made Song Qi take a cold breath. He took a look. The lowest one costs 200 million credits. The highest one even reached 1.5 billion. Not to mention buying them at a fixed price, he couldn't even afford the starting price at the auction. Forget it, let's not consider skill books for now. I'll buy legendary skill books when I have money in the future. The skill bar is limited, better to have quality over quantity. Song Qi shook his head, closed the auction program, and went to the storage department to receive the 5 pieces of equipment from the staff, casually putting them into the system backpack. As he went downstairs, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Making money, making money. For professionals, money is never enough. Why can't someone suddenly appear and inexplicably give me a few legendary skill books or billions of credits? After finishing his business, Song Qi went downstairs to have breakfast, and then boarded the bus to the endless snowfield. This time, he didn't encounter any busty beauties trying to strike up a conversation with him, nor did he encounter any other strange things. He arrived safely at the gathering place. Afterwards, Song Qi booked a hotel and went directly to the place where the snow wolves appeared, starting his monster grinding journey. There were only 4 days left until the genius competition. Although he already knew from the city lord that the distance between the top 3 districts and the other districts was huge. But he didn't really know how strong the opponents were. If he reached level 30 and had that set of hero-grade equipment, he would at least have a slightly higher chance of winning. As long as he could enter the top 3, he would be able to complete the system's mission. Maybe I can find an opportunity to ask the city lord then? Inquire about the strength of the top 3 districts' geniuses. If I feel that the top 3 are a bit difficult, I can also sell some of Lu Lao's talismans and save money to buy a legendary skill book. Song Qi rode on his sandhorse, thinking to himself as he walked. Suddenly, he heard a faint wolf howl. He pulled the reins and looked at the 2 people beside him. Without needing to say anything, Elvibu stopped his red hare horse and turned his head to run towards the source of the sound. Report to the Lord. It's a pack of wolves, but the number is not large, only a few dozen. A few dozen? You take care of them, remember to catch up later. Song Qi said somewhat disappointedly. He couldn't even bear to use a triple experience card for a few dozen snow wolves. Yes. Elvibu said, then pulled the reins and charged down. Songqi and Xiang continued walking towards the distance, hoping to find a larger pack of wolves. In the next few days, Songqi stayed in the endless snowfield. Every day, he either fought snow wolves or searched for them. He would leave as soon as it was light and return to the gathering place to sleep as soon as it was dark. The experience cards on him were also quickly disappearing. Finally, on the afternoon of the fourth day, as another large group of snow wolves died under Lvbu's spear, a white light appeared above Songqi's head again. Ding! The system has detected that your level has been raised to level 30, and optional task 2 has been completed. Congratulations! You have received 3 chances to draw prizes. Then, Songqi took out the set of heroic spirit equipment and put it on. Ding! The system has detected that you have more than 5 pieces of equipment that surpass the extraordinary level, and optional task 3 has been completed. Congratulations! You have received 5 chances to draw prizes. You currently have 13 chances left. Now I can draw freely. Songqi exclaimed. After completing the main task earlier, he was rewarded with 5 chances to draw prizes, but he had never used them. The reason was that he wanted to draw multiple times at once to satisfy his cravings. And now, it was the perfect time for him to indulge. He rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. System, let me start drawing. Preparing rewards for the host. In Songqi's mind, the familiar large prize will slowly appear. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes/no yes, yes, yes. Drip, 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 drip. Songqi couldn't wait and pressed the button 9 times in a row. Drawing in progress? The wheel began to spin slowly, but Songqi couldn't wait any longer and directly double-clicked to skip the animation. Congratulations! You have obtained triple experience cards *3. Congratulations! You have obtained triple experience cards *10. Congratulations! You have obtained triple experience cards *5. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 vouchers for profession-specific items. Congratulations! You have obtained a rare grade armor, which Helena's underwear. Congratulations! You have obtained. Ding! You have drawn 9 times in a row. The next draw will be a guaranteed draw, removing all items below the extraordinary level. After 9 draws, apart from experience cards and profession-specific item vouchers, everything else was a pile of rare or common grade junk. There was basically nothing useful. But fortunately, I only drew 9 times and still have the guaranteed draw. It's just right to use the specified voucher for a big wave. Songqi revealed a satisfied expression. Those who often play card drawing games know that if a game sets a guaranteed draw in the card pool, it basically means that nothing good will come out unless it's a guaranteed draw. So Songqi had placed all his hopes on the 10th draw from the beginning. Profession-specific item voucher, use. Without hesitation, he crushed the specified voucher. Ding! You have used the profession-specific item voucher. Please select the profession you want to specify. Summoner. Specification successful. In this draw, all non-summoner profession items in the prize pool will be removed. This draw is a guaranteed draw, and all items below the extraordinary level will be eliminated. Draw skip. Songqi clicked without hesitation, and then skipped the animation. Drawing for you in progress? Congratulations! You have drawn an epic level skill book. Hymn of Life. Ha! Songqi suddenly stood up straight. Epic level? Damn! I actually drew an epic level item? And it's the rarest skill book? For a moment, he was at a loss, but then he became ecstatic. What is the concept of an epic level item in the current human society? It is an item and skill that only exists in stories. But that doesn't mean that no one possesses them. It means that ordinary people simply don't have the opportunity to see such high-quality items. Epic level items are already strategic level resources. Songqi excitedly took out the skill book and tremblingly opened the information. Skill book, Hymn of Life quality, Epic limited range, Summoner, Priest, Paladin skill description, bring down the Hymn of Life centered around the user. Friendly forces within the range of the hymn recover 10% of their health, mental power, and physical strength per second. The diameter of the skill's range is half of the user's mental attribute value, in meters, with a duration of 300 seconds and a cooldown of 48 hours. Highest level, not upgradable, what the F***? What the F***? What the F***? What the F***? Songqi stood dumbfounded in place, his eyes almost popping out. He had become an emotionless, what the F***? Parrot. There were only 2 words to describe this skill: invincible. If someone else had obtained this skill, they might only use it as a range healing skill. But in Songqi's hands, it had undergone a qualitative leap. Let's take a simple example: Lubu's self-sacrifice strike. This skill was Lubu's strongest burst skill. But even in his prime, he could only use it twice in one battle, at most. Generally speaking, in order to not affect his own combat power, he would only use it once. In other words, each use of self-sacrifice strike would consume about 50% of Lubu's stamina. But now, with Hymn of Life activated, his health and stamina would recover at a rate of 10% per second. Lubu could completely use self-sacrifice strike without any worries. He could use it every 5 seconds. 5 seconds for one strike. And the key point was that it was a highly enhanced burst skill. If he had this skill when he fought those advanced members of the demon worshipper sect, he wouldn't have needed so much trouble. Lubu would jump up from a distance and deliver a strike, instantly killing one. Then, after landing, he would deliver another strike, killing another. Then a strike to the left, a strike to the right, and another strike with his backhand. Alright, the team of advanced members of the demon worshipper sect would be wiped out in 25 seconds. But that's not all. You should know that Songqi also had the skill, Soul Link. Although his combat skills were not as good as Lubu's, who doesn't know how to smash things? Lubu's recklessness, combined with Xiang's skill, sweeping the 6 directions, would result in an 800% increase in all attributes. Coupled with his terrifying base attribute values, having all attributes surpass 10,000 was not a problem. Just imagine, 2 Lubus with all attributes surpassing 10,000, their eyes red, holding the Sky Piercer, with 2 demonic shadows appearing every 5 seconds behind them. Every strike they made would cause a small earthquake. And this berserk state could last for a full 300 seconds. It's not an exaggeration to say that in 300 seconds, the 2 of them could smash their way from one end of the city to the other. They could even flatten a small hill that was 100 meters high. With this kind of power, how many professionals could withstand it? Learn. Songqi clicked to use it without hesitation. A skill book of this level made him feel anxious even if he held it for one more second. He felt like the snowflakes falling from the sky had some improper thoughts about this skill book. It just so happened that he had reached level 30, and one slot in his skill bar was already empty. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned Hymn of Life. Nice. Songqi finally relaxed. If he had previously had no confidence in entering the top 3 of the genius competition, now he was almost certain. After calming down a bit, he took out his phone and checked the time. It's a little after 3 in the afternoon. The last bus back departs at 6. It's time to go back. With that said, he looked towards the direction of the gathering place and instantly disappeared from the spot. 7th District, at the entrance. We've arrived, get off. With the driver's loud shout, the passengers got off one after another. Songqi entered the city along with the crowd. Then, he hurriedly made his way to the Lord's mansion. When he arrived on the 12th floor, the Lord was lying on a chair, looking at the scenery of the city, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. There was another person beside the Lord, Chu Xiaojiang. Seeing that Songqi had finally arrived, the city lord finally got up from his chair and looked at him curiously. You're a summoner, why are you dressed like a warrior? Songqi shrugged. It's the heroic spirit set, a hero-level equipment that enhances the attributes of summoning creatures. It looks like this, I can't help it. The weapon of the heroic spirit set is a one-handed sword. The armor is also armor, not a robe. Coupled with Song Chi's outstanding height, his silver-white armor set off his heroic and handsome appearance, making him look very impressive. Hearing this, the city lord nodded. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's go later. Song Chi was taken aback. Are there only 2 of us participating in the genius competition in our district? In theory, I can choose 5, but those people who can't even pass the test will only embarrass the 7th district. The city lord explained, then suddenly slapped his forehead as if he had just remembered something. Oh, right. His name is Chu Xiaojiang. He's the Chu Xiaojiang you mentioned before, who might collude with outsiders. But don't worry, I've checked, he has nothing to do with outsiders. I also need to get an identification proof, you 2 wait here for now. With that, the city lord entered the elevator and went downstairs. Song Chi. Chu Xiaojiang. Seriously, did the city lord have to say it directly in front of us? How awkward is that? With his departure, the 2 of them fell into an awkward silence. But Song Chi didn't have the habit of being embarrassed, so he didn't pay any attention to the others' thoughts. However, this time, Chu Xiaojiang's attitude towards him took a 180-degree turn. He smiled flatteringly and approached him. Song Gu? I was wrong before, you are a big person with a big heart. Although Song Chi was surprised by his change in attitude, he still didn't turn his head and just responded with a grunt from his nose. Seeing this, Chu Xiaojiang wasn't annoyed either. If before, his evaluation of Song Chi was a small person who can be offended without consequences, then with the city lord's actions, Song Chi was now in his eyes the direct disciple of the actual 7th district city lord. A future vice principal level figure. And there was a slight possibility of becoming a city lord level powerhouse. The future was so bright that it was dazzling. He was simply not someone a small person like him could provoke. He took out 2 bottles of light blue potions from his storage ring. I heard that your parents used to work in a factory? Now it's not like before the apocalypse, the labor intensity in the factory is high, and the protective measures are not complete. Uncle and aunt have been working there for many years, and they must have inhaled a lot of toxic gases, leaving hidden injuries in their bodies. Although everyone is now a professional, with good physical fitness, they will inevitably have sequelae as they get older. Those problems must be treated early. So what? What are you trying to say? Song Chi turned his head impatiently and asked. But Chu Xiaojiang completely ignored his attitude and respectfully placed the 2 bottles of potions in front of Song Chi. Song-gu, take a look, these are specially made anti-malaria healing potions tailored for uncle and aunt by the senior alchemists in my family. Potions specifically made for my parents? Song Chi asked with some confusion. Chu Xiaojiang nodded pleasingly. A few days ago, I went to your house in the name of a classmate and brought our family's senior alchemist who was above level 85. He checked your parents' bodies and made these 2 bottles of potions specifically for them. Not only can it help uncle and aunt remove hidden injuries and toxins from their bodies, but it can also beautify and rejuvenate, prolong their lives, and make them look several years younger. Hearing this, Song Chi couldn't help but frown and glance at the other person. This guy, how shameless. Wasn't he trying to fight me just a few days ago, and now he's trying to curry favor? But this potion also reminded him. He should indeed care about his parents' health. Perhaps when his level is higher, he can take his parents to hunt monsters together? Not for anything else, just to increase a few attribute points would be great. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. My sister is a warrior, she has been running dungeons for so many years, she probably has a lot of hidden injuries, right? Hearing this, Chu Xiaojiang not only didn't show any displeasure or other emotions, but instead smiled happily. Don't worry, Songgu, your sister wasn't home that day, but I will definitely make a special potion for her when I have the time. With that, he picked up 2 bottles of potion and handed them to Song Chi. Song Chi hesitated for a moment but still took them. There are also many potions on the market for treating miasma. But compared to these specially customized potions, the effect is definitely much worse. Not to mention, these are high-level potions made by an 85th level advanced alchemist. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll have to rely on Song Gu to take care of me during the genius tournament, Chu Xiaojiang said with a smile. Song Qi still just responded perfunctorily, but his attitude had already eased a lot. At this point, Chu Xiaojiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning how much the city lord valued Song Qi, he had been wanting to make amends. But he also understood. With the city lord's level of concern for Song Qi, the other party probably wouldn't lack equipment or skills. Even if they did, they would be legendary level equipment or skills. But the problem is, where would he get so many credit points? Legendary level items could cost anywhere from millions to billions, or even tens of billions. It's simply something he can't afford. The highest quality equipment he uses is only hero level. Sending hero level items, the other party wouldn't even look at them. Making amends would be ineffective. Going all out to come up with tens of millions as compensation? It would be too much for him. And it might not even be effective. So, he started to change his thinking. After careful consideration, he focused on the other person's family. With his identity as a prodigy of the Chu family, he spent some money and sold a few favors. Finally, he managed to invite a high-level alchemist from the family to specially customize 2 potions for the other person's parents. An 85th level advanced alchemist. This is an existence that even money may not be able to invite. Of course, he also understood. He could actually find a level 60 alchemist to treat the other person's parents. For minor injuries and illnesses, the difference in treatment effect between a level 60 alchemist and an 85th level alchemist wouldn't be much. This way, he wouldn't have to sell favors, and he could save a lot of money. But, the problem is not the difference in treatment effect. It's that an 85th level alchemist would better reflect his attitude. At the same time, it would be more difficult for the other party to refuse. Even if the effect is only 1% better, it's still better. And the result didn't disappoint him either. The extra cost was indeed worth it. After giving the gift, Chu Xiaojiang didn't continue to force a conversation. Instead, he obediently sat down on the side. The silence between the two was restored. After a few minutes, ding dong! The city lord walked out of the elevator. All right, let's go. Do you have anything else to explain to your family? This time at the genius tournament won't be too short. Chu Xiaojiang shook his head. The news of his participation in the genius tournament was known to the entire clan, and he had already explained everything that needed to be explained. Song Qi, on the other hand, raised his hand. I have something to tell my parents. The Lord nodded. Then you go back first, and Chu Xiaojiang and I will wait for you at the gate. No problem. Song Qi went home first. After talking with his parents for a while and watching them drink the potion, he left. When he arrived at the gate, the Lord and Chu Xiaojiang had been waiting for him for a long time. The two were sitting on a large black mist suspended in the air. The black mist was big enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down comfortably. Song Qi approached and reached out to test the texture. Although it was a black mist, it was solidly constructed. But it wasn't very hard, it felt a bit like a sofa. What are you touching? Hurry up and come up. If you anger this guy, no one will take you to the first city district. This guy? Song Qi was stunned for a moment. It's conscious? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and come up. The Lord didn't explain, waved his hand, and directly summoned a black mist to lift Song Qi up. Then a transparent circular barrier appeared around the black mist. Sit tight. Just as the words fell. Boom! A wave of air burst open, and dust filled the air. The 3 of them, along with the black mist, disappeared instantly from the original spot. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang didn't react in time and bumped their heads against the barrier. As the speed gradually stabilized, the two finally steadied themselves. At this moment, the Lord opened his mouth again. Flying from the 7th city district to the 1st city district takes about 4 hours. If you have any thoughts of going to the bathroom or farting along the way, my advice is to hold it in. Otherwise, don't blame me for not mentioning it in advance when you get thrown off. In addition, I will tell you in advance about the schedule and format of the Genius Tournament. First of all, the Genius Tournament is jointly organized by the high-level members of the human race, and each city district can select up to 5 participants. The number of spots is determined by the city lords of each district. Under the lord's explanation, the two gradually gained a rough understanding of the Genius Tournament. The duration of the tournament is uncertain, ranging from 10 days to a month. The specific end time depends on when the final winner is determined. The tournament is divided into 3 rounds: the survival round, the team round, and the individual round. They are conducted in that order. The survival round randomly places the group of geniuses in designated wilderness areas, usually lasting about a week, but the specific time is not fixed depending on the circumstances. The players earn points by killing monsters of different levels. The higher the level, the more points they earn. Higher level monsters are intentionally placed in the area, offering even more points. In the end, the rankings are determined by the quantity of points. Of course, this wilderness area will be explored and confirmed by the strong members of the human race in advance to ensure that there are no abnormalities. During the competition, at least 5 city lord level strong individuals and dozens of senior professionals above level 90 will be responsible for observing the situation to ensure that no accidents occur. During the competition, players can cooperate, but fighting and killing each other is not allowed. After all, these people are the cream of the crop among the human race. They may become the backbone and even the top combat power of the human race in the future. It would be a pity if any of them died. As for the rules of the team and individual rounds that follow, they are much simpler. The individual round, as the name suggests, is a random draw for 1v1 matches. The winner advances to the next round, while the loser loses the qualification to compete, or enters the revival round based on the judge's decision. The higher the ranking, the more points they earn. Finally, there is the team round. The team round allows participants from each city district to form teams of up to 5 people, with a minimum of 2 people, and then randomly draw opponents. Hearing this, Xiang was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Lord, I have a question. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that our city district is naturally at a disadvantage? We only have 2 participants from our city district." The Lord nodded. "That's right, that's how I arranged it. But don't worry, the fewer people in the team, the higher the points they will get for the same ranking. For example, a 5-person team may only get 10 points for being in the top 10. But a 2-person team can get 40 points. Xiang was still a little worried. But, since it's a genius competition, the gap in strength between the participants shouldn't be too big, right? 2 against 5, no matter how you look at it, it seems a bit precarious. Hearing this, the Lord sneered. Genius? The gap in strength between them won't be too big? Ha! Although it may be a bit discouraging for you, the difference between top geniuses and ordinary geniuses is like a cliff. The first city district sends out 5 people each time, but they voluntarily split into 2 teams for every team competition. And they even argue about who gets to be in the 2-person team. Why? Because the strength of the geniuses in the first city district is astonishing. They even prefer to be in a solo team to earn more points. And the fact is that they are not arrogant. Even if they split up, they can still enter the top ranks. The Lord shook his head and said with a hint of pity, "There are differences even among geniuses." Hearing this, Xiang suddenly realized, and then looked at Song-Chi with a gaze of admiration and disbelief. Since the Lord dared to bring only the 2 of them, it means that their strength is already sufficient. And Xiang is very aware of his own abilities. He works hard. His family background is also good. His talent has even reached the S level. But, even so, he can at most be considered an ordinary genius. So obviously, the Lord's confident target is not himself. So, in this competition, am I just a spare part? I was chosen just to make up the 2-person team? He thought that qualifying for the genius competition would be his ladder to success. But he never expected to be brought back to reality by the Lord before the competition even started. When he looked back at Xiang, he found that the latter had a calm expression, with no hint of excitement in his eyes. Such a calm state of mind, even when praised like this, he remains indifferent? Imagine if it were me, there's no way I could be so calm. So, is this the difference between him and me? I can't even match him in terms of mindset? For a moment, Zhu Xiaojiang felt a bit down. Of course, what he didn't know was that because there was no signal in the sky and he couldn't play with his phone, Xiang had already drifted away in his thoughts, fantasizing about how to spend his 100 billion. The conversation between the Lord and him, Xiang didn't actually hear a single word. After a while, Xiang frowned and muttered, his voice too low for others to hear. Indeed, 100 billion is still a bit too little. Should I be bolder and go for 1 trillion? No, how about 10 trillion? In the previous life, there was a company with a debt of 20 trillion, right? 4 hours later, as the Lord repelled the monster group attacking them for the 6th time, the first city district finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Just one glance caused Xiang and Zhu Xiaojiang to be amazed. The entire first city district was much larger than the 7th city district. At least 10 times bigger. Even though they were several kilometers away, they could still see the colorful and dazzling neon lights in the city, which made their eyes dazzled. The rare magic airship in the 7th district, the aerial transportation, and various skyscrapers fill the sky and land of the 1st district. Various powerful individuals soar through the air. The surface traffic appears chaotic, but it is actually well organized. Several trucks carrying heavy magic defense formations are just driving out, and the overflowing extraordinary energy above can even be clearly sensed by the people in the air. It's unknown what is inside. But soon, as plain black cloth covers it, the extraordinary power instantly disappears without a trace. Is this the 1st district? Xiang is fine, he has seen the modern society before, although he was amazed at first sight, it stops there. But Zhu Xiaojiang feels as if he is in the future, unable to stop sighing. If the 1st district is a super-modern city, then the 7th district is almost equivalent to a village in a remote mountainous area. The development gap between the two cannot be said to be very large, but it is as if they are separated by an era. Xiang glanced at the outskirts and found that the industrial area of the 1st district is completely different from the 7th district. According to reason, the industrial area should be filled with stench and sewage. The rivers in it would be polluted and turned into channels like stinking gutters. But here, the industrial area is not only clean, but the nearby rivers are also extremely clear. Lord, does the 1st district not have heavy industry? Or do they have other means of pollution control? There is no pollution in the industrial area. Xiang couldn't help but ask. Neither of those. The Lord shook his head. There are simply enough high-level professionals. There are enough of them to afford to send high-level professionals to clean the streets and rivers. I see. Xiang suddenly realized. Indeed, many things come down to whether resources are sufficient or not. All right, let's go down. The Lord looked down and controlled the black mist to descend in front of the gate. He came to the guard, took out his identification, and soon a very beautiful girl came out and led the 3 of them into a hotel called Emperor. Although the name sounds a bit plain, it is indeed luxurious. Xiang and Zhu Xiaojiang each have a room. As for the Lord, he disappeared on the spot as soon as he entered the city. It's unknown where he went. Xiang arrived in his hotel room, took a shower first, then comfortably lay on the bed and started watching videos on his phone. Truly worthy of the 1st district, even the internet speed is much faster, not lagging at all. Xiang couldn't help but exclaim. He hasn't experienced such a smooth video streaming experience in a long time. Let me check out the local videos. Wow! This video, wow! What's the difference between these pants and masks? They don't block anything except for the middle part, right? Even underwear covers more than it. How can something like this be filmed? And this figure. Are all the beauties here so big and open? The situation of the human race is precarious now. If they don't think about serving the country, they even flirt around? Song-chi clicked on the videos with a serious expression, planning to criticize them thoroughly in the future. And this video, it also needs to be heavily criticized. This one too. In less than a few minutes, Song-chi has already criticized several videos. Truly the biggest district of the human race. It's really fallen. Wow, this baby face, this video also needs to be criticized. Oh. The location is actually nearby? The video description, is there any big brother who stayed at the Emperor Hotel willing to take me in for a night? Song-chi's spirit shook. He remembers that the software in this world does not have features like beauty filters. Doesn't that mean the other party is real? No. I can't just stand by and watch. As a genius of the new generation of the human race, I have a responsibility and obligation to help these girls who have gone astray. Song-chi could feel a sense of justice welling up in his abdomen, urging him to go out. But just then. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, are you the brothers here to participate in the genius competition? We are from the 10th district and would like to talk to you about forming an alliance. Song-chi paused in putting on his pants. The 10th district? Alliance? Could it be that they want to unite the backward districts and defeat the top 3 districts? After thinking about it, Song-chi put on his pants and opened the door. Standing in front of the door was a tall, blond man in a gold-trimmed robe. His mouth curled slightly, his posture was upright, and he looked elegant and polite. His appearance was also outstanding, but slightly inferior to Song-chi. Hello, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lean Menard. He bowed slightly. I would like to ask if you are interested in forming an alliance with us in tomorrow's survival competition to deal with the people from the top 3 districts? Song-chi was somewhat puzzled. My name is Song-chi, from the 7th district. As for dealing with the people from the top 3 districts, isn't it against the rules of the survival competition to fight each other? Upon hearing this, Lean smiled. Of course, the rules do prohibit fighting and killing each other, but they also encourage cooperation. Our alliance idea is that if allies meet each other, they can immediately form a team and cooperate to hunt powerful monsters, narrowing the gap with the players from the top 3 districts. When we have enough encounters with our allies, if we encounter players who are not our allies, we can send people to specifically ambush them and deliberately snatch their monster points. This way, we can gain a more obvious advantage. Of course, we will provide appropriate economic compensation or point compensation to the people who specialize in ambushing. He paused at this point. That's the general idea of our alliance. I wonder what you think. What a disgusting way to play. Song-chi couldn't help but feel a bit repulsed. But at the same time, he felt that the other party was a bit too naive. He was very clear. Quantity is absolutely useless in the face of absolute strength. Therefore, he decisively chose to refuse. Sorry, I'm not interested. That's a pity. Seeing this, the other party didn't choose to continue to entangle, but just bowed slightly and left. Song-chi watched as the other party left, until the figure completely disappeared, then he hurriedly took his phone and ran downstairs. But soon, he returned to the room with a gloomy face. Fuck! Song-chi threw his phone onto the bed and cursed angrily. How can there be people in this world who waste a skill slot just for their own beauty? The night quietly passed. The next morning, the city lord appeared out of nowhere. He woke the two of them up on time and took them to a high-rise building in the center of the district. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a well-proportioned man in loose training clothes walked towards them. Behind him were 4 spirited young men. As soon as he saw the city lord, he greeted him with a smile. Hey! Old Fu? Old Tian, long time no see. The city lord responded with a smile. It seems that they should be acquaintances. The man called Old Tian glanced at Song-chi and Chu Xiaojiang, and then said enviously. I heard yesterday that you only brought 2 people this year. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. It seems that you are almost certain to win this genius competition. Where, it's just that the others are not up to par. the city lord humbly said. By the way, how is your 4th district doing? What can we do? Every year, there are 3 to 5 super S-class half-dead and half-alive hanging there, unable to go up or down, just stuck. It's very awkward. Anyway, as long as one of them can enter the top 10, I will be satisfied, and the allocation of resources will not be much less for us. Lord Fu nodded and asked again. I heard that someone surnamed Li is participating in the competition this year? You are close to him. How is his strength now, have you found out? Lord Tian shook his head. I haven't heard about his specific strength, but it must be incredibly strong. I heard from old Nia and Vivian that they both plan to give up competing for first place in the 2nd and 3rd districts. Lord Fu was surprised. So powerful? Weren't they both always competing with the 1st district before? They're backing down this year? Lord Tian sneered. Come on, can someone with a born profession be compared to ordinary people? Plus, that identity, if it were me, I would choose to give up too. But later, that person said that he would voluntarily suppress his own strength and maintain the level he was at when he was level 25. Only old Nia and Vivian have a little spirit. I see. Upon hearing this, Lord Fu chatted with the other person for a while and then left with his team. However, at this moment, Song-Chi's curiosity was aroused. It seems that there is a remarkable figure participating in the competition this year? Even the Lord is using honorifics. This position is definitely not low. And he can make other districts directly give up competing for first place? What does it mean to have a born profession? A series of questions lingered in Song-Chi's mind, and he approached and asked quietly. Lord, who was the person you were just talking about? What does it mean to have a born profession? The Lord looked at the two of them in confusion, then suddenly realized. You don't know about this? It caused quite a sensation more than 10 years ago. But it makes sense, you were just born at that time, it's normal not to know about it. After a pause, he continued to explain. That little guy surnamed Li, named Li Zong, is the descendant of Emperor Li'er. Emperor Li'er? The moment they heard this name, Song-Chi and Chu Xiaojiang felt their breath stop. He emerged in the most critical moment of the human race, repelled the invading army of the extraterrestrial demons, created extraordinary professions, and preached to the human race. Emperor Li'er? And this Li Zong is actually his descendant? So, the so-called born profession is actually... The Lord nodded. That's right, it's the literal meaning. After Li Zong was born, he didn't cry or make a fuss. He even used his extraordinary power to repel the midwife who wanted to spank him. Later, after testing, the high-level human race discovered that Li Zong not only had a born profession, but also had an S-class talent. But his profession and talent are classified information, and only the old lord of the first district knows the specific details. Chu Xiaojiang was puzzled. Wait, the profession is also classified? So, his profession is not on the familiar list of professions? That's right. The Lord nodded. His profession, there are various rumors. Some say that he can wear and use skills, equipment, and items from any profession. Some say that his growth rate is dozens of times higher than that of ordinary professionals. Some even say that just exposing his profession name would be enough for the extraterrestrial demons to attack him at any cost. So, for safety reasons, the high-level human race chose to seal most of his information. Wow! The two exclaimed in astonishment. Others can only change professions at the age of 18. He awakened his profession automatically at birth? Does that mean he has 18 years more of leveling time than others? That's not all. The strength of his profession is so exaggerated that it's unbelievable. Could the growth value be several tens of times that of an ordinary person? Just revealing the name of the profession is enough for the extraterrestrial demons to kill at any cost? How strong does one have to have this kind of effect? Although all of this could be fake, judging from the fact that the information about the profession is also blocked by the human high-level officials. His professional strength, even if it can't compare to these rumors, is probably not much worse. Not to mention, he is also a descendant of Emperor Li'er. With a lead of 18 years in leveling progress, coupled with the opponent's identity and the resources he can enjoy. Now he is probably at least a high-level professional above level 60, right? What's the difference for him between this genius competition and playing wrestling in kindergarten? No wonder even people from the 2nd and 3rd districts of the city chose to give up from the beginning. If he doesn't suppress his strength, others don't need to play at all. Chu Xiaojiang sighed. Song Qi also nodded in agreement. The opponent's experience is almost like those stories in myths. It can be called naturally divine. At this time, the three of them finally arrived at the registration point. After the city lord registered the two of them, he pushed them forward. The staff took out a treasure in the shape of a bamboo slip and placed it on the heads of the two. Then two black particles fell from the bamboo slip. These are life symbols. They are imprinted with your soul aura and serve as your anti-counterfeit tickets to enter the genius competition. At the same time, they are also your protective amulets. If any accidents occur during the competition and you are on the verge of death, this life symbol will automatically form a healing and defensive formation. The formation is strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a level 90 expert, and the healing effect is comparable to the water of life. Just swallow it, right in front of me. The staff pinched the two pills and placed them in the palms of the two. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang didn't hesitate and swallowed them directly. Then the staff took out two small booklets. These are the rules and regulations of the genius competition. If you're not familiar with them, you can take some time to read them. Alright, you can go now. The three of them walked out of the building and returned to the street. The city lord raised his hand to check the time. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. The competition starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so there's still time. You two can do whatever you want next, just remember to report to the competition venue at 12 o'clock. He waved his hand and prepared to leave. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang were about to leave when they heard the city lord suddenly pause and turn around with a serious expression. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing, you are not allowed to go to the succubus bar. Songgu, where should we go next? The two walked on the street, with Chu Xiaojiang trying to please him standing by the side, asking softly. I mean, can't you go play by yourself? Why do you always have to follow me? Didn't I offend you before, Songgu? Today, I'll pay for all your expenses, consider it as an apology. Song Qi helplessly pursed his lips. But after all, he shouldn't hit someone who smiles at him, especially since the other party had previously given him two precious potions. It wouldn't be good to just leave him behind. So he had to let him follow. The two wandered aimlessly on the street. They admired the tall buildings in the 1st district and occasionally entered small restaurants to experience the local specialties. Song Qi noticed that the meat that was difficult for the lower-class civilians in the 7th district to enjoy was extremely common in the 1st district. And the common people here seemed to be used to it as well. Even in this post-apocalyptic environment, there were restaurants that used free-range chicken and pasture-raised cattle and sheep as gimmicks to attract customers. There were also many restaurants that were famous for selling monster meat. If it was just one restaurant using monster meat as a gimmick, it would be fine. But if there were 3 or 4 on the same street, that is enough to prove that the 1st urban area has already formed a scale for cultivating monsters. Otherwise, it would be impossible to supply such a large number of restaurants with a stable supply. Song Qi tried a few of these shops. The taste is indeed extremely delicious. Even the price is cheaper than eating a domesticated chicken in the 7th urban area. At this moment, he can only sigh. The living conditions in the two urban areas are simply too different. If it weren't for the distance, I really want to bring my parents here to live. But thinking about it carefully, our family's living conditions are not much different now. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang are both professionals with big appetites. They entered several restaurants in a row, ate several meals, and still only felt half full. In the midst of eating and drinking like this, it was already noon, and the two of them headed towards the competition venue. The 1st urban area, 110 kilometers in the western suburbs. Shwa! Two figures suddenly appeared in the teleportation array, it was Song Qi and Xu Xiang. At this time, many participants had already arrived. The blonde man who came to form an alliance with Song Qi last night had also arrived, and there were already people surrounding him. It seems that the alliance movement seems to be going smoothly. However, the two of them did not see their own city lord. After arriving through the teleportation array, the two of them waited for about half an hour. Quiet. A loud voice came from above, and a middle-aged man in white clothes, holding a delicate staff, descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. All participating players come to me immediately and line up according to the order of the urban areas. Those who do not arrive within 3 minutes will be considered as automatically forfeiting. Hearing this, the players who were originally chatting with each other gathered together. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, he tapped the staff on the ground 13 times in a row, and 13 strange formations appeared one after another. Everyone, stand on the formations, 1 urban area per formation. First of all, although you may already know in advance, I still have to reiterate the rules. The first round is the survival match. The map is the area behind you, which is about 10,000 square kilometers. You can earn points by killing monsters. The higher the level of the monster, the more points you will get. Most of the monsters in the field are level 30 to 50. If you feel that you can't even defeat monsters of this level, my suggestion is to withdraw from the competition now. And to increase the difficulty, we have specially selected 10 high-level monsters above level 60 to release. The highest level among them is the level 80 Abyssal Flame Demon. Although the distribution map of these monsters is in your booklet, it does not mean that they will always stay in one place. So when you kill monsters, it's best to pay attention to your surroundings, so that you won't be eliminated inexplicably. After a pause, he continued. Players can cooperate with each other, but the points for killing monsters will not be distributed according to the contribution of the kill, but will only be calculated on the person who caused the fatal damage. So even if you cooperate, it's best to discuss in advance who the points will go to. In addition, if you underestimate your abilities and are defeated by a monster, triggering the life symbol, it will be considered as being eliminated. The competition will last for a maximum of 10 days. It will end when all the monsters are killed or when all the players are eliminated. After the end, we will give rankings and competition points based on the points earned. Finally, no fighting is allowed in this round of the competition, he said seriously. If discovered, the competition qualification will be immediately cancelled. You will be sent back to your original urban area and all human privileges will be revoked. Understood. Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Very well, then. Go in. After speaking, he waved his staff lightly. 13 magic arrays immediately shimmered with a burst of light. Whoosh! A strong dazzling white light burst forth, and then all the people in the 13 magic arrays disappeared. In the mountains and wild forests. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Song Qi suddenly appeared here. As soon as he appeared, he immediately summoned Lu Bu and Xiang. Then he looked around and found that his starting point was relatively safe, with no monsters nearby. There was a huge white paper in the sky, with the names of all the participants listed on it. And behind those names were the number 0. Obviously, this was some means used to real-time scorekeeping. Song Qi turned his head and found that 2 participants had also appeared here on his right side. They were looking around. One of them was very alert and did not approach immediately. The other participant, on the other hand, seemed relaxed and walked up with a smile. Hello, it seems like you're a summoner? Do you need to cooperate? As for the points, we can split them evenly. The young man was dressed casually, and his pupils were as bright as gold. His appearance couldn't be described as extremely handsome, but he gave off a feeling that made people unable to resist getting close to him. His smile was extremely sincere, as if he had no defenses against others. It was just that he saw that Song Qi was a summoner, so he wanted to help him. Song Qi was taken aback for a moment. He found that the casual clothes on the other person were actually real casual clothes, not some strange-looking equipment. In other words, the other person came to participate in the competition without even wearing any equipment. It should be noted that even Xiang himself had obediently put on the heroic spirit suit. Obviously, this person was either extremely confident or simply foolish. But the probability of a participant in the genius competition being a fool could be ignored. So it should be someone who was extremely confident in their own abilities. Or, could it be a member of that alliance movement from yesterday? After thinking about it, Xiang shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll pass. I prefer being alone. I see. The young man nodded, slightly disappointed. What a pity, I wanted to make friends with you. Make friends? Xiang was dumbfounded. Make friends? Now. Make friends with others during the competition? Could he really be a fool? Yes. The young man sighed and explained. I come from the first city district, but I've been strictly disciplined by the adults since I was young. Every day, it's either training or drinking all sorts of strange medicines. Even when I go out, I have to be followed by someone, and every word and action has strict rules to maintain some kind of dignity. It's difficult for ordinary people to get close to me, let alone make friends with people of the same age. This competition is finally an opportunity for me to have some freedom of movement, so I thought I could make a friend during this time. Speaking of this, the young man suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, if you agree, I can take care of the fighting part, and you just need to kill the monsters. How about it? This trade is quite fair, right? Xiang showed a look of pity. Poor, another child who lost their childhood due to high expectations from their parents. Can making friends be described as a trade? It's really hard to say whether it's naive or something else. But from the sound of these experiences, it seems like the child of some big family? This kind of child from a big family, it seems like there's no need for him to sympathize? After all, others are born with 99% of the resources that he can never have. Upon careful consideration, if he could be born into such a family, it might be worth losing a childhood in exchange for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Sorry, I sympathize with you, but not now. Maybe in the future if there's a chance. With that, Xiang waved his hand and walked away. All right. The young man turned his head in disappointment and walked towards the other side. However, just as Xiang left, a third person suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He seemed very excited. You're Master Leong, right? I know you. Only you in the entire First City District have such unique pupils. If you don't mind, I can be your friend. Hearing this, the young man named Leong turned his head and glanced at the person with golden eyes, then stared at him intently. The person quickly pulled himself together and showed the best mental state. But for some reason, after being stared at for less than half a minute, he was already sweating profusely and feeling parched. Then, the young man slowly closed his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. You can't be my friend. The person was stunned and didn't know what to do. Why? He's just a summoner, why can't I, a mage, be your friend? And I have super S-level talent. That's irrelevant. The young man seemed to not understand social norms and explained straightforwardly. You can't keep up with my pace. The gap between us will only widen as time goes by, until we have no intersection at all. We are destined to be people from completely different worlds. Even if forced, the danger you encounter will be multiplied by 1,000. Being friends with me is not a good thing for you. He had a calm expression, as if stating something obvious, and walked further away, leaving the disappointed mage standing there. On the other side, after walking 100 meters, Xiang finally encountered the first monster. It was a monster that resembled a monkey, but with extremely long and pitch-black fur. Xiang opened the information. Monster, black fur, rampant ape level, 45 strength, 1204 constitution, 1130 agility, 1148 spirit, 511 skills, bite, rage, squeak squeak squeak. As soon as it saw Xiang, the rampant ape became impatient and angry, its body instantly doubling in size. It held a huge rock in its hand and was about to throw it at Xiang. But in the next moment, swoosh! A silver-white sword flashed by. The head of the rampant ape soared into the sky. Lubu appeared beside it. Experience plus 16,000, Lubu, at level 30, had already surpassed 1,500 points in all attributes. A mere level 45 rampant ape was an easy kill for him now. In the sky, the number behind Xiang on the white paper changed from 0 to 5. Indeed, the white paper in the sky is the treasure that calculates our points in real time. Xiang looked up and took out a small booklet. The booklet provided by the organizers contained the map of this survival competition. It recorded the approximate distribution of monsters and the locations where high-level monsters were placed. At first, Xiang couldn't confirm his location. But after seeing the rampant ape, he could determine the area he was in and roughly know where he was. Rampant ape area, and there are 2 consecutive mountains nearby, so I should be here. So, I should be here. And not far to the right, a level 70 monster has just been placed. Looks like I'm lucky. Great, the first target is it. After confirming his location, Xiang smiled. For others, the 10 monsters above level 60 might be something to avoid. But for him, it was just free points. I don't know if the organizers randomly placed them or if it was intentional. Almost every monster activity area was filled with corresponding high-level monsters. The high-level monster here is called the Abyssal Demon Monkey. It happened to be thrown into the center area of the rampaging ape group. Just by the name, you can tell that this is a monster infected with the breath of the abyss. Due to the similarity in race and appearance between the two sides, once the Abyssal Demon Monkey enters, it will quickly become the new king of the ape tribe. It may even infect the original black-haired rampaging apes with the breath of the abyss. The original level 45 rampaging apes are very likely to be promoted to level 50 or above because of this. The same situation applies to other monster groups in different areas. Even level 30 monsters have the possibility of being infected with the breath of the abyss and promoted to level 40 monsters. The organizers clearly didn't want ordinary geniuses to pass smoothly. Xiang speculated as he walked forward. Chu Xiaojiang told Xiang about his situation in advance so as not to embarrass himself in the team competition. In this month's time, he obtained instance tickets from the family's resources, which allowed him to enter the instance unlimitedly. He invited people to accompany him in the instance without limit, and he spent crazy hours in the instance, sleeping only 4 hours a day. Finally, on the day before the genius competition, he reached level 25 on time. Although he didn't have any origin water to drink, he had 3 bottles of various demon potions. With the support of the family, he consumed a total of 8 bottles in this month, averaging 1 bottle every 4 days. With the essence of those herbs, the 8 bottles of various demon potions had double the effect. It allowed his base agility attribute to reach 200 points. Coupled with his hero-level equipment, which could provide 300 points of main attribute, his agility attribute of 500 points was enough to easily hunt level 30 monsters. The attribute values of level 40 monsters are generally around 600 to 700. If it's a one-on-one situation, he could barely win with his skills and talents. But level 45 monsters, he would be completely unable to contend with them. Compared to level 45 monsters with attribute values in the thousands, the difference between the two is just too big. Even though the intelligence level of monsters is not high, the overwhelming attribute advantage is enough to overcome all shortcomings. If Chu Xiaojiang is considered the floor of the genius competition, then the average strength of the participants in this competition should be able to hunt level 45 monsters. A few people can hunt level 50 monsters, or barely remain undefeated against level 60 monsters. So, they should select 2 types of people for this round of the genius competition. One type is those with terrifying strength that can break the norm. Unparalleled geniuses that cannot be judged by common sense. Naturally, these existences are the focus of their cultivation. Like me. Xiang nodded affirmatively. The other type is geniuses with commanding potential. Ordinary geniuses can't defeat high-level monsters, so what can they do to earn points? Of course, they can only form alliances. Monsters gather in groups, and there may even be high-level monsters among them. It's impossible for a single person to break through. So they can only team up and form alliances with others to enter the monster group, using battle formations to resist the impact of high-level monsters. But the problem is, who can participate in this competition? Aren't they all geniuses from various districts? After putting in so much effort to defeat a high-level monster, no one would be happy to give the points to someone else. Therefore, at this time, it depends on who can rally a team and stabilize people's hearts. According to Song Chi's speculation, even if these special talents don't have very high potential, they will probably still receive some resources after the competition. As Song Chi continued walking, he gradually entered the depths of the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and looked to his right. The faint figure flickered and swayed among the trees, with continuous roaring sounds coming out. It seems to be a group of violent apes foraging. Violent ape group? It seems that I have already reached the central area. But these violent apes look normal, without any signs of being infected by the abyssal aura. Song Chi held his breath and took a look. In terms of quantity, there are about 200 of them. And this is already the central area, so the probability of encountering other violent ape groups is not low. Using an experience card now wouldn't be too wasteful. With that, Song Chi took out a triple experience card and decisively crushed it. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Your experience gain rate is now 300%. Duration 2 hours. Charge. Song Chi pointed forward, and 7 gusts of wind suddenly blew up beside him. Lubu, riding on red hare, instantly accelerated from a stationary state to a blurry figure. 6 terracotta warriors followed closely behind, forming a common charging formation. As Song Chi reached level 30, Zhang's spiritual attribute also reached 3,000 points. The limit on the number of terracotta warriors increased from 4 to 6. Bang! Boom! Experience plus 48,000, experience plus 48,000, experience plus 48,000. Before the violent ape group could react, a red lightning had already rushed past, violently cutting the entire group in half. Dozens of violent apes turned into experience points and entered Song Chi's body. The entire violent ape tribe fell silent for a moment, and then angry roars followed. Squeak, 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 squeak. The violent apes had been multiplying in this area for who knows how long, and they had always been the absolute rulers here. And now, there were creatures daring to provoke them? This caused the entire violent ape tribe to enter a state of frenzy, with nearly 100 violent apes swelling and congesting their bodies. In just a breath's time, their already muscular bodies turned into muscle giants. Their muscles swelled to the point where their fur became sparse. Roar! The furious roar shook the forest, and countless violent apes leaped into the air, wanting to tear Lubu into pieces. In Song Chi's eyes, after the violent ape group activated their frenzy skill, their strength attribute doubled. It reached 2,400 points. It even far surpassed Lubu's normal strength. But instead of panicking, Lubu showed a playful smile, tightly gripping the sky piercer. Exactly, this is a little more challenging. So, what's next? Red hare kicked its hooves, turning into a red lightning, charging into the violent ape group. The sky piercer flickered with a cold light, continuously slashing on the bodies of the violent apes. The man and the horse charged through the ape group, like a fierce and swift dragon. Although the violent apes were powerful, they couldn't touch a single hair on Lubu. Squeak, roar. With Lubu's level increasing, the spear's edge seemed to become sharper. The steel-like muscles of the violent apes were easily cut open like tofu. Even their blood couldn't stay on it for long, just like water droplets on a lotus leaf, quickly sliding off. He could clearly sense that perhaps after his lord's strength reached another level, the seal on the sky piercer would be partially broken. Pooh. 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 Dull sounds rang out as the spears of the 6 terracotta warriors accurately pierced through the heads of the enemies in front of them. Roar! A violent ape roared and rushed forward, instantly pulverizing 2 terracotta warriors with a punch. But before it could be too happy. Pooh! The remaining 4 long spears hesitated for no moment and stabbed the approaching violent apes, piercing them through. However, the decreasing number of terracotta warriors seemed to stimulate the violent apes, giving them hope of eliminating this strange group of enemies. For a moment, many violent apes withdrew from Lubu's encirclement and roared as they pounced towards the terracotta warriors. However, rise! Xiang stood in the distance, calmly raising a finger. The just destroyed terracotta warriors reassembled and their numbers returned to 6. Faced with the overwhelming violent apes, the 6 terracotta warriors continued to thrust their long spears. Pu. Another 6 violent apes perished. But at the same time, the violent apes' attacks also landed, and countless fists, comparable in size to half an adult, instantly pounded the 6 terracotta warriors into powder. Oh! Roar! Seeing that the enemies were finally eliminated, they became extremely excited, constantly pounding their chests and roaring. However, they didn't have to wait long to be happy. Pu. It was the familiar dull sound. Several violent apes felt a headache and completely lost consciousness. At this moment, the other violent apes finally reacted belatedly. The 6 terracotta warriors that had just been crushed had somehow returned to their original state. For a while, the entire battlefield was divided into 2 parts. On one side, there were 6 terracotta warriors constantly being shattered and restored amidst the flying dust. On the other side, it was almost a one-sided massacre by Lubu. Countless experience points continuously flowed into Xiang's body. Perhaps because he had entered a berserk state, reason had been thrown out of his mind. Even though the casualties were so heavy, not a single violent ape escaped. In less than 10 minutes, more than 200 violent apes were completely extinct. The blood stained a large area of the forest red, and even many hundred-year-old giant trees were splattered with a dark red color from top to bottom. The death of more than 200 violent apes brought Xiang over 9 million experience points. The originally empty experience bar was now more than half full. When he looked up again, his score had also risen to 1032 points. Ranking first. Deserving of me, Xiang said proudly. Although he didn't know how strong Leong, who was at level 25, was, in terms of killing efficiency. As a summoner with Lubu and Xiang, Xiang was indeed not inferior to anyone. Continuing to read, he found that the second place actually had over 800 points. And it was still rising. Xiang was somewhat surprised for a moment. But when he saw the name, he instantly felt it was only natural. Because the name of the second place was Leong. It was the person the city lord had mentioned to him, the strong person who voluntarily suppressed his own strength before the competition. He must have encountered other groups of monsters and is currently fighting. At this rate, it feels like he'll catch up to me in the next minute. No, I can't let him leave me behind. I still want to drink more bottles of origin water. Xiang glanced around, casually collecting the equipment and items dropped by the violent apes, and continued to move towards the central area. A few minutes ago, above the forest, several strong individuals sat in the air. Their figures, appearances, and even their ages seemed inconsistent. Some of them calmly sipped tea, displaying an air of superiority. Some of them lay on their sides in the air, using their clothes to hold a pile of potato chips, desserts, and spicy strips. They also held a bottle of carbonated drink that was half empty. At first glance, they didn't seem much different from ordinary otaku. But anyone who knew them would never truly regard them as otaku. Because all the people sitting here were city lord-level powerhouses. The pinnacle of human combat strength. Lord Fu Cheng is also among them, but at the moment he is meditating with his eyes closed. Among the crowd, there is also a large and ancient bronze mirror. The frame of the mirror is slightly yellowed, indicating its age. However, the bronze mirror is displaying the clear images of dozens of participants, with their names, city districts, and current scores noted above. Occasionally, when a strong participant moves their hand slightly, the perspective of the image automatically changes. Suddenly, the young man suddenly became excited, as if he had discovered something interesting. Ha! Old folks, stop daydreaming and look, there's a person named Song Chi who has surpassed Li Zong and taken first place? His killing speed is even faster than Li Zong's. At this moment, the scene being played on the bronze mirror is the battle between Lu Bu, Xiang, and the rampaging ape group. In another scene, Li Zong enters the group of rainbow-scaled pythons. The scores of both individuals on the white paper are rapidly increasing. But Song Chi's score is consistently keeping the other at bay. Song Chi is from the 7th City District? Is he from your side, Lord Fu? He can surpass our human race's holy son? That's impressive. Hearing this, Lord Fu Cheng opens his eyes and glances at the bronze mirror. A proud expression appears on his face, unable to be concealed. This kid, Song Chi, does have talent. Don't underestimate him just because he's a summoner. His actual combat ability is not inferior to most main combat professions. Then he waves his hand modestly. However, this survival competition happens to showcase his summoner's strengths. It's only by the combined efforts of two outstanding forces that we are temporarily in the lead. Hearing this, others congratulate him one after another. Ah, you're being too modest, Lord Fu. With this kid, your genius team is guaranteed to be in the top 5, right? The resources in your 7th City District this year won't be a worry. That's right, being able to surpass Li Zong, there's no luck involved. His talent must be exceptional. Isn't that right, old Mu? One of them suddenly turns to the white-haired old man sitting in the middle. He is the only elderly-looking strong individual among the group. At the same time, he was once the only human race strong individual who could briefly keep up with Emperor Li Er's pace. Unfortunately, in the end, he had to retreat to the second line due to his insufficient strength. Of course, when it's said to be the second line, it's actually where all the other human race individuals are. The so-called first line used to have 2 individuals. And with his departure, there was only Emperor Li Er left. As a result, he became the lord of the 1st City District and Li Zong's guardian. At this moment, he sits in the center, feeling happy for Lord Fu Cheng from the bottom of his heart. Or rather, he feels happy for the human race. He doesn't harbor any hostility towards other human race geniuses because of Li Zong's identity. On the contrary, he is a firm believer in human race supremacy. Anything that benefits the development of the human race, he is extremely pleased to see. Little Fu, this child is indeed performing well. You must nurture him well in the 7th City District. As for resources, based on the talent he has shown so far, he should be given treatment as a first-line genius. As for the final outcome, it still depends on his performance. Hearing this, the others are all surprised. Lord Fu Cheng can't conceal his joy. The treatment for human race geniuses is divided into 4 levels. Third-line genius, second-line genius, first-line genius, and top-tier genius. This is not what the people of the 7th City District consider as geniuses. It is a perspective observed and recognized from the entire race. It is different from those city-level geniuses who drink a few bottles of demonic elixirs and still have to struggle. These geniuses are the ones who directly drink from the source. Previously, he had applied for third-line genius treatment for Song Chi. 3 bottles of source water per month. If it were second-line genius, then 5 bottles of source water per month. Includes the right to choose a legendary item from the human treasury. As for the top genius, they will receive 7 bottles of origin water every month, along with the right to choose an epic level item. This means that starting from this month, Song Chi will be able to receive 7 bottles of origin water every month. They can also choose the most suitable epic treasure or skill from the human treasury. Moreover, Mu Lao has spoken. As long as Song Chi doesn't perform too poorly in the next 2 rounds, this matter is set in stone. What's more important is that the influence brought by being a top genius is far more than that. Top geniuses are comparable to city lord-level powerhouses in terms of potential. In other words, they are people recognized as top geniuses. As long as they continue to grow successfully, they can become city lord-level powerhouses. This means that Song Chi's current title will change from Genius of the 7th District to Future City Lord certified by Mu Lao. With just this title, even if Song-chi doesn't say anything, he can still attract countless people who are willing to offer him a lot of credit points. There may even be many well-known senior professionals who will actively request to become his right-hand man. Of course, potential is potential. There are currently over 200 people who have been recognized as top geniuses. But in the end, there are less than 30 people who have become city lord-level powerhouses, even if those who haven't conquered their own districts are included. The rest either died in the wilderness or haven't grown up yet. As for the top geniuses, City Lord Fu doesn't have this idea for now. Mu Lao and the other city lords haven't thought about it either. Because in order to enjoy this level of treatment, one must show exceptional potential. What does exceptional mean? Simply put, talent and potential must be strong enough to surpass everyone's imagination. Strong enough to require exceptional discussion. Allowing everyone to clearly observe that they have the potential to break through the current limits of the human race. And in the future, they can strive for the potential of the supreme realm in theory. So far, there have only been 3 people in the entire human race who have been recognized as top geniuses and enjoyed this treatment since over 100 years ago. These 3 individuals are all extraordinary talents. Leong is one of them. And Mu Lao, who once briefly followed Lier the Great Emperor to battle on the front lines, is also one of them. A group of city lord-level powerhouses rarely encounter peers they can communicate with on an equal footing. Coupled with Mu Lao's presence, the atmosphere at this moment is harmonious. Everyone happily congratulates City Lord Fu on finding a good seedling. However, after a few minutes, the city lord dressed like a otaku suddenly pointed at the bronze mirror in surprise. Ha! Leong's points suddenly increased by 1,000. Now Song-chi has been overtaken again, and the gap has widened significantly. Hearing this, the others didn't find it surprising. Even City Lord Fu remained calm. Being surpassed by Leong? Normal. Surpassing Leong is what's abnormal. It's already impressive that Song-chi was able to briefly surpass him. Therefore, they deserve the treatment of a top genius. Mu Lao shook his head slightly with a hint of helplessness. 1,000 points? That should be from killing a level 70 high-level monster. This child. Didn't I tell him to hold back a bit during the competition and give other participants a chance to catch up? He completely ignored what I said. Others smiled knowingly. Perhaps in Leong's eyes, he has already held back enough. After all, when we were level 25, killing a few level 60 monsters was nothing to us. It's reasonable for him to be able to kill a level 70 monster. Others nodded in agreement. Everyone present was once an unparalleled genius among thousands. Who hasn't fought battles dozens of levels higher? It is normal for geniuses to fight beyond their level. But facing a level 75 monster at level 25 might be a bit challenging for him. As for the level 80 Abyssal Flame Demon, it should also be a significant challenge for him. I agree with that. Mu Lao nodded. The higher the level, the greater the power gap represented by each level. With the increase in level, both the strength of professionals and monsters will start to improve exponentially. Level 70 is a turning point. Before this, even with a 10-level difference, the power gap wouldn't be too significant. But starting from level 70, every 5 levels represent a qualitative leap. A level 75 can easily defeat a level 70 opponent. And level 80 can crush level 75. The reason is simple. The process of leveling up is actually a filtering process. Human professionals filter out those who are not talented enough and do not have enough resources. Monsters filter out those whose bloodlines are not pure enough and whose potential is insufficient. To put it more bluntly, those who can reach high levels as monsters or professionals are the ones who could fight beyond their level when they were low level. You killed level 50 monsters at level 20, so you thought you were strong? But when you reach level 80, you will find that those who can reach this level have already killed level 50 monsters when they were level 20. Some have even killed monsters above level 60. You are proud of your legendary equipment. But when you look around, everyone else is also wearing legendary equipment, as if it's standard. The achievements, talents, and equipment that used to make you proud become ordinary things at this level. It's like being the top scorer in the county's college entrance examination, studying hard for more than 10 years, and finally getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. You thought you were one of the top talents among hundreds of thousands of students, and even entering university should make you stand out. But as soon as you introduce yourself in the dormitory, you find out that 2 of your roommates were also top scorers in the city's college entrance examination. And one of them lives near the university town and knew since they were 6 years old that they would definitely go to this university. It's more or less like that. However, while they were chatting and joking, "Wow, another perfect score?" The Otaku City Lord, who had been paying attention to the bronze mirror, suddenly spoke up. Mu Lao frowned helplessly. Did Li Zong kill another level 70 monster? No. The Otaku City Lord shook his head. No? Mu Lao was surprised. Oh, I see. Someone formed a team and successfully cooperated to kill a high-level monster, right? This makes me look at them in a different light. I didn't expect someone to form a team capable of fighting high-level monsters in such a short time. This person can be considered impressive. Even if their talent is a bit lacking, we can still give them some resources. He leaned forward and took a look. Let me see, the one who earned 1,000 points is... Mu Lao was initially stunned, then rubbed his eyes, and after confirming it again, his expression became strange. His tone unconsciously raised several degrees. It's Song Chi, who is currently soloing monsters. Song Chi? The child Fu Lao cultivated? He can actually defeat a level 70 monster? That's rare. Hearing this, everyone looked at the bronze mirror in surprise. Mu Lao waved his hand, and the image of Song Chi was immediately enlarged. In the image, Song Chi stood on top of a tree. The top of the mountain was already bald, with a small area. Several pits formed by violent attacks were filled with black blood. The abyssal ape, over 10 meters tall, lay on the ground, its torso sliced diagonally from the right shoulder to the left thigh. It couldn't be more dead. Looking up, Song Chi's 2 summoned spirits were still fighting the group of violent apes. However, it was more like a one-sided massacre than a fight. The annihilation of this group of violent apes was only a matter of time. The one that died is the abyssal demon ape, a level 72 monster. But it seems like it has gone through a tough battle. Mu Lao thought for a moment and pulled his hand back. Rewind 10 minutes. The image on the bronze mirror began to quickly rewind, back to 5 minutes ago. However, at this time, Song Chi in the picture was still searching for monsters and had not encountered that particular one. At this time, the battle hasn't started yet, which means he actually defeated a level 70 abyssal demon ape within 10 minutes? This child's potential is beyond my expectations. Mu Lao said with some surprise. The other city lords also showed interested expressions. Only Lord Fu smiled meaningfully, but didn't say anything, just watching. It seemed like he was enjoying this feeling. Didn't he know about Song Chi's strength? It had been tested before in the endless snowfield. 5 level 70 professionals couldn't even touch him, so what was a mere level 70 monster? Move forward 5 minutes. Mu Lao pulled again. 5 minutes ago, Song Chi was still wandering around and hadn't encountered the opponent yet. He defeated a level 70 monster within 5 minutes? Now, the curiosity in everyone's eyes had turned into astonishment. This strength truly deserved the treatment of a top-tier genius. Mu Lao frowned slightly, becoming more serious. Continue forward 2 minutes. 3 minutes ago. Song Chi had just encountered the group of violent apes, but still hadn't fought the abyssal demon ape. It's been 3 minutes, and still no encounter? Wow, so you're saying this child defeated a level 70 monster within 3 minutes? Lord Fu, what level is your child? Did he reach level 40 in just a month? Some people turned their heads with a hint of doubt and looked at Lord Fu. Lord Fu replied with a smile. Just level 30, not as exaggerated as everyone thinks. Level 30? So he fought against level 40 and defeated it within 3 minutes? Impressive. This strength, this talent, even among top-tier geniuses, he can be considered at the top. Even if Song Chi were placed in the first city district, he would probably be among the elite. At this moment, the city lords began to feel that something was not quite right. Could it be that this guy with the surname Fu really struck gold? At this point, several city lords from the higher-ranked city districts started to panic a little. The Genius Tournament was not only about the resources of the participants, but also about the resources allocated to each city district every year. That's why the city lords were so concerned about the geniuses in their own city districts. Before everyone could react, Mu Lao waved his hand again. Continue forward 2 minutes. The time came to 1 minute ago. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the bronze mirror. At this moment, Song Chi's 2 summoned spirits finally broke into the center of the group of violent apes. The abyssal demon ape was forced out of the cave by the opponents and a chaotic battle ensued. The abyssal demon ape just came out? So, the battle was resolved within 1 minute? Seeing this, many city lords couldn't sit still anymore. However, before they could finish their astonishment, as the scene continued to play, only a few tens of seconds had passed since the fight began. One of Song Chi's summoned spirits, dressed as a warrior, suddenly leaped up, and a huge phantom rose behind him. The giant shadow of a halberd fell, and the abyssal demon ape had no resistance, being split in half. And then, it was the scene they saw at the beginning. Including Mu Lao, many city lords were momentarily unable to react. After a while, boom! This group of top fighters of the human race suddenly became as noisy as a market anti-gossiping. Heavens! Not 1 minute, but 33 seconds. I just counted, the time that his summoning spirit and the abyssal demon ape fought was only 33 seconds. Hiss, so it's less than a minute? Only half a minute? What's the difference between this and being instantly killed? They were able to kill level 70 monsters at level 30. But to fight against opponents of such a higher level and control the battle within 30 seconds? Honestly, even when they were young, even the city lords in this group would never have been able to do it. By the way, what about Li Zong? What was his time? No need to look, it's 54 seconds, I just saw it. He's more than 20 seconds slower than this Song Chi. The Otaku City Lord shook his head in shock. Boom! The group of people exploded once again. Li Zong was suppressed again? Are you saying that this person named Song Chi is now showing strength that surpasses Li Zong? The nearby city lord couldn't help but shout loudly. Another top genius? Someone couldn't believe it. Who is Li Zong? He is the only descendant of Emperor Lier. He was born with extraordinary power, has a special profession, and enjoys the treatment of being one of the top geniuses of the human race. Not to mention, under the supervision of Old Mu, he has fought countless strong opponents since he was young, giving him pointers. Even when he suppressed his own strength to level 25. In the subconscious minds of everyone, they still believed that he would far surpass everyone else. Perhaps he used some kind of epic level treasure, or a powerful temporary burst skill, someone speculated. Equipment and skills are also part of one's strength, but that doesn't hide his potential. And just now, I carefully observed that the child named Song Chi didn't use any skills or equipment. That's the strength of his summoning spirit itself. Old Mu shook his head. Then he looked at Lord Fu and found that he was smiling and watching the others argue. Seeing this, he seemed to understand something. Alright, everyone quiet down. Next, let Lord Fu explain it to everyone. He probably already guessed the situation a long time ago. After saying that, everyone also looked at him one after another. Lord Fu was taken aback, smiling ambiguously. Old Mu, you're joking. How would I know that this child could surpass Li Zong? I'm also very surprised. Stop the nonsense. Old Mu impatiently interrupted. Hurry up and tell us, what quality are the 2 summoning spirits of this child? Epic? Or mythological? Only then did Lord Fu smirk. Well, he's indeed lucky. That general who killed the demon ape is indeed a mythological level summoning spirit. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, and then they exclaimed. So it's a mythological level summoning spirit. No wonder. If it's a mythological level summoning spirit, it makes much more sense. Mythological level? I never thought that he could actually summon summoning spirits of this quality. Truly deserving of being the profession with the highest theoretical limit. Someone shook their head inside. Old Fu, you really have such good luck. There were also people who were frustrated and angry. But even if he was scolded, Lord Fu still maintained his smiling state. Old Mu's breathing became somewhat rapid. He thought for a moment and asked again. Both of them are mythological level? Oh, no, that's not the case. Lord Fu quickly waved his hand to explain, seemingly afraid of everyone misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Old Mu showed a disappointed expression, then laughed at himself. Right, having one mythological level is already very good, how could two appear at the same time? The current situation of the human race is so bad that I feel desperate for a solution. Nodding, he continued to ask. Mu Lao, what is the other one's quality? Fu Chengzhu, it's a holy spirit. Mu Lao, ? For a moment, everyone seemed to be paused. All actions instantly froze in place. Mu Lao's relieved smile on his face now looked even more awkward. Holy spirit level? One city lord couldn't help but stutter even when speaking. Yes, Fu Chengzhu nodded. Do you want to hear what you're saying? A straightforward city lord couldn't help but stand up. Mythical summoning spirits are one thing, although no one has summoned them before, but at least we have seen equipment of this level quite a lot. Summoning spirits of Holy Spirit level? Our human race only has 2 pieces of equipment of Holy Spirit level. We have never even seen Holy Spirit level skills. And you're telling me a 30th level child summons spirits of this quality? What, are you going to say next that he is the chosen one favored by the heavens? Fu Chengzhu shrugged. I didn't say that. But I did have that thought. Obtaining a mythical summoning spirit at level 1 and a Holy Spirit summoning spirit at level 20? Not to mention others, even he himself had a half-believing attitude before seeing the panels of these 2 summoning spirits with his own eyes. But the problem was, it really happened. Alright, quiet down. Mu Lao interrupted the person's attempt to continue speaking and looked at Fu Chengzhu. I believe you wouldn't lie about something like this. But this matter is really extraordinary. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I also have some doubts. After all, Holy Spirit level is already the highest quality that the entire human race can come into contact with. Holy Spirit level is not the limit of this world. It's just that the human race has only seen equipment of Holy Spirit level so far. Therefore, the quality level is recorded as Holy Spirit level. After thinking for a moment, Mu Lao asked again. By the way, do many people know about the quality of these 2 summoning spirits? Not many, Fu. Chengzhu shook his head. Only I and one principal in the 7th district of the city know about his mythical summoning spirit. As for knowing about his Holy Spirit summoning spirit, previously it was only me. As for now, everyone present knows. Hearing this, Mu Lao nodded. Everyone present is a city lord, so it doesn't matter if they know about this. But this news must not leak again. City lords are already the highest level of the human race. City lord level experts may not be trustworthy, but city lords are. Because the lives and powers of the 13 city lords of the human race are to some extent bound to the entire human race. They are almost impossible to betray. Also, Mu Lao spoke up after a moment. After all the competitions are over, let Song Chi come to see me. I need to make a comprehensive evaluation of him to determine if he deserves the treatment of a top genius. Hearing this, everyone else was shocked. Evaluating whether the other person is qualified to become a top genius? Is the human race about to produce a 4th top genius? Everyone was extremely surprised. Mu Lao, have you really thought this through? Holy Spirit level summoning spirit. If the ability is outstanding enough, in a sense, it does seem to deserve such a position. They couldn't help but show an extremely envious expression towards Fu Chengzhu. If he really gets selected, not only will Song-Chi be able to rise to the top, but the entire 7th district of the city will also benefit from it. Lord Fu Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed, with a big smile on his face. The surprises that Song-Chi brought him were truly continuous. Initially, he had put all his efforts into cultivating Song-Chi, hoping that he would at least make it into the top 10 of the genius competition. But now, he had reached the top in one step. Not only was he almost guaranteed the title of a first-rate genius, but he also had a great chance of becoming one of the only 4 top geniuses in the entire history of the human race. Even without considering the benefits that this would bring, just the title of Discoverer of Talent was enough to make him happy for a long time. He straightened his chest and patted it forcefully. Master Mu, rest assured. Once the competition is over, I will personally bring him to you. In the forest. Half of a small hill was covered with the bodies of raging apes. Song-Chi opened the panel and nodded in satisfaction. With this wave, I've directly leveled up to 33. With this wave, Song-Chi had directly leveled up 3 times. From level 30 all the way to level 33. There was not even a moment of pause in between. The basic experience value of the raging apes was 16,000. And with the triple experience card, it became 48,000 experience points. The first group of raging apes consisted of 200, bringing him 9 million experience points. And this group of raging apes, led by the abyssal ape, had gathered a total of 500. After dealing with all of them, it directly brought him over 20 million experience points. What surprised him even more was that the level 70 abyssal raging ape provided him with a whopping 12 million experience points. With these 2 waves of raging apes, I've gained a total of 40 million experience points. I'm just a small step away from level 34. Another wave of raging apes should be enough to level up. This isn't a survival competition, it's clearly a leveling paradise. Song-Chi was extremely happy. Although the experience points provided by the raging apes and the snow wolves were similar, it was much harder to find snow wolf packs. It wasn't even certain if he could find 2 snow wolf packs in a day. Unlike here, where all the raging apes were confined to a small area, making it easy to encounter them. What's the difference between this and feeding him right in front of his mouth? It would be disrespectful to the bosses who worked hard to set up the area if he didn't finish his meal. The high-level monsters above level 60 were like opening a blind box, you never knew if you would encounter one. It was simply full of surprises. But I remember that the little booklet mentioned that each area can have a maximum of 1,000 monsters. I wonder if there are any other groups of raging apes here. Song-Chi took out the booklet and carefully looked at the map page. The living area of the raging apes is here, there's no need to go further, that's the survival area for level 30 to 40 monsters. Both sides are gathering places for monsters of the same level as the raging apes, and the level of high-level monsters is controlled at around level 70. The entire competition map was divided into 3 layers, with the highest level monsters in the middle. The closer to the outskirts, the lower the level. The middle is the gathering place for level 50 monsters, but there's no rush for now, let's first go and eliminate the monsters in the middle layer. This is the genius competition. For ordinary professionals, it might be difficult to kill monsters 20 levels higher. But for this group of exceptional geniuses, it's nothing. Especially those people from the first 3 city areas, they probably have their eyes on these level 40 monsters. He glanced at the leaderboard in the sky. As expected, although his score had reached first place, the scores of others, except for Leong in second place, were also rapidly increasing. Obviously, everyone had started to exert their efforts. No, I have to quickly level up before they kill all the monsters. With that said, he put away the booklet and headed towards the right side. He is ready to follow this line on the right side, go around all the way, and quickly brush all the monsters along the way. Then go to the middle to fight the final boss. Song-Chi circled around the gathering place of the violent apes, and met several other players who were fighting scattered violent apes. He glanced at the triple experience card, which had half an hour left. It seems that the groups of violent apes on this side are gone? Then let's go. After killing a lot of monsters in groups, Xiang's level also increased. Unless it was a high-level monster above level 60, he didn't pay much attention to scattered monsters. Without hesitation, he rode his sandhorse directly towards the next monster gathering place. 10 minutes later. We're here. Xiang patted the sandhorse, and the three of them stopped on a small hill. Looking down, they could see some crudely made watchtowers, wooden fences surrounding a large area, and a crude camp. Occasionally, they could see several burly green humanoid monsters patrolling around. Xiang opened the information. Monster, Goblin Scout level, 48 strength, 1000 constitution, 1200 agility, 1250 spirit, 1100 skills, shooting, stone throwing, rapid digestion, Hawkeye, that's right. This is the gathering place of goblins. There are a total of 6 areas on this middle level, and the levels of the monsters are between 40 and 50. 3 of the areas have high-level monsters. The Goblin Gathering Place is one of the 3 gathering places without high-level monsters. Xiang looked around and didn't see any other players. This was not beyond his expectations. Because when the levels were similar, goblins were the monsters that adventurers least wanted to fight. Regardless of their level, goblins had a certain level of intelligence. Not to mention, they often appeared in groups, lived as a tribe, and had highly social habits. Moreover, most of them were skilled in using tools. The use of tools and social habits represented that when the number of goblins reached a certain level, they would have organized combat units with different attributes. And this meant that goblins would use different types of troops, exerting combat power far beyond other monsters of the same level. Fortunately, the upper limit of goblins was only around level 50. If the upper limit was 70 or 80, it would be a big trouble for humans. Xiang looked towards the camp, where a flag fluttered at the highest point as if it were a ghostly symbol. Similar flags were flying on many wooden houses. These flags were symbols of goblin identity. Xiang counted. 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, 9, a total of 9 flags. The red one represents the Goblin King, and the 8 yellow flags represent the 8 centurions. So, this batch has about 800 goblins? It seems that after being captured, they felt threatened and gathered together on their own. But it's just right, it saves me a lot of time. He looked at the remaining time on the experience card. Triple experience card, 14 minutes and 11 seconds, there are still 14 minutes left. Let's finish this quickly, no need to save skills. Charge. Understood. Hearing this, Xiang and Lu Bu arched their hands lightly, and then rushed out with a loud noise. Lu Bu's eyes suddenly turned slightly red, and, reckless, was activated directly. Sweeping the 6 directions, was also instantly bestowed upon him. Now Lu Bu's level was 33. In other words, his overall attributes were 1,699 points. With a terrifying increase of 800%, Lu Bu's overall attributes instantly soared to 14,000 points. It was close to 15,000 points. In terms of attributes alone, it was even enough to completely crush the level 70 Abyssal Ape from before. But, this is not over yet. A faint shadow of a demon god appeared behind him, and a hundreds of meters high image of the Fengtian painting halberd emerged. Following Xiang's orders, Lu Bu had no intention of holding back. With one strike, it was an absolute kill. Countless goblins in the camp looked up at the sky, not even realizing what had happened. In the next moment, the image of the long halberd, accompanied by purple thunder and unmatched power, fell with a loud crash. Boom! The shockwave soared into the sky. Dust rose into the air. The crude camp couldn't even withstand a moment, as the impact from this strike completely destroyed the entire camp. The wooden fence made of vines was blown to pieces in an instant. The entire area was shaking. It felt like a small earthquake had occurred. The participants nearby thought they had encountered a high-level monster passing by, so they held their breath and found a place to hide. Experience plus 52,000, experience plus 52,000, experience plus 52,000, experience plus 240,000. Beep beep beep. The sound of dense experience points being gained echoed in Song Chi's ears. Then a white light rose above his head. His level smoothly increased to level 34. The Goblin King in the camp didn't even have a chance to show himself and died in his own house. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. All the goblins located at the center of the attack were killed. Only a part of the goblins around the camp, although blown away, barely survived. However, Xiang wouldn't let them go. He held a sword and gently waved it. 6 terracotta warriors condensed in midair, forming 6 mounted soldiers, and then they charged in different directions. Their target was the goblins that were blown away and luckily survived. Kill. Gaia. At this moment, the goblins had no idea what was going on. When they saw enemies approaching, they didn't even dare to resist and turned to run away. But unfortunately, bang! A large domain spread out. The already slow goblin's speed dropped even further. The 6 terracotta warriors turned into reapers, continuously harvesting the lives of these green-skinned monsters. After Lubu landed, he scanned the surroundings and confirmed that there were no surviving monsters. He also joined the pursuit team, stepping on the last minute of the triple experience card. All the survivors in the goblin camp were completely slaughtered. One goblin could provide more than 50,000 experience points. With over 800 goblins, plus the Goblin King, Song Chi gained over 40 million experience points. Song Chi not only reached level 34, but the experience bar that had just refreshed was once again close to full. Turtle, this leveling speed. I feel like if there were no one else in this survival game, I might even reach level 40. By then, I can directly summon the 3rd summoning spirit. Crush all enemies in the world. He felt proud for a while, then looked up at the points. First place, Song Chi. 3115 points. Second place, Leong. 2140 points. Third place, Lean Menard. 1416 points. Fourth place, there was no doubt that Song Chi occupied first place. But Leong's points were also rapidly increasing. He's chasing closely. Leong has over 2,000 points. But that's normal for him. The third place is the person who came to me to discuss an alliance before in the first city district? That's a bit unexpected. Lean Menard, the person Song Chi came to ask about an alliance on the first night in the first city district. I originally thought he was not very strong, so he was looking for alliances everywhere. I didn't expect him to be quite powerful. I just don't know if this score was achieved by him alone or with the help of his team. After thinking about it, Song Chi didn't spend too much time on this. He took out a small booklet, glanced at the map, and continued towards the next destination. For him, this survival competition was a great opportunity for advancement. Where else could he find such a dense group of high-level monsters to level up? Compared to rankings, he was more concerned about whether he could encounter more groups of monsters. On the other side of the map, the originally forested area had now turned into a raging sea of fire. The young man who had spoken to Song Chi before stood in midair, looked at the sky, and gently pressed his right hand down when he realized that his score was no longer increasing. Boom! The several tens of meters high sea of fire instantly extinguished. Within a few hundred meters, everything had turned into charred black. Even the towering ancient trees had turned into charcoal. But miraculously, just a few centimeters away from the scorched area, another large tree remained fresh and untouched. There were no signs of being roasted. This area has also been cleared. But there is still some distance between me and Brother Song. Seeing himself being surpassed, the young man didn't become gloomy or angry. Instead, he suddenly smiled happily, as if he had met a long-lost friend. Indeed, it was right for me to ask Lu to give him 3 bottles of origin water back then. Otherwise, even if I win this competition, it would be an unfair victory. I'm really looking forward to a formal showdown with him. Outermost layer. A small team of about a dozen people was constantly clearing the surrounding level 30 monsters. The leader of the team had short golden hair and always wore a faint smile on his face. Occasionally, they encountered small groups of monsters on the road, but he simply raised his staff and casually waved it. The group of monsters would instantly be torn apart, their bodies breaking into countless pieces. It looked elegant and effortless. And this person was none other than Leong Menard, who had initiated the alliance movement. Obviously, his strength was also extremely strong. For him, level 30 monsters posed no challenge at all. At this time, a tall and muscular man with golden hair and wearing armor approached. He bent down and whispered, "Brother, I found out that this Song Chi is a genius from the 7th district, and his profession is a summoner. Our team's Chu Xiang is also from the same district as him." Leong nodded. "Do you know the quality of his summoned spirits and his skills?" The muscular man thought for a moment and shook his head. It seems that no one knows. I've asked everyone in the team. Mainly because he didn't have much fame before, so not many people paid attention to him. So, his information is basically not speculated or recorded by anyone. If it weren't for Chu Xiang, we wouldn't even know about his identity and profession. But in this survival competition, he has made a name for himself and will definitely attract a lot of attention. Perhaps in the next round of team matches, we can gather a lot of information. Leong nodded and took out a bottle of pale purple potion. Chu Xiang has made contributions, so consider this diluted demon potion as my reward. The muscular man nodded, took the potion, and then seemed to remember something. By the way, brother, Chu Xiang just found 2 monster camps in a row, and he also told me their locations. Should we give him the promised reward directly? He has already found 5 of them. Or should we wait a while and confirm the size of the camps before giving it to him? Saying that, the muscular man took out a map with markings and handed it to Leong. Hearing this, Leong was somewhat surprised. Oh? This person named Chu Xiang is quite diligent. If I remember correctly, he also found this one here, right? And then he found 2 more just like that? As for the reward, of course, it should be given. Leong smiled and took out 2 bottles of potions, this time without dilution. This time, not only should we give, but we should also ensure the quality and quantity, and give it grandly. Alright, I understand. The strong man held 3 bottles of potions in his hands, without putting them in his storage ring, just holding them in his palm. Then, after taking a few steps, he began shouting loudly. Chu Xiang. Who has seen Chu Xiang from the 7th district? His reward is here. 3 bottles of demon potions, not just 1. Whoever sees him, tell him to come and claim his reward. Leong looked at the map, confirmed the direction, and continued forward with the team. He was a participant from the 10th district. At the same time, he was also the grandson of the lord of the 10th district. The 10th district was a place that was extremely underdeveloped, even worse than the 7th district. It was established just over a decade ago and didn't even have a complete industrial system. It could be considered a poverty-stricken district. If they wanted rapid development, the support of the 1st district was essential. However, for the 1st district, resources were limited and couldn't be evenly distributed. In this world where extraordinary powers were possessed and concentrated within individuals, the value of geniuses was greatly elevated. The district that could find enough geniuses would enjoy more resources. Therefore, the rankings of the genius tournament each year became an important indicator for the 1st district to allocate resources to various districts. Therefore, for Leong, he carried the hope of the entire district's development on his shoulders. It was the possibility of a happy future for millions of district residents. He didn't think his own strength was inferior to the geniuses from the top 3 districts. In the individual competition, he was confident he could enter the top 10. But at the same time, he was well aware that he couldn't compare to exceptional geniuses like Leong. So his ranking wouldn't be too high. As for the team competition, due to the weak foundation of the 10th district, his other 2 teammates were simply no match. The probability of winning the team competition was extremely low. Therefore, if he wanted to stably enter the top 10, he had to use his brain in the survival competition. But facing level 40 or higher monsters, he couldn't engage in prolonged battles and couldn't easily kill large groups of monsters like the others. If he forcefully searched for isolated level 40 monsters like everyone else, he might barely make it into the top 10 after the survival competition. Overall, his score would be much lower. So, he decisively set his survival competition goal in the lower level monster area. He knew that not all geniuses from backward districts had the same strength as him. Many so-called geniuses were just there to make up the numbers. They might even struggle to kill a level 40 monster. They could only kill level 30 monsters. But their combat power, although not great, was more than enough to be scouts. The so-called alliance movement was just a gimmick for him to recruit these people. Using demon potions as bait, he made them explore for him. Since I can't achieve much, I might as well earn a few more bottles of demon potions. With this thought in mind, many people chose to accept. Although a single level 30 monster only contributed 1 point, there were plenty of them. If they killed them all, it could provide him with nearly 10,000 points. Even if there were other competitors, if he only killed half, he could still get over 5,000 points. The result was as he expected. Tempted by the demon potions, the locations of various monster camps were quickly revealed. He was either killing monsters or on his way to kill monsters. 2 hours into the game, he quickly accumulated 1,400 points. Only second to Song Qi and Leong. And the appearance of Song Qi actually suited his preferences. Two players who could score heavily could greatly lower the average score of other players, making his ranking more stable. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have no problem entering the top 5 in this survival match. As time passed, the competition gradually became intense. On the leaderboard, Leong and Song Qi firmly held the first and second positions. Both of them had already surpassed the 9,000 point mark, creating a huge gap with the third place at 3,000 points. As for Leong, he fell to fourth place. Leong was well known, many people had already heard of his name. But Song Qi? Only a few people had heard of him. Some even mistook Leong, who diligently killed low-level monsters on the outskirts, for Song Qi. They were curious, how could killing monsters on the outskirts accumulate points so quickly? Later, they found out that they had made a mistake. However, just as many people were curious about this sudden dark horse and who was better between Leong and him, Song Qi had already met Leong at the last gathering place of monsters. These two people started from the same location, one went left, and the other went right. They killed their way along the gathering place of monsters until they reached the opposite side of this circular area. The young man named Leong's eyes lit up when he saw Song Qi, and he immediately smiled brightly. "Song brother, we meet again." Song Qi twitched his mouth. Only then did he realize that this strange person who wanted to be friends with him from the beginning was Leong. If I had known, I would have made friends with him. Maybe he could let me kill 1 or 2 more gathering places of monsters. He silently complained in his heart. To be honest, if he could solo the survival match again, he wouldn't mind giving up his first place. He went from 3,000 points to the current 9,000 points. Converted into monsters, that was 1,200 monsters above level 40. It provided him with more than 60 million experience points. After this round, his level directly jumped from 34 to 36. He was only 4 levels away from being able to summon the third summoning spirit. You should know that when he first entered this area, his level was just barely 30. In less than half a day, he had risen by 6 levels? If he could solo all 1,000 level 50 monsters in the last area of monsters, plus the level 80 Abyssal Flame Demon, he could even level up by 40 levels. Level up 10 levels in a day? On his first day of job change, he had never leveled up so quickly. This exaggerated leveling speed was really addictive to him. Ahem. Anyway, did you kill your way here from that direction? Song Qi asked curiously with a hint of luck. If the other party hadn't killed everything, maybe he could pick up some leftovers. Of course. Leong responded with a smile. I was just thinking, as soon as Song brother left, his score increased so quickly. Could it be that you declared war on me from a distance, wanting to compete in monster kill speed? Now that I hear it, it seems like I was right. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint Song brother. Although it was a bit difficult, I managed to keep up with your pace. He showed a satisfied expression. Indeed, whether it's a competition or life, there must always be opponents to experience the fun. Song-chi rolled his eyes. They really killed everything? Then there was no need to continue searching. Also, who declared war on you from a distance? I was just addicted to killing monsters, that's all. Do you know how difficult it is to find a group of monsters in the wilderness? Sometimes, even after searching from morning till afternoon in the snowy landscape, you might not find a single monster. And I've only met you twice, right? What's with the two Song brothers on the left and right? Although I can't figure out whether the other person is completely familiar or simply close to me. But after all, I won't pick a fight with someone who extends a friendly hand, and Song-chi doesn't have any intention of conflicting with the other person. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. This is the last gathering place for monsters, and there's an 80th level Abyss Flame Demon inside. Can you defeat it? Li Zong shook his head. With my level 25 strength, I can only match monsters around level 70 at most. Even higher, I'm powerless. But a few moves should be no problem. Hearing this, Song-chi smirked. Coincidentally, it's difficult for me to fight an 80th level monster alone. Since that's the case, why don't we cooperate? Li Zong also became interested and immediately asked. Cooperate? How? Song-chi pointed inside. Let's go in together, and when we see the monster camp, my summon spirit will go first. I'll be responsible for creating a diversion, and you'll be in charge of flanking. After the 80th level flame demon appears, you can make your move, and whoever gets the final kill gets the credit. Hearing this, Li Zong laughed again. Song brother, although I may not understand social etiquette, I am not a fool. Cooperating against an 80th level flame demon is fine, but as for other monsters, it's better to rely on our own abilities. And at this point, Li Zong hesitated a bit. Believe me, it's not a good thing for you to surpass me in the genius competition. After saying that, an illusory sun rose behind him, and he slowly ascended into the air, flying towards the inside. Surpassing you is not a good thing? What do you mean? Song-chi scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. But he didn't think much about it and jumped on his sandhorse, running in the opposite direction. If they delayed any longer, the group of level 50 monsters would be harvested by the other side. This massive amount of experience points can't be enjoyed by just one person. Actually, if I can catch a few thousand more level 50 monsters, I can give you first place directly. In the sky above the forest, several city lords were now completely shocked. If there were still doubts about Song-chi defeating a level 70 high-level monster before, the performance of Song-chi and Li Zong in the afternoon had completely convinced them. Originally, the planned survival competition was supposed to last for 10 days. But now, it wasn't even evening yet, and the monster gathering places in the middle had already been wiped out. A well-planned endurance competition had been turned into a speedrun mode by the two of them. Looking at the situation of these two, I'm afraid this area won't last much longer. Maybe a few of us can finish work before midnight today. One city lord snapped out of his shock and joked. But there were also city lords who disagreed. It's a bit uncertain if we can finish today. The 80th level Abyss Flame Demon already possesses intelligence comparable to humans, which the group of mindless beasts can't compare to. Even if the two of them join forces, they will probably be stuck in a long battle of attrition. Hearing this, others nodded. That's true. Based on the strength they have shown so far, it's indeed difficult to defeat the Flame Demon. Unless Li Zong is willing to increase his strength from level 25 to level 35, I can't see any hope of victory. Entering the central area, Song-chi looked up and saw the nearby volcano. But this volcano was very low, only tens of meters high. And it was surrounded by various black rocks. This kind of volcano shouldn't be naturally formed. It is highly likely that after the Abyss Flame Demon was released, it actively used its extraordinary power to transform the environment to make it more suitable for itself to live in, Song-chi immediately deduced. The black rocks surrounding them were formed from cooled magma. Judging from their shape and the condition of the yellow grass around them, it was obvious that this volcanic crater had not been excavated for a long time. In other words, the Abyss Flame Demon was very likely to have been sleeping there. As an 80th level monster, it already had the ability to make small-scale changes to the environment. I really don't know whether to say I'm lucky or unlucky, Xiang said helplessly. He didn't expect that by randomly choosing a direction, he would directly encounter what was most likely the boss's lair in the volcanic crater. After thinking for a moment, he took out the map and made a mark. He decided to go around first, eliminate the small monsters, and then come back to deal with the boss. Xiang waved his hand, signaling Xiang and Lu Bu to turn around. The three of them circled around and continued forward. After more than 10 minutes. "We're here," Xiang pulled on the reins and couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, a large group of monsters appeared in front of them. The monsters that appeared in front of them at this moment were lizardmen with skin that resembled red-hot iron rods. These lizardmen stood upright on the ground, with a few leaves or scraps of cloth covering their crotches. Almost every lizardman held a black, shiny stone weapon in their hands. Behind this group of lizardmen was a camp similar to a tribal gathering place. They wandered within a certain area, moving back and forth. Xiang opened the information. Monster, Magma Lizardman level, 55 strength, 1600 constitution, 1600 agility, 1100 spirit, 800 skills, magma manipulation, scorching breath, obsidian crafting, fire resistance. Level 55? Then the experience points should be around 60,000. And the number of monsters here is probably... Xiang stood on his horse and looked around, making a rough estimate. There are a total of 5 camps, and there are about 100 lizardmen near each camp. So the number of lizardmen here should be around 500? And if we add the triple experience card, then the total is over 90 million experience points? When this number was calculated, Xiang felt his mouth go dry and his tongue parched. Turtle, did I calculate it wrong? 60,000 plus triple experience card, which is 180,000, multiplied by 500. That's right. It's over 90 million. After confirming that there were no calculation errors, Xiang felt his blood flow accelerate, and for a moment, he was filled with excitement. Wow! Nearly 1 billion experience points? This is too awesome, right? Just a month ago, he was killing zombies that gave him only 20-something experience points. And now, experience points were being counted in billions. He looked at his own panel. He was currently at level 36, with the experience bar halfway full. With this wave, he could almost level up twice. That would be level 38. One step closer to level 40. This isn't a survival game, it's clearly a leveling up paradise prepared for me by the human high level. When this result was calculated, Xiang couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. This leveling speed was unheard of. He even wished for a genius competition every day. So, crack! Another triple experience card was crushed. Let's start the slaughter. Boom! Lu Bu and Xiang instantly charged forward. It was already afternoon, and their skills had already cooled down. At the same time, due to Xiang's level increase, Xiang's terracotta warriors had increased to 7. With Lu Bu, the 8 cavalry formed an extremely sharp arrow, rushing towards the enemy's camp with lightning speed. Roar! The lizardmen on patrol let out a roar, but in the next moment, the sound abruptly stopped. A red figure flew past like lightning, and countless heads accompanied by blood filled with a strong fire elemental aura soared into the sky. Behind Lu Bu, 7 terracotta warriors automatically separated, wielding bows and spears. They pinned down the scattered lizardmen one by one. Lu Bu was responsible for charging straight into the densest area of enemies. The terracotta warriors were responsible for filling in the gaps and ensuring that no monster was left behind. Experience plus 210,000, experience plus 210,000, experience plus 210,000. The soaring experience points continuously entered Xiang's body, and the experience bar began to visibly grow at a rapid pace. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to underestimate it. A single lizard man can provide 70,000 experience points? Song Chi couldn't stop smiling. Now his level 38 was completely stable. Gua! Woo-woo, plop! Lu Bu's figure ravaged the battlefield. Song Chi's level was 36, so Lu Bu's level also synchronously increased to 36. At level 36, Lu Bu's base attributes were 1849. Plus the 50% bonus from the Heroic Spirit set, it was over 2,700 total attributes. Even without using skills, he was more than enough to crush this group of level 55 lizardmen. Xiang's terracotta warriors were calculated based on base spiritual power, so he could only summon 7. The magma lizardmen screeched and roared in a language that seemed somewhat nonsensical, filled with anger. But unfortunately, the difference in attributes between the two sides was too great. For them, not to mention Lu Bu, even the 7 terracotta warriors figures were difficult to capture. 8 figures shuttled back and forth, swiftly reaping the lives of their kin. A group of lizardmen opened their mouths wide, gathering extraordinary power. They spewed out scorching magma and then controlled it to wildly smash around. They could only hope that this illogical attack method would catch the enemy off guard. However, this attack method not only failed to harm the enemy, but it also caused harm to their own teammates. Heavy magma, engulfed in flames, flew around, accidentally hitting nearby teammates, causing a large number of friendly fire incidents. Lu Bu and the terracotta warriors were unaffected by this. Of course, it did serve one purpose. Their actions greatly increased the psychological pressure and nervousness of Song Chi, who was watching from the side. Hey, why did these lizardmen suddenly start committing suicide? Could it be that lizardmen have a tradition of committing suicide when they can't win? Hey, if you guys commit suicide, I won't get any experience points. Fortunately, after a moment of chaos, these lizardmen realized that it was ineffective and stopped, causing minimal internal strife. Song Chi also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the mentality of these lizardmen underwent a subtle change. They couldn't defeat their opponents no matter how hard they fought. Their skill attacks were also in vain. They might even end up hurting their own kind. From the initial anger, these lizardmen who had begun to possess intelligence gradually felt a sense of powerlessness rising in their hearts. And in the end, they looked at each other, watching their fellow kin die one by one, and the seed of fear was planted deep within their hearts. As the number of deaths increased, a sense of powerlessness and panic, as if facing a natural disaster, suddenly erupted. In the end, Hua-ya! The collective panic triggered a complete rout. Countless lizardmen screamed as they fled outward. Some even directly discarded their weapons, only wanting to get further away from this land of death. Even some remaining lizardmen who appeared to be leaders shouted continuously, but it was still in vain. In the end, even those lizardmen leaders joined the fleeing crowd. However, whether it was blind charges or scattering in all directions, they are only greeted by ultimate death. Experience points plus 210,000, experience points plus 210,000, experience points plus 210,000. About 10 minutes later, all the lizardmen in the camp were lying on the ground. As expected, a white light flashed twice above Song Chi's head in a short period of time. He successfully reached level 38. I have already dealt with my side. I wonder if Li Zong still has any remaining? Song Chi looked up. His score had just broken through 20,000 points. But when he looked down slightly, he found that Li Zong's score had also reached over 18,000 points, close to 19,000 points. The score for one level 55 lava lizardman is 20 points. In other words, the other party had also eliminated nearly 500 lava lizardmen. If we calculate based on 1,000 monsters per area, there are no other lizardmen left in this area. Song Chi felt a bit helpless. Wow, no, why is he so fast? Even when combined, Lu Bu and Xiang can only keep up with his killing speed? At first, he planned to quickly finish the battle, kill this group of lizardmen, and then go over to snatch monsters. But now it seems that he was thinking too much. Truly worthy of being the descendant of Emperor Lier, a peerless genius born with a profession. He's truly a monster. Shang-Chi sighed and walked towards the previously marked residence of the flame demon. The two of them had already killed most of the monsters in the gathering place, and the remaining ones were just a few scattered monsters. He couldn't be bothered to waste time looking for them. On the other side, the golden flames gradually extinguished on the plain. The bodies of all the lizardmen in the area affected by these flames were not damaged in the slightest. But their pupils had turned white. They couldn't die anymore. Obviously, these golden flames were burning not their bodies, but their souls or spiritual bodies. Leong wiped off his sweat. Only then did the golden flames dissipate. Suppressing his own strength to level 25, he had managed to eliminate over 500 level 50 monsters in a short period of time, which indeed took a toll on him. But fortunately, he didn't waste too much time. Immediately, he looked up at the score leaderboard. 19,000 points, but the first place is still Brother Song? After he stopped, Shang-Chi's score continued to fluctuate for several tens of seconds before finally stabilizing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. Brother Song's strength truly didn't disappoint me. Even though I worked so hard, I still couldn't widen the gap even a little, and I was only slightly faster than him. No, to be more accurate, I actually lost this time. Brother Song's profession is a summoner, so he shouldn't have the ability for wide-range attacks. In other words, he relied on summoning spirits to kill them one by one, but he was still only a few tens of seconds slower than me? Li Zong's heart was filled with pride. Mu Lao was right. The more desperate the situation, the more heroes emerge among the human race. Even though I am powerful, I must never become arrogant. He could feel a surge of determination rising within him, an emotion called fighting spirit that he had never experienced in the past 18 years. Li Zong, who had been invincible among his peers and at the same level since birth, felt his emotions being stirred. He had been longing for an opponent who could match him for far too long. Furthermore, did I underestimate him by only using my level 25 strength? If Brother Song knew about this, would he feel regret? Would he feel disappointed for not being able to have a fair fight with me? Li Zong was a bit conflicted. Perhaps I should appropriately increase my level and strength? Raise the level to the same level as him. I believe Brother Song is also looking forward to a fair and equal duel, right? After eliminating the lizardmen, Shang-Chi returned to the nearby low volcano. This is it, the Abyss Flame Demon is most likely below. Xiang summoned 7 terracotta warriors and walked towards the volcano. Although the volcano was steep, it was not particularly high, only about 30 meters, which is the height of a dozen floors. The terracotta warriors climbed to the top, paused for a moment, and then jumped into the volcano one after another. Puff! 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 The overflowing magma immediately splashed out. With a physique attribute of nearly 2,000, the terracotta warriors were able to withstand the high temperature of 1,000 degrees and move briefly in the magma. However, Shang-Chi didn't have to wait long. Xiang, who was beside him, frowned. Sir, the area below this volcano is not large, only about 100 meters long and wide. Shang-Chi was taken aback. Nothing? So, does that mean this volcano wasn't created by the flame demon? No, where can you find a naturally formed volcano that is so small? So, does that mean the flame demon just used this place as a temporary residence and has already left? Or, is this its way of deceiving the enemy? Shang-Chi carefully surveyed the surroundings. Although the magma lizardmen had the word magma in their name, they did not have the ability to create such a small volcano. And they wouldn't bother to create such a terrain. Therefore, this volcano could only have been created by the flame demon. Most level 80 monsters already have the ability to think. For example, the Abyss Flame Demon, which was captured by human powerhouses, chose the strategy of hiding in multiple locations to avoid being captured again, which is reasonable. But I just ran for more than 10 minutes and didn't see any other volcanoes nearby. Shang-Chi frowned and pondered for a moment. He always felt that something was wrong and vaguely sensed something abnormal. But he was always just a little short of figuring it out. After a while, Song-chi really had no clue and could only temporarily give up. Forget it, let's go see other places first. Maybe Li Zong has a volcano over there? With that, he mounted his sand horse and prepared to go in the opposite direction. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Li Zong stepping on a flame and holding a compass in his hand, with an illusory sun behind him, flying towards him. There were no monsters chasing after him, and he looked relaxed. Obviously, he had not encountered the true form of the Abyss Flame Demon. What a coincidence, Brother Song! Li Zong smiled and flew down, and the compass in his hand suddenly disappeared. According to the compass, the Flame Demon should be in this direction. But it seems that you haven't encountered the Flame Demon either? Perhaps we can travel together? Song-chi was about to agree, but he hesitated for a moment. You said you used the compass to divine the direction of the Flame Demon? Li Zong nodded. More accurately, the compass detected the aura of the abyss in this direction. But in this competition map, the other advanced monsters from the abyss have already been cleared, so only the Flame Demon remains. But that's not right. I came from that direction, and I've searched over there. The Flame Demon is not there at all. Wait. Hearing this, Song-chi seemed to suddenly understand something. He turned around abruptly and looked at the volcano where nothing was found before. By the way, as a pure elemental life, the Flame Demon should be able to transform into corresponding substances, right? Although Li Zong didn't understand the meaning behind Song-chi's words, he still responded. That should be possible. That's right. Song-chi smiled confidently, and a book suddenly appeared in his right hand, the pages rustling. He turned to Li Zong and smiled. Thank you, Brother Li, for bringing me the information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how long it would take to find the Abyss Flame Demon. But now, this boss belongs to me alone. With that, without waiting for the other party to react, Song-chi pointed to the volcano. Whoosh! A spatial fluctuation flashed, and Song-chi, Xiang, Lubu, and all the magma in the volcano disappeared at the same time. Ha! Li Zong was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. So, the magma in that volcano is the true form of the Abyss Flame Demon? At first, Brother Song was not sure of the opponent's location, but after learning two important pieces of information from me, he immediately reacted and figured it out. Li Zong was not annoyed, but rather worried as he reached out his hand towards the front. Thud! His palm seemed to touch an invisible wall, and a transparent ripple spread in the space. Some kind of teleportation skill? And it seems like Brother Song is confident in defeating the level 80 Abyss Flame Demon alone? In the sky, several city lords were also stunned when they saw this scene. Disappeared? Teleportation? Blink? Or spatial transfer? Could this kid have obtained rule-level skills so quickly? Mu Lao approached and enlarged the image in the bronze mirror, lightly tapping it, then suddenly realized. It hasn't reached the level of rules, it's just a relatively advanced magic-based teleportation skill. It's easily breakable. After saying that, he raised his hand and injected a spiritual light into the bronze mirror. The mirror quickly became blurry, turning into a rippling water surface. Then, under Mu Lao's soothing touch, it gradually calmed down. The image restored, but it was no longer the scene in the competition arena. It had become a plain with half grassland and half forest. It was the original map of the first copy that Song-chi obtained the 7 deadly sins in. In this scene, Song-chi was confronting a large mass of magma. The nearby city lords couldn't help but cry and laugh. This child, in order to snatch the monster, actually directly pulled the Abyss Flame Demon into this space. Didn't he consider whether he can defeat it or not? City Lord Fu shook his head helplessly. He's young, talented, and hasn't encountered too many setbacks. He's too confident in his own strength. But it doesn't matter, he has the life symbol, so there's no need to fear any accidents. Consider this a lesson for him. With a level as high as 80, and being a flame demon, an extremely rare elemental creature. If judged by the quality of a summoned beast, the flame demon already belonged to the legendary level of monsters. Not only did it have high intelligence, but it also had a matching set of skills. Not to mention, it was tainted with the aura of the abyss, making its strength even stronger. Although Song Chi's summoned spirits were a myth and a saint, with unlimited potential, his current level was too low to defeat the abyss flame demon. None of the city lords present believed that Song Chi could challenge and succeed. In the dual space. Sizzle. The scorching magma flowed on the plain, instantly igniting any flowers or grass that came near. When a lump of magma flowed into the river, the entire river seemed to boil instantly. The river water churned, and a mist spread in the air. Stop pretending. Since I can pull you in, it means you are not an inanimate object. Come out honestly, Abyss Flame Demon. Song Chi maintained a safe distance from the opponent, standing 200 meters behind Lu Buaning Xiang, shouting loudly. Sigh. After a long silence, a deep voice came from the magma. Then the magma slowly began to roll. The black rocks that had already flowed into the river and cooled down turned back into hot magma and flowed back to their original form. In less than a moment, a giant flame demon over 100 meters tall appeared in front of Song Chi. Song Chi directly opened the demon's information. Monster, Abyss Flame Demon level, 82 strength, 5100 constitution, 6200 agility, 2400 spirit, 6000 skills, flame demon armor, elemental incarnation, heavenly fire meteor, magma spew, purgatory fire ring, blazing domain, soul burning, void flame, flame crown, intimidation, abyss corruption. Hiss, dash. At the moment Song Chi saw the demon's panel, he was somewhat surprised. The long list of skills on the skill panel scared him a bit. The number of skills was even more than his own. However, the Abyss Flame Demon did not directly attack, only expressing helplessness. Human. I have no intention of fighting you. I know that you captured me to test the so-called potential of human geniuses. Therefore, I also understand that you must have some kind of life-saving item on you. I can only injure you, but I cannot kill you. But, you are not my opponent either. The flame demon extended a finger, then quickly controlled it to dry up and turn into black rocks. You see, this is my skill, elemental incarnation. I can actively transform my body into scattered rocks and also have a certain level of perception. Through this ability, I know my current situation and also understand your strength. I have to say, human, considering your current level, your strength is indeed impressive, but for me, it's not enough. If you don't believe me. Boom! The demon's body suddenly spewed flames, and the magma inside kept churning. Armor-like items attached to his body in circles. Then, a crown made of flames floated above his head. His upper body, which was originally bare like a human, had no extra attachments. At this moment, it turned into a fully armed warrior, complete with shoulder armor, chest armor, and a helmet. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Song Chi. Alright, human. Now you can take another look at my, attributes in my full state, using your human terms. Hearing this, Song Chi didn't hesitate and opened the information again. Monster, Abyss Flame Demon level, 82 strength, 5100 plus 5100 constitution, 6200 plus 12400 agility, 2400 spirit, 6000 plus 12,000. What the F***CK? Song Chi admitted that he was indeed shocked by the other party. Good lord, the strength exceeded 10,000. The constitution even tripled directly. From over 6,000 to over 18,000? Even with LV boost, unrestrained, and sweeping 6 directions, it would still be several thousand points lower than this value. In other words, even if all states were activated, LV Boo would find it difficult to inflict significant damage on him. Is this an 80-level monster? Song Chi twitched his mouth. Although the textbook mentioned that after level 60, every 10 levels would be a qualitative leap, the difference between a level 60 monster and a level 70 monster was only a few times. But compared to a level 70 monster, this level 80 monster was not just several tens of times stronger? He felt that a flame demon could easily penetrate a battle formation composed of hundreds of level 70 monsters without any problem. Seeing Song Chi's reaction, the flame demon knew that he had finished reading. So he took off his armor and crown. Humans! Don't think that only you can use skills. Our Fire Demon clan also has our own heritage and complementary skill sets. As you can see, I am not someone of your level that can be defeated. With that, he paused. Let me tell you something. In fact, I have participated in this kind of competition countless times. I have also encountered scenes where you all teamed up to challenge me several times. But, so far, no one has been able to withstand even a single move from me, let alone defeat me. So, why don't we coexist peacefully? I promise not to attack you. Just pretend you haven't noticed me, alright? I just want to survive. Hearing this, Song-Chi raised an eyebrow. So this fire demon is a regular at the Genius Tournament? The kind that appears every year? He asked, tentatively. Are level 80 monsters all this strong? Or is it just you? And what is the difference between above and below level 80? Hearing this, the fire demon seemed somewhat surprised. He seemed puzzled by Song-Chi's question, but still answered honestly. After level 80, the monsters you call us have basically acquired the intelligence equivalent to adult humans. So not only do we have attribute values, but we also start to create and use corresponding skills based on our own abilities. In other words, before level 80, I was just a beast. But after level 80, I gained intelligence. That's the biggest difference. I see. Song-Chi suddenly understood. Thank you for explaining it to me. If you truly want to coexist peacefully with me, I can accept your conditions. The fire demon showed a delighted expression. Really? Of course, but only if you truly mean it. Upon hearing this, the other person's smile froze in place, then quickly turned into a puzzled expression. Do I not seem sincere enough? I have never attacked you. With my attribute values, I could easily kill you, right? Oh? So you even know about attribute values? Song-Chi smiled and pointed behind him. Although I'm not sure of your intentions. But you don't think. I haven't noticed the surging magma behind you, do you? The abyss is the embodiment of the world's negative will. Any creature with those two words represents being infected, without exception. All become extremely violent and bloodthirsty beings. You don't really expect me to believe you, Abyss. Fire demon, do you? Upon hearing this, the Abyss fire demon paused for a moment, showing a sad expression. I see, you still refuse to believe me. In that case, I will break your limbs. Boom! The magma that was quietly advancing behind Song-Chi erupted, aiming for his limbs and spine. Finally, the fire demon no longer concealed anything and took off his mask. A twisted face revealed an extremely cruel smile. Red magma flowed from his mouth like saliva, appearing ferocious and sickly. The armor and crown appeared on him again, seemingly out of nowhere. At this moment, the fire demon, unlike an ordinary monster, seemed more like a mentally unstable maniac. He was so insane that he couldn't even recognize that he was the same fire demon from a few minutes ago. How dare a lowly ant bring me here? Such an insult to the great fire demon clan? So what if you found out? I will still nail you to the ground. Completely block your movements. So that you can't even beg for death. I will roast your soul with magma. Listen to your wailing and lamentation. I want you to be unable to seek help, unable to faint, unable to die, and unable to escape. I want to torment you until you break. Bang! Lubu appeared behind Song-Chi and shattered all the magma with a spear. Song-Chi also showed a knowing expression. So that's how it is. I thought you were just playing games with me for so long. What kind of grand plan could you have? So it turns out you simply wanted to catch me off guard, restrain me, so that I couldn't commit suicide, couldn't trigger the command symbols inside me, and satisfy your sadistic desire, right? He chuckled lightly. But since your plan has been figured out, then what comes next? A Fangtian painting halberd appeared out of thin air, and Song-Chi grabbed it, taking a long breath. Lubu and Xiang stood by his side, facing the flame demon without showing any fear. Soul Link, activate. Strategy, activate. Sweeping across the 6 realms, activate. With each phrase shouted, the momentum on Song Chi and Lubu's bodies increased by a point. The pupils of the two simultaneously emitted a faint red light. Two towering demonic shadows suddenly appeared, even taller than the flame demon. The two were just accumulating power, and the ground had already begun to sink as if it had elasticity. Finally, the hymn of life, activate. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of heavenly music, the earth cracked, and dust filled the air. The figures of Lubu and Song Chi instantly disappeared from their original positions, and waves of surging white airwaves produced by breaking through the sound barrier erupted in the sky. You dare to fight me head-on? I see you're seeking death. The abyssal flame demon screamed and rushed forward, condensing black flames in its hands, flames that burn souls. But in the next moment... Ha! The abyssal flame demon felt its brain falling into some kind of forced fainting state. The black flames in its hands also dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, high above, Songchi held a halberd in one hand and held an open book in the other, his eyes cold. Treasure, 7 Deadly Sins Envy, Effect 1, designate a target. If any of its attributes are higher than the owner's, it will be forced into a stun state, cooldown time of 10 minutes.